You were once a peerless divine scion of a supreme plane, blessed with heaven-defying bloodline. But now, you've been reduced to a worthless cripple, forced to watch helplessly as your sister died to save you. Since then, you've spent your days drowning your sorrows in taverns or practicing the sword like a madman in the dead of night, consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Time and again, you've drunk yourself into a stupor, staggering alone to your enemy's doorstep with nothing but an iron sword only to be ignored and mocked as a useless waste of life. Just as you reached the depths of despair, ready to throw yourself off a cliff to end it all, fate intervened. You stumbled upon the legendary divine devouring tower, which reforged your ancient, invincible bloodline. Awakening the supreme primordial saint body, your cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds each day, setting you on an unstoppable path to supremacy. Now, deep in meditation within the tower, your cultivation has already surged back to the 9th level of Qi condensation. The tower spirit watches your relentless training, its ancient face twisting with a complicated expression. Gazing into the endless darkness, it recalls an old prophecy. When the devourer awakens, the myriad paths shall perish. Meanwhile, outside the tower, a group approaches the mass graves in the distance. Young Master Hao, rest assured that Qin Yi is dead for good, one of them sneers. Leading the group is none other than Qin Hao, the one who fatally wounded Qin Yi. As the son of the Qin family's grand elder, he flaunts his father's authority, bullying the weak with impunity. Humph! Qin Hao snorted coldly. This kind of eerie place, gloomy and terrifying, sends chills down one's spine. Who would want to come here in the dead of night? He wasn't worried that Qin Yi might still be alive, but rather that the neighboring Li family had already paid to take her corpse, intending to arrange a ghost marriage for their young master, who had died prematurely. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The thick snow was trampled into one footprint after another, and soon the servants led Qin Hao to the dumping ground. Qin Hao immediately spotted the tombstone ahead, on which Qin Yi's name was clearly inscribed. He instantly realized it must be that cripple Qin Yi, who had secretly come to the mass grave to bury Qin Yi. Young Master Hao, what happened? A servant asked. Other servants chimed in. What else could it be? It must have been Qin Yi's doing. Immediately, everyone looked around, trying to find Qin Yi's traces. A cold glint of killing intent flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. As the once most dazzling genius of Qinyong City, Qin Yi shone brilliantly, while Qin Hao wasn't even qualified to be his lackey. He could never forget the contemptuous look Qin Yi had given him. Snap! Qin Hao clenched his fists, his killing intent flaring. After all, Qin Yi's heavenly vein had already been extracted by his cousin Qin Su, rendering him a cripple. Even if he were killed and dumped in a mass grave, no one would likely notice. He was very close to his sister, so he'll definitely be guarding Qin Yi's grave. Search everywhere for any trace of him, Qin Hao ordered, while also instructing 2 men to stay behind and begin digging up Qin Yi's tomb. Crack! He kicked Qin Yi's tombstone to pieces and said, "What bad luck! If the Li family hadn't offered so much, I wouldn't have come to this godforsaken place." Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. Qin Hao's servants scattered in all directions, searching for Qin Yi's trail. In no time, they discovered the lifeless leopard. "Come quickly!" A servant shouted, and immediately the others rushed over. Leopard? It's already dead? Could it have been Qin Yi who did it? How is that possible? That leopard was a genuine demon beast. How could that good-for-nothing Qin Yi have killed it? Suddenly, someone else noticed footprints covered by the heavy snow. Upon closer inspection, they confirmed the footprints belonged to Qin Yi. That bastard Qin Yi must be hiding nearby, the group said through gritted teeth, as they began searching all around. In the darkness, a pair of cold, indifferent eyes watched their every move. "Qin Hao, after killing my sister, now they're coming for me. This is truly a ruthless extermination. Qin Yi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. In the heavy snow, Qin Hao's subordinate was bending down searching for footprints when suddenly bang. It felt like he had crashed into a solid wall, his body flung backward. He howled in pain. Bang! The commotion caught the attention of the others, who all turned to look. Qin Yi. Upon seeing Qin Yi, the crowd erupted in fury. You damn bastard, daring to ambush me. Do you want to die? As he spoke, the subordinate who had been sent flying suddenly lunged at Qin Yi. Bang! Qin Yi raised his hand and threw a punch. With a deafening boom, the subordinate was instantly reduced to dust. What? Others were shocked to their core, thinking, how is this possible? They rubbed their eyes hard, confirming that the person before them was indeed Qin Yi. Wasn't he supposed to be crippled? Why is there still such formidable power? Suddenly, one of the subordinates sensed something amiss and immediately said, Humph, he must have used some forbidden technique to forcibly enhance his strength. Such techniques have time limits. Attack together, kill him. Boom! Several subordinates struck without hesitation. But what did it mean to Qin Yi, the once proud genius of Qingyong City? Boom! Punch after punch, he threw several consecutive blows. In an instant, blood sprayed across the land, and all perished. Then, Qin Yi picked up the young leopard cub huddled in the heavy snow and placed it into the god-devouring tower before slowly making his way toward the mass grave. Qin Hao, who was digging a grave, also heard the commotion. Just as he was about to go and investigate, he saw a figure strolling toward him through the darkness. Who? Qin Hao roared angrily. When he clearly saw the visitor's face, Qin Hao's expression was full of mockery. Trash will always be trash. Not only did I kill your sister, but I'm also going to dig up her grave. What can you do about it? Qin Yi remained expressionless and continued walking toward his sister's grave. He picked up the shattered tombstone from the ground, cradling it in his arms, overwhelmed with self-blame. My sister is already dead. Can't you just let her rest in peace? The voice carried boundless fury. Keep digging. I'll handle him. Qin Hao gave a sinister smile as he approached Qin Yi. Qin Yi shook his head and muttered to himself, No one touches my sister. With that, he suddenly stood up and glared at Qin Hao, his eyes terrifyingly fierce. What? You want to fight? Take a look in the mirror. Do you even have any cultivation left? Qin Hao mocked mercilessly. Get lost. Qin Yi growled, and immediately, a terrifying surge of bloodline power erupted from within him, directly engulfing Qin Hao and the others. Boom! Everyone was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. Qin Hao widened his eyes, staring fixedly at Qin Yi. How is this possible? Your heavenly vein was dug out. Qin Hao looked at Qin Yi in disbelief. Creak! The soles of his feet stepped into the heavy snow, producing a crisp sound. Qin Yi walked up to Qin Hao and said, Go ask the king of hell. Crack! With one palm strike, Qin Hao's head rolled off. Seeing this, the others fled in panic, but Qin Yi effortlessly killed them all. I know someone else killed my sister, but killing you today is just collecting a bit of interest first. In the darkness, Qin Yi crouched in the snow, rearranging his sister's grave. Qin Yi kept vigil at the grave all night. The next day, just as the sun rose above the horizon, Qin Yi quietly left the mass grave, and the moment he returned to Qingyong City, he was no longer the person he once was. He had been reborn. Gazing toward the Qin residence, Qin Yi's eyes brimmed with overwhelming killing intent. To help Qin Su, the son of his uncle Qin Tianlong, forge a monstrous talent, they did not hesitate to frame him and extract his heavenly meridian. However, little did they know, I turned misfortune into blessing, not only obtaining the supreme ancient artifact, the God-devouring tower, but also awakening the primordial God-devouring bloodline, and even reforming divine meridians that are 1,000,000 times stronger than celestial meridians. Celestial meridians. I can give, but you cannot take by force. Qin Yi City. Located in the northwest of the Luoyuan Empire, it is a small border town. The three major families, led by the Qin family, control over 90% of the cultivation resources in Qin Yi City. Even the city lord's mansion dares not offend the three major families. Qin Yi stood on the streets of Qin Yi City, his expression calm, but his heart was filled with hatred. Once upon a time, he was the most outstanding disciple of the Qin family, surpassing all the younger generation in Qin Yi City, bringing unparalleled glory to the Qin family. However, his uncle Qin Qianlong, now the head of the Qin family, in order to help his son Qin Su enter the immortal sect, did not hesitate to strip him of his heavenly veins. Whispers could be heard intermittently on the street. In Qin Yi City, there is no one who doesn't know Qin Yi. Isn't that Qin Yi from the Qin family? I heard his heavenly vein was extracted, turning him into a cripple. Ah, what a pity for such a genius. Some lament, while others secretly rejoice. After all, the Qin Yi of the past was a mountain they could never hope to climb. Halt! Suddenly, a burly man appeared ahead, looking at Qin Yi with mockery. Qin Yi simply walked past him and continued on his way toward the Qin family. Stop right there, are you deaf? The burly man instantly flew into a rage upon seeing this, raising his sword and thrusting it toward Qin Yi with lightning speed. Boss! Just as the long sword was about to pierce Qin Yi's body, he suddenly turned and threw a punch. Crack! The long sword shattered instantly, and the burly man's head rolled to the ground. Ah! This sudden scene also made the onlookers on the street scream in shock. What? Wasn't Qin Yi's cultivation already crippled? How is this possible? He killed manager Lu Shuai with just one punch. Could it be he's regained his cultivation? The burly man, named Lu Shuai, was a steward of the Qin family and also Qin Su's lackey. At the first sight of Qin Yi, he wanted to humiliate him, but instead ended up losing his life. Qin Yi ignored the surrounding clamor and continued walking toward the Qin family mansion. The news of Lu Shuai's killing reached the Qin family residence in no time. Qin Song, the son of Qin Tianhu, the second elder of the Qin family, was furious upon hearing the news. That damn bastard dared to kill Lu Shuai in public. He's simply asking for death. Whoosh! 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 Soon, Qin Song arrived at the entrance of the residence and happened to run into Qin Yi face to face. Qin Yi, you have the audacity of a rabid dog. Qin Yi looked up at Qin Song and said, Tell Qin Su to get out here. Boom! Qin Song flew into a rage. Who do you think you are, daring to address our elder brother by his name? With that, he drew his blade, exuding a terrifying aura as he prepared to strike Qin Yi down. I spared your wretched life before, but never did I imagine you'd dare kill Commander Lu. Now die. As the words fell, Qin Song unleashed the Qin family's ultimate blade technique. A dazzling array of blade shadows spread through the void, their terrifying aura instantly expanding. The surrounding crowd gasped in awe. The Qin family truly has a wealth of talent in this generation. Yes, not to mention the previous Qin Yi, who completely dominated the younger generation of Qin Yi City, creating an insurmountable gap. Then came Qin Su, and now even Qin Lao's son, Qin Song, has reached the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm. It's truly terrifying. Many people were sighing in amazement. The Qin family has stood firm in Qin Yi City for so many years. Their foundation is too deep. At the same time, they also believed that with Qin Song making a move, Qin Yi would undoubtedly meet his end. Boom! Still just a simple punch, the terrifying fist radiance overwhelmingly shattered Qin Song's battle blade, then crashed Qin Song's head. What? The surrounding crowd was utterly stunned. Could it be that Qin Yi's cultivation was never actually crippled? You should know. Qin Song was a genuine 7th level Qi condensation expert. Even against an 8th level Qi condensation opponent, he might not necessarily lose in a fight. Yet, when facing Qin Yi, he was utterly defenseless and was instantly killed with a single move. What does this indicate? Qin Yi's cultivation had not been abolished at all. He was still at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm. Whew! Everyone erupted in excitement. Boom! From the depths of the Qin family residence, an angry shout rang out. Immediately afterward, a terrifying aura spread through the air. Splash! Qin Tianhu, the second son of the Qin family, arrived with a fierce and menacing demeanor, filled with boundless rage. Qin Yi, do you realize what you're doing? Upon witnessing Qin Song's death, Qin Tianhu, as a father, was utterly heartbroken. At the same time, I also felt extremely shocked. Qin Yi's heavenly meridian was personally dug out by him and his elder brother. With the martial meridian removed, cultivation came to a halt, rendering him almost no different from a cripple. Yet why is it that Qin Yi not only didn't become a cripple but also possesses such formidable cultivation? Qin Tianhu's pitch-black eyes were fixed intently on Qin Yi. Qin Yi said, "Of course I know what I'm doing." Boom! Qin Tianhu's aura locked onto Qin Yi. Blood must be repaid with blood. When you killed Qin Song, you should have been prepared to be killed. Blood must be repaid with blood. Qin Yi suddenly laughed, a laugh tinged with ferocity. Then what about my sister's life? Who will repay that? Your sister stole the elixir. That was already a capital offense, Qin Tianhu said. Boom! As he spoke, Qin Tianhu abruptly threw a punch. The terrifying force of his fist, carrying overwhelming spiritual energy, surged straight toward Qin Yi. Bam! Qin Yi blocked with both hands, his body retreating several steps before barely steadying himself. The onlookers sighed with emotion. No matter how monstrous a Qi condensation cultivator may be, they are still mere ants before a meridian refining expert. This is the difference. The 9 realms of martial arts begin with Qi condensation as the foundation, followed by meridian refining. Qin Tianhu is a veteran powerhouse of Qin City, having stepped into the meridian refining realm long ago. However, Qin Yi wasn't afraid of Qin Tianhu because he still had an ace up his sleeve. Boss! The primordial devouring god bloodline activated, with crimson energy swirling around him as his power surged dramatically. Sensing this eerie crimson energy, Qin Tianhu frowned and uttered, "Die." Qin Tianhu struck with thunderous force, his meridians and acupoints fully opened, channeling the violent energy into Qin Yi. Boom! However, the moment these forces touched Qin Yi, they were blocked by the crimson glow emanating from his body. At this moment, Qin Yi resembled a wild beast, striking fear into those who witnessed him. With the 9 revolutions devouring heaven art in motion, Qin Yi's power surged to its peak. To outsiders, it seemed like an ant trying to shake a mighty tree, but Qin Yi was absolutely confident he could deal a heavy blow to Qin Tianhu. Boom! 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 Just as Qin Tianhu and Qin Yi were locked in fierce combat, the sound of a bell suddenly rang out from the walls of Qin City. And it tolled 9 times in succession. Instantly, everyone was shocked. Boom! From the depths of the Qin family mansion, an aura even more terrifying than Qin Tianhu's emerged. Qin Jinja, the patriarch of the Qin family. What on earth had happened? Why had even the Qin family's patriarch emerged from seclusion? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Elsewhere, powerful auras also emerged. Before long, all the powerful figures of Qin City appeared at the city gate, seemingly to welcome some important distinguished guests. Humph, you're lucky today. The immortal sect is here for recruitment, so I'll spare your life. Once they leave, I will surely kill you. Qin Tian, who also dared not cause trouble at such a critical moment. Suppressing his aura, he headed straight for the city gate. Qin Yi intended to give chase, but was stopped by the tower spirit. Master, a powerful presence is approaching. You must not act rashly, the tower spirit said. Boss! Qin Yi calmed down, suppressed his bloodline aura, and returned to normal. The primordial devouring god bloodline is too extraordinary. Once discovered, people will stop at nothing to kill you, the tower spirit explained. Ultimately, Qin Yi's strength is still too weak to protect the primordial devouring god bloodline. Therefore, for now, he must endure in silence. And at this moment, at the city gates, the top experts of the three great families are welcoming the assessment elder from the immortal sect. At the gates of Qin Yi City, the top brass of the three major families have all gathered to welcome the assessment elder from the immortal sect. Even from a great distance, one could feel the terrifying aura of the immortal sect elder. In a daze, a figure with an immortal and transcendent demeanor appeared from afar and arrived at the city gate in an instant. Welcome, elderly, the crowd greeted with clasped fists. You've all worked hard, elderly said with a smile. Then, surrounded by a group of powerful figures, elderly entered Qin Yi City. Soon, the group arrived at Qin Yi Square. Elderly also stated his purpose for coming. Everyone, I have been dispatched by the sect to come to Qin Yi City to assess disciples. All members of the younger generation may participate, said elderly. However, there is only one spot available. Hearing this, the Qin family erupted in cheers, while the other two major clans secretly shook their heads in disapproval. Elderly, a young man clad in armor, exuding a faint yet imposing aura, quickly approached. Seeing this, elderly's face was filled with a smile. How did it go? Did you make the breakthrough? Qin Su, currently the strongest among the younger generation of the Qin family. After obtaining Qin Yi's heavenly vein, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds, and he is now on the verge of stepping into the meridian refining realm. This time, the immortal sect elder came here, ostensibly to assess new disciples, but in reality, it was solely for Qin Su. Soon, Qin Su said. Old man Qin Jinja, hunched over with a beaming smile, said, Elderly, Su possesses the heavenly vein. It's only a matter of time before he reaches the vein refining realm. If he could be accepted into the immortal sect, he would undoubtedly ascend to even greater heights. Earlier, the moment Qin Su obtained the heavenly vein, the Qin family secretly contacted the immortal sect. Although Qin Su has the heavenly vein, the immortal sect's enrollment assessment must still follow the rules. Elderly chuckled and signaled that the assessment could begin. The content of the assessment was simple. The younger disciples would spar and exchange techniques, and the strongest among them would be allowed to join the immortal sect. Qin Su stood at the center of the square, his aura surging like turbulent waves. He gazed ahead with a calm expression. The celestial meridian manifested on his chest, its terrifying aura causing people to tremble in fear. The high-ranking members of the other two great families had faces ashen with shock. Qin Su had already reached the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, and now with the celestial meridian, he was like a tiger with wings who among the younger generation could stand against him. Of course, there were those who refused to accept this and stepped forward to challenge Qin Su in battle. Boom! Qin Su defeated him with a single move. Who's next? Qin Su swept his gaze over the crowd, exuding an overwhelming aura. On the high platform, old Master Qin Jinja couldn't stop smiling, while Qin Tianlong and Qin Tian who exchanged knowing grins. If no one steps forward, then this assessment will conclude, elderly said indifferently. The onlookers in the square gasped in amazement. truly the strongest among the younger generation of the Qin family, now blessed with the heavenly vein. He is like a tiger with wings unmatched by anyone. As Qin Su stood at the center of the square, the younger generation from the other two great families paled in comparison, with none daring to step forward and challenge him. After all, that's the heavenly vein. How terrifying was Qin Yi's strength when he possessed the heavenly vein. For decades, he dominated the younger generation of Qinyong City, creating an insurmountable gap. Humph, what a lucky bastard. What's the point of digging up someone else's heavenly vein? Have the ability to rely on yourself. Some people are jealous. The Luoyun Empire spans a vast territory, divided into 9 major states, with Qinyong City located within the Jiangzhou region. In the entire Jiangzhou, there are only 2 major sects worthy of being called immortal sects. No matter how strong other forces may be, they lack the necessary heritage. Elderly belongs to the Heavenly Blade sect, and joining an immortal sect is the dream of every cultivator. Now, in the vast Qinyong City, only Qin Su was deemed qualified who wouldn't envy him. Elderly looked at the celestial meridian on Qin Su's chest and revealed a faint smile. Beside them, old man Qin Jingzhe was beaming with joy, as Qin Su had brought honor to the Qin family. Thank you for your kindness, Elderly. Elderly waved his hand. This child Qin Su possesses a celestial meridian. After joining the Heavenly Blade sect, his progress will be astonishingly swift. It won't be long before he surpasses me. The Qin family members secretly rejoiced. However, just as Elderly was about to make the announcement, a discordant voice rang out. I'll do it. The voice carried an ironclad determination, along with a surge of fury. The crowd parted to make way as Qin Su, clad in black robes, strode forward slowly. Qin Yi. Upon seeing Qin Yi, Qin Su's expression visibly changed, and the heavenly vein in his chest seemed to stir as well. Focus! Qin Su forcibly suppressed the heavenly vein and used his own power to conceal its aura. In the end, the heavenly vein did not originally belong to him. Even though the fusion was successful, there was still a trace of rejection. However, Qin Su believed that one day, he would fully integrate the heavenly vein into his body. Qin Yi, you killed Qin Song and still dare to come here. Do you really think I won't kill you? Qin Tianhu snarled, his face twisted with rage. Qin Tianlong hurriedly grabbed his second brother. Elderly from the Tiandao sect is here. We can't let others laugh at us. Old man Qin Jingzhe looked at Qin Yi with a smile and asked, Qin Yi, have you regained your cultivation? Old man Qin Jingzhe was already aware of what had happened earlier at the entrance of the Qin family residence. Qin Yi remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on Qin Su. A trace of icy killing intent flashed deep in Qin Jingzhe's eyes, but he quickly smiled and said, I'm very happy that you've regained your cultivation, but today is the joyous occasion of your cousin Qin Su joining the Heavenly Blade sect. Don't cause any trouble. His words were laced with clear threat. Grandfather? Qin Yi sneered, am I still your grandson? Of course you are. Though your father Tianbao died unexpectedly, you still carry the blood of our Qin family in your veins. Qin Jingzhe said. Ha! Qin Yi laughed, a wild, almost frenzied laughter. He then posed 3 soul-searing questions in succession. Where were you when my heavenly meridian was dug out? Where were you when my sister was beaten to a pulp? Where were you when the Qin family beat my sister to death and threw her body into the mass grave? Boom! The onlookers were all stunned. The other 2 major families exchanged glances, revealing meaningful smiles. Bastard! Qin Jingzhe had originally planned to deceive Qin Yi, to prevent him from causing trouble, and deal with him after Elderly left. However, by airing the family's dirty laundry, he instantly provoked the fury of the Qin family's higher-ups. Elderly frowned, visibly displeased. Qin Jingzhe glanced at him and then said, Elderly, This boy has no martial veins, so by all rights, he shouldn't be qualified to participate in the immortal sex assessment. Elderly took the opportunity to give the Qin family an out, saying, "Then just drive him away directly." Qin Jinza announced in front of everyone that Qin Yi had harmed his own kin, and from today onward, he was officially expelled from the Qin family. As for Qin Song's death, he must pay the price in blood. To this, Qin Yi showed nothing but disdain. The moment his sister died, he had already ceased to be a member of the Qin family. "If it weren't for these old fools protecting you, I'd smash your head with one punch." Qin Yi coldly stared at Qin Su as he spoke. "Humph, is it fun to show off like this?" Qin Su raised an eyebrow. Elderly stood up and waved his hand at Qin Su, saying, "We still have to travel today to report back to the sect." However, after finishing his words, he paused for a moment before continuing. "The sect grants a day off every month for disciples to handle family matters." Hearing this, Qin Su instantly understood. Pointing at Qin Yi, he said coldly, "1 month from now, when I return from the immortal sect, I will take your wretched life." Qin Yi did not act. With the immortal sect elder present, he couldn't kill Qin Su. His icy gaze swept over everyone in the Qin family. A month later, he will slaughter the entire clan. The immortal sect assessment has concluded. The only spot from Qin City was secured by Qin Su, the top talent among the Qin family's younger generation. Possessing the heavenly vein, his entry into the heavenly blade sect will be like adding wings to a tiger. It won't be long before he makes a name for himself across Jiangzhou, or even the entire Luoyang Empire. As for Qin Yi, that once most dazzling genius of Qinyong City, even though he has regained his cultivation, but in front of the disciples of the immortal sect, it still appeared dim and insignificant. Before leaving, Qin Su issued a fierce threat he would return in a month to personally kill Qin Yi. Watching the departing figures of Qin Su and elderly from the heavenly blade sect, a deep and intense killing intent burned in Qin Yi's eyes. His strength was still far too weak. If I had stepped into the meridian refining realm, would the Qin family dare to treat me like this? While everyone's attention was drawn to the immortal sect elder, Qin Yi quietly left Qinyong City. After seeing Qin Su off, the smile on Qin Jinja's face abruptly vanished, replaced by anger. That fool Qin Yi nearly ruined our Qin family's grand plans. Qin Tianlong and Qin Tian, who also searched around but found no trace of Qin Yi. He can't have gone far. Send people to find him. The Qin family issued an order to hunt down Qin Yi. Inside the god-slaying tower, Qin Yi sat cross-legged, the ancient god-devouring bloodline within him circulating, as terrifying blood and energy forces enveloped the heavens and earth. The tower spirit nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. Boom! Qin Yi attempted to break through to the meridian refining realm but failed. He slowly opened his eyes and let out a bitter laugh. Is cultivation really this difficult? Even with a divine meridian, he still couldn't break through to the meridian refining realm. The tower spirit explained, "Master, possessing the heaven-defying ancient devouring god bloodline has both advantages and disadvantages." Upon hearing this, Qin Yi listened attentively. The advantage is being invincible within the same realm and capable of fighting above one's level by utilizing the divine bloodline. Moreover, cultivation speed is far faster than that of ordinary martial artists. Of course, the benefits of the divine vein are not limited to just this. The drawback is that each breakthrough to a new realm requires an enormous amount of energy. For example, when others break through to the vein refining realm, they only need energy equivalent to that of a vein refining realm demon beast's core. But Qin Yi, you need hundreds of demon beast cores to do it. Ha! Qin Yi was stunned. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, the tower spirit said with a laugh. Although breaking through is somewhat difficult, each breakthrough is a rebirth. your strength will far surpass that of ordinary cultivators. Everything in this world involves both gain and loss. Qin Yi nodded and said, I understand. In the following days, instead of burying himself in cultivation, Qin Yi quietly entered the Qin Yi mountain range. Qin Yi mountain range. Located about 100 miles outside Qin Yi city, it is a remote and rarely visited place, teeming with fierce beasts and countless dangers. Few cultivators dare to venture in alone. On a small hill within the mountain range, roar! A massive lion, with its bloody maw wide open, engaged in fierce combat with Qin Yi. Boom! Qin Yi activated the 9 revolutions devouring heaven technique, channeling the power of his divine meridians into his fist. With a crisp snap, the beast at the first level of the meridian refining realm was instantly slain. Is it really this simple? Qin Yi was also somewhat astonished. The power of the divine vein was unexpectedly this formidable. Whoosh! Qin Yi extracted the inner core of the vein refining realm lion and then tossed its body into the God-Eater tower. Over the next few days, Qin Yi continuously hunted meridian refining realm demonic beasts. With his current strength, demonic beasts below the 4th level of the meridian refining realm couldn't withstand a single punch from him. Half a month later, he had already hunted over 100 meridian refining realm demonic beasts, accumulating 100 inner cores. God-devouring tower. Qin Yi began absorbing the power of these inner cores. Splash! The inner elixir in hand turned to dust, its power completely absorbed by the divine meridian. Yet, there was no change whatsoever in myself. Continue. In the following time, he absorbed all the hundreds of inner elixirs in one go. However, contrary to his expectations, no heart meridian was yet formed within his body. What's going on? The Qi condensation realm is the most fundamental stage of the 9 martial realms, primarily focused on tempering the physical body and initially absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The meridian refining realm, on the other hand, involves condensing the heart meridian and unblocking all the acupoints throughout the body. The hallmark of stepping into the meridian refinement realm is the consolidation of the heart meridian. I still somewhat underestimated the power of the primordial devouring god bloodline. The tower spirit sighed. According to the progress, you'll probably need to absorb another 1,000 inner cores to complete the breakthrough. Qin Yi, no choice. For the sake of the 1-month agreement, I can only go on a frenzied hunt. Before leaving, he was drawn to the young leopard cub in the god-devouring tower. Ha! Qin Yi was astonished. The skeleton of the sword god Zongmu on the first floor of the god-devouring tower contained immense power, making it impossible even for him to approach. Yet, the young leopard cub not only could get close but also managed to leap onto the head of sword god Zongmu. This little one is no ordinary creature, said the tower spirit. From the moment it was born, it possessed innate divine abilities. Qin Yi was puzzled. The tower spirit said, possessing innate divine abilities means that its ancestors once included an ancient divine beast. This? Qin Yi was astonished. In the heavy snow of the mass graves, a casually picked up leopard turned out to be a descendant of an ancient divine beast. Roar! 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 The baby leopard saw Qin Yi as soon as it was born and had already regarded him as its closest kin. Whoosh! It leaped up onto Qin Yi's shoulder, licking his cheek with its tongue. You little rascal! Qin Yi patted the baby leopard's head lightly before continuing to hunt post-refining realm beasts in the Qin Yi mountain range. Several more days passed. Qin Yi had finally gathered over 1,000 demon beast cores. A broad smile spread across his face. He could finally make his breakthrough. At the 9th level of the Ninzen realm, one could kill a 3rd level post-refining realm demonic beast with a single punch. How strong would he be if he stepped into the post-refining realm? He was looking forward to it. However, just then, he heard the sound of a fight coming from nearby. Ha! After a brief moment of thought, he decided to go and take a look. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. Soon, Qin Yi arrived at the core area of the Qin Yi mountain range, hiding beneath towering ancient trees. At first glance, a woman in green robes was engaged in a fierce battle with a super beast at the refined meridian realm. That is, Qin Yi had read records about the Azure Cloud mountain range, which mentioned that a super beast at the 9th level of the refined meridian realm was said to dwell within. And now, the beast locked in combat with the green-robed woman was unmistakably that very iron-thread leopard. Boom! The iron-thread leopard was too powerful. With a fierce swipe of its massive claws, even the void trembled. The woman in green was no match and was directly blasted away, blood spraying as she instantly lost her ability to fight. Bam! The woman in green's delicate body crashed violently at Qin Yi's feet. Help! The woman in green lowered her eyelids, mastering the last shred of her willpower to speak to Qin Yi. But he had only uttered a single word before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Roar! Before Qin Yi could react, the iron-threaded leopard at the 9th level of the meridian refining realm pounced at him with bared fangs and claws, glaring furiously. The iron-striped leopard had an extremely keen sense of smell and instantly detected the scent of demon beast blood on Qin Yi. Roar! You lowly human! How dare you hunt the demon beasts of my Qin Yi mountain range? You're seeking death! Qin Yi inwardly cursed his misfortune. A 9th level meridian refining iron-striped leopard was far beyond his ability to handle. No way around it. In a moment of desperation, he grabbed the green-robed woman and fled into the devouring god tower. Tower of God devouring. Qin Yi and the tower spirit looked at the green-robed woman lying on the ground. Even though she was injured and unconscious, her stunning beauty was still undeniable. Her long hair cascaded freely, her fair skin tinged with a faint blush. With delicate features, rosy lips, and pearly white teeth, her tall and graceful figure left a breathtaking impression. Her injuries are quite severe. The tower spirit checked and said, a demon beast at the 9th level of the meridian refining realm is far beyond her ability to resist. Forcibly burning her bloodline power has severely damaged her internal organs. Without timely treatment, her life will be in danger. Qin Yi pondered for a moment. He still decided to save the woman in green. Although he despised the current cultivation environment and loathed those who had caused his sister's death. But deep down, he was still a simple and naive young boy. Suddenly, the unconscious woman in green robe spat out blood, her vitality rapidly fading. The last remnants of blood in her body unexpectedly began to self-ignite. Not good. The tower spirit inwardly cursed in alarm. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he removed the woman's garments while turning his head away. Master, her bloodline is self-combusting. Try using the primordial devouring god bloodline to extinguish the flames within her. Snow-white skin came into view. As a young man, Qin Yi felt a bit restless inside. He closed his eyes, not daring to look directly. However, the woman in green was too severely injured, and soon flames engulfed her entire body. At this moment, Qin Yi could no longer afford to hesitate. He sat cross-legged on the ground, lifted her up, and placed his hands against her snow-white skin. Instantly, the terrifying primordial devouring god bloodline surged into the green-robed woman's body. Boom! 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 The primordial devouring god bloodline is hailed as the strongest bloodline of the primordial era, capable of devouring all things in the world. The bloodline of the green-robed woman clearly couldn't withstand it. Hiss! 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 To the naked eye, the self-igniting flames of the green-robed woman gradually extinguished. However, even Qin Yi didn't notice that when the green-clothed woman's blood came into contact with the primordial devouring god's bloodline, A faint glow emanated from the skeletal remains of the Zongmu sword god on the first floor of the god-devouring tower. A moment later, Qin Yi withdrew his hands, and the green-clothed woman's injuries had been brought under control. He randomly picked a piece of clothing and dressed the woman in green. "Is she alright now?" Qin Yi asked. The tower spirit replied, "There's no life-threatening danger, but her injuries are too severe. She won't recover in a short time." The woman in green slightly trembled. Seeing this, Qin Yi hurriedly took her away from the soul-devouring tower. The Tower of Devouring Gods is his greatest secret, and must never be revealed to anyone. At the heart of the Azure Cloud mountain range, Qin Yi had just placed the green-robed woman on the ground when her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her memory still lingered on the fierce battle with the iron-threaded leopard. "You!" The moment she saw Qin Yi, she instinctively curled up her body, adopting a defensive posture. But suddenly, she realized something was wrong. Looking down, she froze in shock. Why was she wearing clothes that weren't her own? "What have you done to me?" A trace of anger appeared on the fair-skinned face of the woman in green. "Miss, please don't misunderstand." Qin Yi waved his hand and quickly explained. After hearing this, the green-robed woman blushed with embarrassment. Her body had been completely seen by this fellow before her. But upon reflection, if he hadn't stepped in bravely to save her, she would likely have died long ago. The green-robed woman tried hard to calm the turmoil in her heart. Then, he raised his head and carefully examined Qin Yi. "My name is Lin Xiuxue. What's yours?" The woman in green parted her crimson lips slightly. "My name is Qin Yi," Qin Yi replied. "Thank you for saving my life. I have nothing to offer in return, but here's a small token of my gratitude." The woman in green took out a wooden sword from her bosom and handed it to Qin Yi. Qin Yi waved his hand, intending to refuse. However, Lin Xiuxue said, "This wooden sword is a family heirloom of mine, extremely precious. For now, I have nothing else to give you. Please take the sword as a token of my debt to you. If one day you present this sword, I will unconditionally help you fulfill wish." Seeing Lin Xiuxue's resolute attitude, Qin Yi nodded and reached out to take the wooden sword. "Miss Xiuxue, where is your home? How did you end up alone in the Qin Yi Mountains?" Qin Yi asked. The Qin Yi mountain range is very close to Qin Yi City, and under normal circumstances, only cultivators from Qin Yi City would come here. Currently, Lin Xiuxue is an outsider. "My home is very far away," Lin Xiuxue happened to say. Suddenly, from the depths of the Qin Yi mountain range, an angry beast's roar echoed. Qin Yi was greatly startled had the iron-threaded leopard discovered him. However, Lin Xiuxue slowly stood up and said with a smile, "It's all right, my people have arrived." In no time, the beast's roar faded, and a white-haired old man appeared before Lin Xiuxue. "Princess, this old man failed in his duty to protect you. I beg for your forgiveness," the white-haired old man said, bowing deeply to Lin Xiuxue. "That vile creature dared to harm you, and I have already slain it." Clang! The massive body of the iron-thread leopard, resembling a small mountain, appeared before Qin Yi. Qin Yi was utterly terrified. This black-robed elder had actually slain the iron-thread leopard, a 9th-level meridian refining realm beast. Could it be that he was a core formation realm powerhouse? Such a powerful person calls Lin Xiuxue a princess. It seems that Lin Xiuxue's family is not ordinary. Although, there's no need to blame yourself. I'm fine, Lin Xiuxue said as she walked up to Qin Yi. I'll leave this iron-threaded leopard to you. I must be going now. Perhaps we'll meet again. Old Zhou finally noticed Qin Yi, and upon seeing the wooden sword in his hand, his brows furrowed deeply. Princess. Lin Xiuxue waved her hand to stop him. He saved my life. I owe him a favor. But how will you explain this to the family? Old Joe was perplexed. Old Joe, let's go. Lin Xiuxue was a bit angry. Seeing this, Old Joe didn't say anything more. He gave Qin Yi a meaningful glance before turning and disappearing. Inside the God-devouring tower, Qin Yi threw the iron-fed leopard's corpse onto the ground. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, the young leopard cub charged forward, biting and tearing wildly. If you like it, go ahead and eat it, Qin Yi said with a laugh. Afterward, he told the tower spirit about Lin Xiaoshu's matter. Humph, no matter what family it is, they are definitely not as powerful as you, master, said the tower spirit. You are the master of the God-devouring tower, after all. Boss! Suddenly, the wooden sword in Qin Yi's hand began to tremble violently. Meanwhile, far away on the earth, the skeletal remains of the sword god Zongmu also began to tremble violently, as if responding to each other across the distance. Qin Yi was greatly shocked. The tower spirit frowned. Could it be that the young girl is a descendant of the Zongmu sword god? Whoosh! The wooden sword slipped from Qin Yi's hand and flew before the skeletal remains of the Zongmu sword god. The hilt moved slightly, as if bowing. Afterwards, the wooden sword was thrust into the crevice before the skeleton. Boom! The divine wooden sword seemed to come alive, as a dazzling sword light surged from his body. The terrifyingly extreme power of swordsmanship, centered around the Kuraki sword god, swept through the entire first floor of the God-devouring tower. Faintly, as if a single sword sought to cleave heaven and earth, on the vast land, a withered skeleton sat in stillness. 10,000 sword lights filled the firmament. There seems to be a sword that pierces through past, present, and future. Divine Sword Zongmu. Qin Yi was shocked. The divine sword Zongmu had long perished, leaving only a withered skeleton behind. Why would it unleash countless sword raze? What is going on here? The tower spirit nearby gazed thoughtfully at the wooden sword thrust before the remains of the Zongmu sword god, as if recalling something. Across the vast and boundless land, who shall reign supreme? I wield a sword that annihilates the void. The ancient and solemn voice of the Zongmu sword god echoed through the first level of the God-devouring tower. Boss! In an instant, terrifying sword lights crisscrossed the air. The divine sword master of Zongmu suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the wooden sword before him as he slowly reached out to grasp it. In that fleeting moment, the heavens and earth trembled. The blazing fire sword, I never thought I'd see you again after endless ages. The divine sword master Zongmu seemed to have met an old comrade in arms, a relieved smile appearing on his face. However, he soon realized, this wooden sword is not the Li sword. No, you are not the Li sword. The divine sword master Zongmu's expression was complicated. You are an imitation of the Li sword, but why does your body carry the aura of my bloodline? Qin Yi was dumbfounded. Zongmu, the sword god, was the supreme master of swordsmanship who suppressed all realms of the heavens and was revered by later generations as the god of swords. His personal sword was none other than the ancient treasure, the Li fire sword. Unexpectedly, the wooden sword given to him by Lin Xiuxue turned out to be a replica of the Li fire sword. Moreover, this replica wooden sword also contained the bloodline aura of the sword god of Zongmu. Could it be? Considering all the previous clues, Qin Yi made a bold speculation. Lin Xiuxue was very likely a descendant of the sword god Zongmu. Boom! A cold light shot from the eyes of the sword god Zongmu as he stood up and looked at Qin Yi. Where did you obtain this wooden sword? He sensed no trace of his own bloodline aura on Qin Yi, indicating that the young man was not his descendant. Senior sword god, Qin Yi hurriedly explained, this wooden sword was given to me by a girl named Lin Xiuxue as a token of gratitude for saving her life. Upon hearing this, the sword god of Zongmu's eyes flickered, Lin Xiuxue. He muttered to himself, isn't Lin his own surname? A look of excitement spread across his face. Back when he had fallen, he thought his descendants would be completely wiped out. Never expected. There were still bloodline descendants alive in this world. Ha 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 ha. The Zongmu sword god laughed heartily. The tower spirit nearby curled its lips and said impatiently, Sword god Zongmu, since you've already awakened, it's perfect timing. This is the new master of the god-devouring tower. Pass on your sword techniques to him. Hearing this, sword god Zongmu was inwardly shaken, and his gaze toward Qin Yi grew complicated. He understood better than anyone the terror of the god-devouring tower. Yet the person before me was actually the master of the god-devouring tower. Most crucially, he seemed to have some connection with my descendants. Boss! The divine sword master Zongmu flicked his wrist, and the mark on his forehead detached before merging into the wooden sword. The next moment, the wooden sword returned to normal and floated before Qin Yi. This wooden sword contains the essence of my life's work. If you can return it to my bloodline descendants, I will pass on my ultimate techniques to you, said the divine sword master Zongmu, his expression slightly dimmed. Back in the day, he was so glorious. Yet, in the end, he couldn't withstand the ravages of time. Now, only a wisp of lingering thought remains, briefly awakening before vanishing completely into the world. All he could do was pass on his legacy to his descendants as best he could. Qin Yi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. If I happen to meet Miss Lin Xiuxue, I will definitely return the wooden sword to her. Please rest assured, sword god. The Zongmu sword god smiled faintly. Then, he strode across the vast land. With a flick of his finger, a brilliant beam of light shot forth, coalescing into countless dazzling sword rays in the void, crisscrossing and intertwining in a breathtaking display. At my level, everything in the world can be a sword. As long as one carries the sword in their heart, they are invincible. While explaining his understanding of the sword path, the divine sword master Zongmu demonstrated his renowned sword technique, the blazing fire sword art. Boom! In the sky, the scorching flames transformed into a surging sea of fire, with the Zongmu sword god standing amidst it, like a divine sword descended from heaven. At this moment, he achieved the unity of man and sword, reaching the highest realm of swordsmanship. Whoosh! Suddenly, his figure flashed, his fingers pinched, and with a finger's radiance replacing the sword's gleam, the blazing fire sword technique was slowly unleashed. Master, the blazing fire sword art of sword god Zongmu consists of 3 strikes in total, said the tower spirit. The first strike, when mastered to perfection, can unleash 100 dawn wave of flames. The second strike can unleash 1,000 dawn wave of flames. As for the third strike, Qin Yi was curious how powerful was the third strike. The third strike can unleash a 10,000 dawn wave of flames. However, after sword god Zongmu, no one has been able to master the blazing fire sword art. In short, cultivating the blazing fire sword art requires exceptionally formidable talent in the sword path. When the divine sword master Zongmu unleashed his third strike, heaven and earth transformed into a sea of flames, surging and raging. Waves of fire, towering thousands of feet high, rushed into the distance like comets. Boom! The fiery waves crashed onto the earth, instantly causing the entire god-devouring tower to tremble. Whew! Qin Yi's heart was overwhelmed with shock. Was this the legendary Zongmu sword god who once dominated an entire era? Isn't this just too powerful? As the Zongmu sword god came to a halt, the sea of flames vanished along with him. He looked at Qin Yi and said, "Don't be disheartened. Even a swordplay genius couldn't master it just by watching once." But the restlessness in Qin Yi's heart compelled him to pick up the wooden sword without thinking. Whoosh! He began practicing the blazing fire sword technique by imitating the movements. At first, Every swing of his sword was full of glaring flaws, making even the sword Saint Kuroki shake his head in disapproval. Not the material for sword cultivation. However, as time passed, Qin Yi's understanding of the blazing fire sword technique grew increasingly profound. The divine vein in his chest radiated endless rays of light, imprinting in his mind the scenes of the Zangmu sword god performing the blazing fire sword technique, replaying them over and over again. The primordial devouring god bloodline also began to surge rapidly. Qin Yi suddenly entered a state of enlightenment. The next moment, a single man with a single sword, roaming freely between heaven and earth. The sword god of Zangmu froze for a moment, then stared at Qin Yi in disbelief. He actually cleaved 100 dawn wave of flames with a single sword strike. How is this possible? The tower spirit grinned. Everything was within his expectations. The power of the primordial devouring god bloodline isn't merely about devouring bloodlines, it enhances the master's talents comprehensively. Qin Yi wanted to strike with a second sword, and while he could still swing it, the flames wouldn't reach 1,000 dawn. Alas! After stopping his cultivation, he shook his head slightly, a hint of regret in his expression. How did I do, sword god? Qin Yi asked. Sword god Zangmu. The tower spirit said, not bad, barely managed to master the first sword. I'll do my best, Qin Yi said earnestly. The voice of the divine sword Zangmu trembled slightly. Young friend, if my descendants ever face danger in the future, I hope you can look after them. Finished speaking. Sword Saint Kuroki flicked his finger, and from within his skeletal remains, a transparent sword-shaped object floated out, directly entering Qin Yi's mind. This is the sacred artifact of Sword Dao, the innate sword seed. The god-devouring tower returned to normal, and the withered bones of the Zangmu sword god still sat cross-legged on the vast earth. The only change was that his wide-open eyes had closed. Presumably, he had entrusted his final wish to Qin Yi, allowing himself to rest in peace completely. Boss! Although the divine sword master Zangmu had completely perished, before his lingering thoughts dissipated, he bestowed the innate sword seed upon Qin Yi. At this moment, Qin Yi, in his mind, a sword-shaped object hovered, crystal clear and exuding a vast aura of sword intent. What is this? Qin Yi could clearly sense that this sword-shaped object had elevated his comprehension of the sword path to an entirely new level. This is a sacred relic of the sword path, the innate sword seed. The tower spirit bowed slightly toward the Zangmu sword god as a sign of respect. For those heroes who cultivate for the sake of all beings, they deserve the respect of everyone. Afterward, the tower spirit explained, the sword seed, as the name suggests, is the seed of the sword path. With this seed, one can shine brilliantly in the way of the sword. There are two types of sword seeds in the world. The first is the ordinary sword seed. The second is the innate sword seed. Ordinary sword seeds are derived from cultivation in later life, where one's attainments in the sword path reach an unimaginable level, making it possible to evolve a sword seed. To possess a sword seed is to stand at the pinnacle of the sword path. Yet, an innate sword seed cannot be artificially created, it is something a cultivator is born with. Across the myriad realms of existence, only the Zangmu sword god has ever possessed an innate sword seed. And he, in the end, became a revered sword god of his generation. There are only two ways to obtain the innate sword seed. The first is through symbiosis. The second is through bestowal. Qin Yi belonged to the latter category, as the Zangmu sword god bestowed upon him the innate sword seed. The innate sword seed had already acknowledged him as its master, becoming deeply imprinted within his flesh and blood. From that moment onward, he too became a possessor of the innate sword seed. After hearing the tower spirit's explanation, Qin Yi was astonished, never expecting the Zangmu sword god to have bestowed upon him something so precious. The innate sword seed. With a thought, he activated the innate sword seed. In an instant, the wooden sword trembled, erupting with a sound like thunder. Immediately, Qin Yi involuntarily unleashed the blazing fire sword technique. Whoosh! A single sword strike unleashed 100 dawn wave of flames. Qin Yi continued with a second slash. In an instant, the 100 dawn wave of flames surged forth, sweeping across the entire first level of the God-Devouring Tower. Boom! 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 The deafening sound reverberated across the sky. The flames surged thousands of feet high. Seeing this, the tower spirit sighed in admiration, truly worthy of being a sacred artifact of the sword path. How extraordinary! Qin Yi wanted to unleash a third strike, but no matter how he swung the wooden sword, the flames remained at 9,000 feet. Afterwards, Qin Yi began to frantically practice the blazing fire sword technique. With the help of the innate sword seed, his mastery of the sword path reached an unimaginable level in a short period of time. The blazing fire sword technique was just one step away from mastering the third sword. I wonder how powerful I'd be if I went all out now. With a thought, Qin Yi left the God-Devouring Tower. As his consciousness expanded, he released just a hint of his aura, which immediately attracted dozens of vain, refining realm demon beasts. Roar! These vain, refining realm demon beasts opened their bloody mouths and began to encircle him. Whoosh! Qin Yi held a wooden sword and swiftly swung it once. Crack! 100 dawn wave of flames instantly reduced the nearby vain, refining realm demon beasts to ashes. Then, he swung the sword a second time. 1,000 dawn wave of flames engulfed and burned the entire Qin Yi mountain range. Roar! Countless demonic beasts, sensing the fear of death, roared in fury and fled in panic. Ha! Qin Yi had just stopped when he suddenly spotted two familiar figures deep within the Qin Yi mountain range. In an instant, his expression turned icy cold. Qin Tianhu! Qin Tianhu, the second son of the Qin family. Whoosh! Qin Yi dashed forward in a single stride, reaching the deepest part of the mountain range. Not long ago, disciples from the clan sent back news that someone had seen Qin Yi entering the Qin Yi mountain range. To avenge his son, Qin Tianhu personally entered the Qin Yi mountain range in search of Qin Yi. Unexpectedly, Qin Yi wasn't found, but instead, many post-refining realm demonic beasts were encountered. After a fierce battle, they were ultimately slain. Such a huge commotion. The massive disturbance in the Qin Yi mountain range caught Qin Tianhu's attention. With a cold expression, he quickly took cover beneath a towering tree. However, Qin Yi arrived gracefully, his cold eyes brimming with boundless killing intent. Qin Yi, is it you? At the first sight of Qin Yi, Qin Tianhu erupted in fury. Indeed, it's me. Qin Yi didn't give Qin Tianhu a chance to strike, immediately unleashing the blazing fire sword technique. Whoosh! With two consecutive slashes, 1,000-foot wave of flames enveloped Qin Tianhu. Condense for me. Qin Tianhu opened the acupoints within his body, releasing all his power in an instant, leaping out of the fiery waves and staring coldly at Qin Yi. When did you start cultivating the sword path? Qin Yi remained silent, slashing out another sword strike. Seeking death. Qin Tianhu sneered. It was only because of elderly from the immortal sect that you survived this long. Today, you will surely die. Boom! Qin Tianhu unleashed his strongest power, aiming to instantly kill Qin Yi. However, the innate sword seed within Qin Yi's mind emitted a resounding roar. The next instant, Qin Yi lightly swung the wooden sword in his hand forward. Instantly, the flames surged wildly, expanding to 9,000 dawn in the blink of an eye. Boom! 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 The scorching flames swept across the entire Qin Yi mountain range, forcing Qin Tianhu to retreat repeatedly. How is this possible? Qin Tianhu widened his eyes, staring fixedly at Qin Yi. His heavenly veins had clearly been taken away, yet not only did his strength not disappear, it had instead grown even stronger. Qin Tianhu exerted all his effort, but it was to no avail. No! Qin Yi, I'm your second uncle, you can't kill me. Facing imminent death, Qin Tianhu had no choice but to beg for mercy. As long as you spare me, I'll let you take charge of the Qin family. I'll speak to the old master. Too late. Qin Yi said coldly. At the moment his sister died, the Qin family had already been added to his kill list. The power of the blazing fire sword technique was too strong, and with the addition of the innate sword seed, even 10 of him would not be Qin Yi's match. The wooden sword slashed through Qin Tianhu's throat, and his head rolled to the ground. Bring Qin Tianhu's head back to the devouring god tower, and then Qin Yi took out over 1,000 demon beast cores, focusing on his breakthrough. Boom! 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 After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the power of all the cores was completely absorbed by him. Then, near the position of his heart, spiritual roots began to form one after another. The hallmark of the post-refining realm is the condensation of spiritual roots. Spiritual roots are divided into varying grades. Normally, breakthroughs result in 3 spiritual roots, while those with 6 are considered peerless prodigies. As for those with 9 spiritual roots, they exist only in legends to this day. But after Qin Yi broke through to the meridian refining realm, the spiritual roots in his chest continuously condensed. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, 9 spiritual roots manifested. Qin Yi's breathing became rapid. However, it wasn't over yet. The divine veins manifested, releasing endless radiant light that enveloped the 9 spiritual roots, helping him condense a 10th spiritual root. 10 spiritual roots. Boom! Qin Yi's mind was blown. What? His eyes widened, and his heart was overwhelmed with shock. 9 spiritual roots were already legendary, yet he had actually condensed 10 spiritual roots. Could it be because of his divine meridians? Shocked for a long time, Qin Yi finally regained his composure. With a thought, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth continuously poured into his body. The 10 spiritual roots frantically absorbed the spiritual energy, then channeled it to his heart. He felt his body brimming with immense power. The divine pulse manifests, a warm current circulating throughout the body. Is this the pulse-refining realm? Qin Yi murmured to himself. It seemed like just yesterday, a month ago, he was still a cripple whose celestial pulse had been extracted. Now, he transformed into a true meridian refining realm expert. Moreover, he had condensed an unprecedented 10 spiritual roots. This meant he had broken the historical record of the cultivation world, becoming an unprecedented meridian refining realm cultivator. Will! He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. The tower spirit remained remarkably calm. You are the master of the God-devouring tower. What are 10 spiritual roots? If you could fully control the God-devouring tower, even the cosmos would lie beneath your feet. Hearing this, Qin Yi grinned. Ha ha ha! The young leopard cub leaped onto his shoulder and licked Qin Yi's face with its tongue. Qin Yi was also quite fond of the young leopard cub. If not for its mother, he would never have obtained the ancient treasure, the God-devouring tower, nor would he have been able to turn his fortunes around. The 1-month deadline is approaching, and he possessed sufficient strength to avenge his sister. He raised his head, gazing at the vast land, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Qinyong City, the Qin family residence. Qin Tianhu's life-token shattered, shaking the entire Qin family. Qin Tianlong could no longer sit still, suspecting it was most likely Qin Yi's doing. However, old Master Qin Jinja, remained remarkably composed. He sat in the Grand Master's chair and spoke with an aged, feeble voice. Tianlong and Tianhu's deaths were most likely caused by encountering powerful demonic beasts in the Qin Yi mountain range. Qin Yi's heavenly vein was dug out even if he recovers his cultivation, so what? How could a mere Qi condensation realm cultivator like him possibly contend against someone in the meridian refining realm? But, Father, I've been feeling a bit unsettled lately, Qin Tianlong said. Qin Jinze waved his hand. By my calculations, Su should be returning soon, right? Upon hearing the name Qin Su, Qin Tianlong finally showed a smile on his face. Su will arrive today, Qin Tianlong said. At the gates of Qin City, dressed in white robes, Qin Yi stepped into the city one step at a time, holding a wooden sword. Gazing toward the Qin family estate, his killing intent surged. Blood for blood. You will pay for my sister's death with your lives. With that said, Qin Yi walked straight towards the Qin family mansion. The originally quiet Qin city instantly erupted with excitement due to Qin Yi's appearance. Everyone was exclaiming in surprise. Qin Yi actually dared to come to the appointment. Does he not want to live anymore? Is this guy crazy? Is he here for the 1-month agreement with Qin Su? Humph, what a fool. Qin Su was taken in by the immortal sect, and a month is enough for him to reach the meridian refining realm. He's just asking for death. Of course. There were also some people who sensed a dramatic transformation in the aura emanating from Qin Yi. I always feel like the old Qin Yi has returned. Don't worry about so much, just enjoy the show. Very soon, the news of Qin Yi's return to Qin City quickly spread. Upon hearing this, the Qin family was utterly furious. Especially Qin Tianlong, who took the lead, rallying the powerful figures in an attempt to slay Qin Yi. The other two major families, meanwhile, watched from the sidelines. Boom! Just as Qin Yi arrived in front of the Qin family estate, Qin Tianlong emerged from within, leading a group of elders. Qin Yi, how dare you come back? Qin Tianlong roared angrily. Why wouldn't I dare? Qin Yi retorted. Humph, a month ago, Su showed mercy and spared your life. Who would have thought you'd have the audacity to return and seek death? Qin Tianlong's ugly nature was laid bare for all to see. Qin Yi raised his wooden sword energy surging around him. Kill! With a low shout, the wooden sword in his hand sliced through the air, unleashing a series of dazzling sword beams. Seeking death. Seeing this, before Qin Tianlong could act, the elders took the initiative to strike. However, before they could even get close to Qin Yi, their heads were pierced by the terrifying sword energy. In an instant, several heads rolled on the ground. The onlookers stood dumbfounded. Slaying dozens of first-level meridian refining elders with a single sword strike, how absurd is that? Could it be the former prodigy of Qin City has returned? Someone murmured to themselves. Qin Tianlong frowned, sensing that Qin Yi's strength had significantly increased compared to a month ago. To avoid complications, he decided to strike immediately. Whoosh! The Qin family's blade technique was unparalleled in the world. Qin Tianlong's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the meridian refining realm, making him one of the top-tier experts in Qin City. However, Qin Yi completed his transformation, with 10 spiritual roots manifesting, unleashing an utterly terrifying power that spread out. He didn't even need to utilize the innate sword seed in his mind. With the first sword strike, 100 dawn wave of flames surged. With the second sword strike, 1,000 dawn wave of flames roared. Boom! 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 The flames spread, instantly engulfing Qin Tianlong in a sea of fire. Family head! The elders cried out in shock at the sight. However, but Qin Tianlong snorted coldly, "Break for me." He wielded his battle blade, slashing repeatedly at the waves of fire, but to no avail. It seemed his strength was about to be completely exhausted. How is this possible? Qin Tianlong couldn't fathom why Qin Yi had become so powerful. "Father, save me." At the brink of life and death, Qin Tianlong cried for help. "Boss!" A terrifying ripple spread out from the depths of the Qin family's mansion. Old Master Qin Jinja stepped through the air, arriving. Leaning on his cane, his back slightly hunched, yet no one in Qingyun City dared to overlook Old Master Qin. It was said that in his youth, he had once stepped into the Yuandan realm. But due to a mission that left him severely injured, his cultivation level plummeted to the meridian refining realm. An overwhelming aura radiated from him as his icy gaze fixed on Qin Yi. "You wretched beast, are you seeking death?" Facing Qin Jinja, the strongest in Qingyun City, Qin Yi shrugged, fearless. "I will make your Qin family pay with their lives for my sister. The Qin family will pay with their lives." What a bold statement! "Who do you think you are?" Qin Jinja said coldly, rubbing his cane as power gathered within him. "It seems that after years of seclusion, the world has forgotten the fear of being dominated by me." "Kill!" Right in front of Qin Jinja, Qin Yi flicked his wrist, sending the wooden sword flying into the sea of flames. With lightning speed, it pierced through Qin Tianlong's skull. "Tianlong!" Qin Jinja gnashed his teeth in fury, roaring with rage. Both of his sons were dead. Seeing Qin Jinja in such grief, Qin Yi grew even colder. Recalling the past, when his father Qin Tianbao died, Qin Jinja had remained composed, showing not a hint of sorrow. And now, with Qin Tianlong and Qin Tianhu dying one after another, he was in unbearable agony. Some people are born to be fathers, while others are unworthy of being fathers. "Cry now, for soon you won't be able to," Qin Yi said coldly. Qin Tianlong's blood was boiling. He was determined to avenge his son. From the distant horizon, a dazzling blade light streaked across the sky and earth. "Qin Yi, you're courting death." Qin Su's voice, like rolling thunder, came from a great distance. Qin Jinja gripped his cane, his blood and chi surging, his fury reaching the heavens. Back then, they hadn't exterminated Qin Yi completely. Who would have thought he'd dare to return to Qingyun City alone to seek revenge? Boom! At the same time, an aura so terrifying it sent shivers through the soul pierced through heaven and earth. And then, an unimaginable blade light tore through space, shooting into Qingyun City at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Boom! Qin Yi wielded a wooden sword, swinging it to parry. With a snap, the blade's gleam shattered. Qin Su, clad in armor, returned from the immortal sect. "Qin Yi, you're courting death." The 1-month deadline had arrived. Qin Su had initially thought that Qin Yi, terrified out of his wits, would have long since gone into hiding. Who would have thought he would dare to kill a member of the Qin family? "Cer, kill him!" Old Master Qin Jinja, upon seeing Qin Su's return, was overwhelmed with excitement. He could clearly sense that Qin Su had already stepped into the meridian refining realm. Moreover, with the resources of the immortal sect at his disposal, it wouldn't be long before he became the strongest in the history of the Qin family. As long as Qin Su is here, the Qin family can rise. Boom! Upon seeing the corpse of his father, Qin Tianlong, Qin Su's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with extreme fury. "You damn bastard, I'll tear you to pieces." Qin Su roared in rage. Qin Yi shrugged and said coldly, "How does heartbreak feel?" Back in the day, his own sister Qin Xian had only wanted to help him restore his meridians by stealing a single pill, yet they found an excuse to beat her to death. The feeling of losing a loved one is truly agonizing. Now, Qin Yi wanted Qin Su to experience this same taste of despair. Crack! Qin Su gripped his battle blade, his entire aura surging, with the 6 spiritual roots on his chest emitting a dazzling glow. "Do you think that just because you've regained your cultivation, you can challenge me?" Qin Su looked down at Qin Yi from above. "Before you stole my heavenly vein, would you have dared to speak to me like this? Qin Yi retorted. At that time, Qin Yi was a renowned super genius in Qin City. Qin Su had no choice but to follow Qin Yi like a lapdog, groveling at his feet. You! Seizing the heavenly vein was the stain of Qin Su's life, and he would not allow anyone to mention it. Not even the parties involved were permitted. Heaven's vein is born to choose the best. It's simply wasted on you. With me, I can make it shine even brighter. As he spoke, he directly unleashed the heaven's vein. With the help of the heavenly blade sex experts, the heaven's vein had completely merged with him, showing no rejection whatsoever. Boom! 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 The emergence of the heaven's vein caused Qin Su's aura to surge once again. Although he had just stepped into the meridian refining realm with only the first level of cultivation, yet his aura was comparable to that of the third level of the meridian refining realm. This was the formidable power brought by the heavenly meridian. What do you have to fight me with? At this moment, Qin Su displayed an unstoppable power. Within Qin City, numerous onlookers gasped in astonishment. Qin Su's innate talent was already formidable, and with the heavenly vein, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Truly worthy of an immortal sect, to achieve such improvement after just 1 month of cultivation. The former top talent among the younger generation of Qin City versus the current top talent, who knows who will win. Meanwhile, the other 2 major families lurk in the shadows, watching the fire from across the river. Li Guang, clad in black robes, asked his father, "Father, should our Li family intervene?" The head of the Li family shook his head. How to intervene? Help Qin Yi? The Li family wanted to purchase Qin Xinu's corpse to arrange a ghost marriage for their deceased young master, but they were thwarted by Qin Yi, leading to failure. They also harbored resentment toward Qin Yi in their hearts, so naturally, they couldn't side with him. As for helping the Qin family, the Qin family has Qin Su and the elder Qin Jingjia holding the fort. A mere Qin Yi can't turn the world upside down. Just watch, the Li family had said calmly. On the contrary, the Murong family, the weakest of the 3 great families, had a different opinion. Their family has been bullied by the other 2 major families. If they successfully form an alliance, the Murong family will surely be destroyed. Rather than this, it's better to take a desperate risk. I think this Qin Yi must have inherited the legacy of some peerless powerhouse, or he has someone powerful backing him. Murong Chiu, the top talent among the younger generation of the Murong family, pondered. The head of the Murong family nodded. Even after having his heavenly vein extracted, he still possesses such combat power, slaying Qin Tianlong with a single strike, proving he is no weaker than Qin Su. Father, it's easy to add flowers to brocade, but hard to send charcoal in snowy weather. The choice is yours. Murong Chiu also understood his father's meaning. Boom! In front of the Qin family residence, a fierce battle erupted in an instant. Qin Su wielded his battle blade, unleashing the Tiandao Sex ultimate technique, severing blade art. With a single slash, a terrifying shockwave filled the sky. Seeing this, Qin Yi also unleashed the blazing fire sword technique. This was a duel between the way of the blade and the way of the sword. Boom! 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 Deafening sounds echoed across the sky as their figures flickered, their weapons clashing and intertwining, the rapid shifts between offense and defense dazzling to behold. Yet anyone with discerning eyes could see. Qin Yi, with just a wooden sword, was actually able to withstand the mystic great battle blade in Qin Su's hands, an utterly astonishing feat. Kill them all! Qin Su let out a low shout, wildly executing the severing blade technique, slashing hundreds of times in rapid succession. In an instant, the sky was filled with crisscrossing blade lights. Qin Su controlled these lights, fiercely hacking toward Qin Yi, who dodged sideways before thrusting his wooden sword like lightning toward Qin Su's palm. Qin Su retreated a few steps, merging the hundreds of blade lights into one colossal strike, infused with boundless blade energy, and slashed forward. Bam! Blazing sword art is the signature technique of the Zangmu sword god. Based on the blazing sword and rooted in flames, the two combine to form a scorching domain of fiery waves. Whoosh! Qin Yi slashed out 3 consecutive sword strikes. Terrifying waves of flame erupted from the tip of the wooden sword, instantly reaching a height of 9,000 zhang. This is the strongest sword technique Qin Yi can currently perform. Thud! 9,000 zhang of flaming waves, carrying the power to incinerate everything, instantly engulfed Qin Su. Crack! The massive blade light condensed by Qin Su shattered into pieces the moment it touched the 9,000 zhang flaming waves. He was also severely injured by the terrifying flames and sent flying backward. Bam! Qin Su, the immortal sect disciple, had actually been defeated. Everyone was dumbfounded, and the entire Qingyun city fell into dead silence. Cer! Old Master Qin Jingzha was horrified and rushed to Qin Su's side with lightning speed, shielding him protectively. Boss! After the flames dissipated, a dark figure stood towering between heaven and earth. He held a wooden sword, as if the sword god had descended to the mortal world. Qin Yi. He actually defeated Qin Su, who was at the meridian refining realm. Utterly unbelievable. Qin Su's throat moved as he spat out a mouthful of blood, then struggled to stand up, his crimson eyes fixed fiercely on Qin Yi. Fine, very well. You've forced my hand. Boom! Qin Su focused his will, and the 6 spiritual roots in his chest shimmered with multicolored radiance. His aura surged instantly. I'll make you understand that the gap between the Qi condensation realm and the meridian refining realm is an insurmountable chasm you can never cross. Qin Yi sneered contemptuously at the sight. Trash with a 6-path spirit root dares to speak such arrogant words. Trash! Everyone was stunned. For an ordinary person, condensing 3 spiritual roots is already extremely difficult. Yet Qin Su actually managed to condense 6 spiritual roots. This is absolutely a peerless prodigy. However, Qin Yi called it trash. Heh! Qin Su wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, removed the tattered armor from his body, and flashed a mocking smile. If my 6 spiritual roots are trash, then tell me, Qin Yi, how many spiritual roots do you have? Qin Jingzha also stared coldly at Qin Yi. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Yi directly unleashed 9 spiritual roots. Boss! With multicolored radiance swirling around his body, the 9 spiritual roots could be clearly seen resting quietly on Qin Yi's chest. What? The entire Qingyun city was in an uproar. 9 spiritual roots. The legendary 9 spiritual roots. Qin Su rubbed his eyes vigorously, staring at Qin Yi in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even within the Heavenly Blade sect, only the chief disciple possesses 9 spiritual roots. How could Qin Yi possibly refine 9 spiritual roots? Still think your 6 spiritual roots are impressive now. Qin Yi not only defeated Qin Su with his strength, but also humiliated him with words, leaving him utterly defeated. Qin Su shook his head, unable to accept this fact. A trace of terror also flashed in old man Qin Jingxia's eyes. With 9 spiritual roots, if one does not perish prematurely, they are destined to become a Yuan-Dan realm expert in the future, or even stronger. Even if it costs me my life today, I will never let Qin Yi leave Qingyun city alive. Ah! Qin Su was greatly provoked. He roared in fury, his face twisted with rage, and directly manifested his celestial vein above his head. The moment the celestial vein appeared, everyone could feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth madly converging upon it. Is this the legendary celestial vein? Everyone widened their eyes, staring intently at the heavenly vein. So what if you have 9 spiritual roots? I possess the heavenly vein. Qin Su revealed his most powerful asset, the heavenly vein. Boom! 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 The aura around Qin Yi surged continuously as he sought to harness the power of the heavenly vein to utterly annihilate Qin Yi. The art of the broken blade. With a furious roar from Qin Yi, he once again wielded his battle blade, unleashing the ultimate technique of the heavenly blade set. However, this time, with the aid of the heavenly vein and the power contained within his 6 spiritual roots, the explosive force sent even the elite warriors of the other 2 great families staggering back. A terrifying aura swirled around Qin Yi, forming a vortex of dreadful spiritual energy. With every step he took, the spiritual energy vortex grew stronger. Die! Qin Yi let out a low shout and unleashed his most powerful slash. Qin Yi sneered. Is the heavenly vein that powerful? I once thought so too. Until the primordial devouring god bloodline helped me condense a divine vein. Only then did he realize that even a heavenly vein was nothing but trash. Kill! He could never forget the scene of his sister's tragic death. The root cause of all this was Qin Yi, who had stolen his heavenly vein. Just as he had said before, I can give the heavenly vein, but you cannot take it by force. Boss! Qin Yi activated his divine vein, releasing boundless radiant light, instantly suppressing Qin Yi's heavenly vein completely. Boom! Riding the spiritual energy vortex and launching a fatal strike at Qin Yi, Qin Yi suddenly realized in horror that the heavenly vein had lost its connection with him. Rip! The spiritual energy vortex instantly shattered into pieces, and the terrifying power within the battle blade was drained in an instant. Qin Yi was greatly alarmed and frantically urged his heavenly vein into action, but to no avail. He also saw that cracks had actually appeared on the heavenly vein and were continuously growing larger. How is this possible? Qin Yi cried out in shock. How could the heavenly vein shatter? He looked up at Qin Yi. Was this your doing? Boom! Qin Yi ignored Qin Yi and continued to activate the divine vein. In an instant, the heavenly vein was utterly unable to withstand this terrifying force and shattered into fragments. Splash! The celestial vein shattered, leaving a brilliant mark upon the ground. Qin Yi spat blood, severely wounded, and crashed heavily to the ground, losing all ability to fight. The battle blade in his hand had long since corroded and shattered. No! Qin Yi's hysterical roar echoed as he struggled to pick up the heavenly vein mark. As long as the mark remained, the heavenly vein could be reforged. However, Qin Yi gave him no chance, slashing out with his sword. Boom! The terrifying wave of flames instantly engulfed Qin Yi. Old Master Qin Yi was stunned by this sudden turn of events. He jolted in shock and immediately roared, Qin Yi, don't harm Qin Yi. Without hesitation, Old Master Qin Yi stepped directly in front of Qin Yi. He is your cousin, you can't kill him. At this point, Old Master Qin Yi also realized that Qin Yi's strength was too terrifying, and likely no one in Qingyun City could match him. There was no choice but to use his old face to beg Qin Yi to spare Qin Yi. Can't kill him. Qin Yi sneered, when you killed my sister, did you ever think that she was also your own granddaughter? Ah! Amid the flames, Qin Yi let out a painful scream as his vitality rapidly faded. Seeing Qin Yi's resolute attitude, Old Master Qin Yi gritted his teeth, burned his vital essence, and charged into the flames, pulling Qin Yi out with one hand. But by this time, Qin Yi had long lost his former brilliance and was nearly charred to death. Cer! Old Master Qin Yi wept bitterly, his hatred for Qin Yi reaching its peak. Qin Yi, how could you be so cruel? The Qin family raised you from childhood, yet you would deal such a heavy blow to them. Qin Yi's heart remained calm. The moment his sister died, the Qin family was no longer his home. Whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, the wooden sword sliced through the air. Qin Yi's head rolled to the ground. Ah! Qin Yi completely fell into madness, attacking Qin Yi with frenzied violence. And at this moment, in the distant horizon, a dark figure was approaching Qin City at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Qin Su, you must hold on. This person was none other than Elder Li from the Heavenly Blade sect. Not long ago, when Qin Su was defeated by Qin Yi, the former sensed something amiss and secretly sent a message to Elder Li. Whoosh! 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 By the time Elder Li arrived, Qin Su had already been killed. Damn it! Elder Li's fury surged to the heavens, his teeth clenched as he glared at Qin Yi. Daring to kill a disciple of the Heavenly Blade sect, you're seeking death. Boom! Elder Li also joined the battlefield, joining forces with Elder Qin Jinja to encircle and attack Qin Yi. At this moment, the Li family had also stepped forward. Qin Yi has committed numerous atrocities and harmed his own kin. He deserves to die. My Li family is willing to stand with the Qin family through thick and thin. With that, the Li family had prepared to join the battlefield. Family head Li, this is an internal matter of the Qin family. I advise you not to interfere, said the Murong family head, who had been waiting for an opportunity. Now that the time was ripe, he blocked the path of the Li family members, making his stance clear. Does your Murong family want to save Qin Yi? The Li family head asked coldly. The Murong family head shrugged. Our Murong family won't interfere in the Qin family's internal affairs. The Li family head looked up and glanced at the battlefield. With two veteran meridian refining experts surrounding Qin Yi, his death was certain. Good, very good. Let's see how your Murong family plans to establish itself in Qin City after offending both our families. Boom! Elder Li of the Heavenly Blade sect possesses immense strength, having already reached the half-step Yuandan realm. Qin Jinza alone was manageable for Qin Yi, but with Elder Li joining the fray, the situation became considerably more challenging. Boom! Surrounded by the two, Qin Yi kept retreating. Qin Yi continuously activated the blazing fire sword technique, swinging his wooden sword repeatedly. Brilliant sword lights crisscrossed in all directions as he tried to force the two back. After all, Qin Jinja was elderly and his cultivation had declined. The moment he let his dart down, Qin Yi's sword struck him, severing an arm instantly as blood sprayed. Damn it! At this moment, he felt no pain, his mind consumed entirely by hatred. His son, his grandson all had died at the hands of Qin Yi. Even if it cost him his life, he would have his revenge. Kill! Elder Li of the Heavenly Blade sect swung his palm down fiercely, unleashing a blade-like strike. His execution of the severing blade technique was 100 times more formidable than Qin Su's. Boom! The wooden sword clashed with the hand blade, sending out scorching sparks. Qin Yi leaped into the air, narrowly evading Elder Li's attack. Continuing like this won't lead to a solution. Originally, I intended to wipe out the Qin family, but with Elder Li from the Heavenly Blade sect present, it seems impossible now. Qin Yi felt the urge to retreat and prepared to withdraw first. However, at the critical moment, suddenly, above Qin City, a terrifying sword light traversed the heavens and earth, slashing down onto the ground. The earth instantly cracked, and sword energy surged in all directions, sending chills down everyone's spines. The abrupt sword light forced the battle to a halt. Elder Li of the Heavenly Blade sect sharply raised his head and said coldly, "Since when has your Heavenly Sword sect been so fond of meddling in others' affairs?" As they spoke, an old man clad in coarse cloth, with a wine gourd hanging at his waist and a face full of bushy whiskers, appeared out of thin air. Everyone was startled. Within Jiangzhou, there were two supreme forces in total, revered as immortal sects. They are the Heavenly Blade sect and the Heavenly Sword sect. These two major factions have always been sworn enemies. Unexpectedly, today, members of both factions have gathered in Qin City. You're a heavenly blade sect elder, after all. How could you stoop so low as to target a mere beginner in the meridian refining realm? The old man with the wine gourd grinned and said, Humph, you'd better not meddle in other people's business, elderly of the heavenly blade sect said coldly. The old man with the wine gourd shook his head. This is one affair I'm determined to interfere with today. With that, he walked up to Qin Yi, grinned, and said, I am the seventh elder of the heavenly sword sect. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Qin Tianbao's son, right? Qin Yi was slightly surprised. How could an elder of the heavenly sword sect know his father? Senior, do you know my father? Qin Yi quickly asked. The seventh elder replied, Your father. He was actually a disciple of our heavenly sword sect as well. But, boom! Everyone's minds were blown. No one expected Qin Lao-san, who had always kept a low profile, to actually be a disciple of the heavenly sword sect. He had no presence in Qingyong City whatsoever. The only time he became known to everyone was when he failed and died while carrying out a mission. Kill! Seeing the arrival of the heavenly sword sect's seventh elder, Qin Jinville realized that the chance to kill Qin Yi was slipping away. Yet, he still decided to take the plunge. Boom! Qin Jinville burned his vital essence and directly activated the mark on his forehead. The Qin family faces a crisis of annihilation. Ancestor, bestow upon us your power. As Qin Jinville's words faded, an overwhelmingly terrifying force emanated from the Qin family ancestral shrine, permeating the heavens and earth. Boom! 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 The power of the Qin family's ancestor continuously poured into Qin Jinville's body. Rebellious son, you shall die. With the support of the ancestor, Qin Jinville went all out. The seventh elder of the heavenly sword sect said, Fight without worry. I'll handle the people from the heavenly blade sect for you. After speaking, he appeared before elderly. The latter didn't make a move, knowing that even if he did, he would be stopped. So he simply watched. Boom! At this moment, Qin Jinville, harnessing the power of his ancestor, actually regained the Yuandan realm. With a single step, he tore through the void, his hands fiercely grasping as terrifying power surged. He charged directly at Qin Yi, intent on killing him. Boss! Qin Yi activated the innate sword seed in his mind. The moment the innate sword seed manifested, all the swords in Qingyong City emitted a resounding sword cry, their blades trembling uncontrollably before flying to hover above Qin Yi's head. In the blink of an eye, the innate sword seed took control of all the long swords in Qingyong City, their tips pointing directly at Qin Jinville, pressing him relentlessly. At the same time, a trace of the Zongmu sword god's aura, lingering within the innate sword seed, quietly emerged. Crack! Qin Jinville, who had just regained his Yuandan realm cultivation, collapsed headfirst to the ground midway through his charge. Divine aura. No! Faintly, the agonized screams of the Qin family's ancestor could be heard. Then, the power within Qin Jinville rapidly dissipated. Soon, Qin Jinville returned to his original state, collapsing weakly to the ground, completely devoid of combat strength. The crowd was utterly bewildered. Why did Qin Jinville suddenly change like this with the help of the ancestor's power? Their gazes toward Qin Yi grew even more profound. The seventh elder of the heavenly sword sect's eyes lit up, never expecting this young man to harbor so many secrets. Meanwhile, elderly of the heavenly blade sect's eyes flickered as his mind raced with thoughts. In the end, he decided to withdraw first. With the seventh elder present today, killing Qin Yi is certainly impossible. Splash! With a flash of movement, he picked up the heavenly vein mark from the ground and vanished like a streak of rainbow. Qin Yi, I won't let you off. His voice echoed over the skies of Qingyong City. Qin Jinville was extremely weak, weeping bitterly. Could it be that the Qin family's foundation would be destroyed by his hands? The Li family, which had originally stood by the Qin family, felt a chill in their hearts, their faces showing embarrassment. In contrast, the Murong family was filled with joy they had bet correctly. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. Qin Yi put away the innate sword seed, and with a clattering sound, the dense array of swords in the sky all fell to the ground, turning into scrap metal. He walked step by step toward Qin Jinja. The downfall of the Qin family all began when they coveted my heavenly vein. Qin Jinja's gaze was vacant, having already forgotten life and death. Qin Yi showed no mercy, raising his hand to strike a fatal blow, but was stopped by the seventh elder of the heavenly sword sect. Hold on. The seventh elder walked over and said, all these years, I've been investigating the truth behind your father's death. Perhaps this old man knows. Qin Yi frowned. Are you saying my father didn't die on a mission? The seventh elder replied, he did die on a mission, but I suspect he was framed. Boom! Qin Yi flew into a rage, grabbing Qin Jinja by the throat and roaring, tell me. How did my father die? How? Qin Jinja laughed maniacally. Qin Yi, you'll never find out. Even if I die, I won't tell you. I'll make you live with guilt for the rest of your life. Crack! Qin Yi suddenly exerted force, crushing both of Qin Jinja's legs. A wretched scream escaped Qin Jinja's lips, but he continued to laugh hysterically. The biggest regret of my life was picking up your father back then. If not for that, how could the Qin family have fallen to such a state? Everyone was shocked. No wonder, among the three Qin brothers, Qin Jinja only treated the eldest and second sons with utmost kindness, while always showing indifference toward the third son, never caring about his well-being. So, it turns out he wasn't his biological child just picked up somewhere. Qin Yi was also stunned. The father was adopted, and neither I nor my younger sister are his biological grandchildren. That's why he's been so indifferent. Although my father wasn't your biological son, he fulfilled his filial duties all these years. Qin Yi suppressed his anger and said coldly, if you still have a shred of conscience left, tell me the truth about my father's murder. Ha! Seeing Qin Yi so anxious, Qin Jinja burst into maniacal laughter. With the Qin family gone, he couldn't go on living either. Causing pain to his enemies brought him great joy. Crack! He ended his own life, refusing to reveal the truth even in death. The vast Qin city was as silent as death. The air was thick with the scent of blood. Qin Yi watched Qin Jinja's self-destruction, his heart filled with complex emotions. Both he and his father had rendered outstanding service to the Qin family, only to be schemed against by their grandfather in the end. Even in death, he refused to reveal the truth about his father's demise. Qin Jinja died. The Qin family was completely disbanded. Qin Yi did not take action against the weaker members of the Qin family, as it held no significance. Meanwhile, the Li family, which had previously sided with the Qin family, was on pins and needles. The head of the Li family's expression kept changing, and finally, he mustered his courage, walked up to Qin Yi, and pleaded for mercy. Brother Qin Yi, although our Li family previously collaborated with the Qin family, it was all forced by that old bastard Qin Jinja. I hope you can spare our Li family. Ha! Qin Yi collected his thoughts and turned to look at the head of the Li family. He still remembered. After his sister was abandoned in the mass grave and died, Qin Hao, the son of the Grand Elder, actually sold her corpse to the Li family to serve as a ghost bride for their deceased young master. If it weren't for my luck in obtaining the devouring god tower, perhaps my sister wouldn't even find peace in death. Even I might have died at their hands. The winner takes all, and now that I've demonstrated overwhelming strength by annihilating the Qin family, the Li family actually dared to come begging for mercy. Whoosh! The wooden sword sliced through the sky, its dazzling blade light piercing through the head of the Li family's patriarch. Patriarch! The members of the Li family roared in unison. However, Qin Yi was not a man of mercy. With a single swing of his sword, a 9,000 dawn wave of flames instantly engulfed all of the Li family's meridian refining realm experts. Ah! Miserable screams rang out incessantly. In the blink of an eye, all Li family's post-refining realm experts have perished. The remaining Qi condensation realm members have been utterly terrified. The head of the Murong family trembled inwardly after today. There would no longer be a Li family or Qin family in Qin City. Qin Yi sheathed his wooden sword and turned to look at Murong Chiu, clad in purple robes. The top beauty of Qin City had once shared some interactions with Qin Yi, discussing martial arts cultivation together. However, later, after Qin Yi's heavenly vein was extracted and he went into hiding, the two never saw each other again. Long time no see, Qin Yi said with a smile. A faint smile also appeared on Murong Chiu's fair cheeks. Qin Yi was still the same Qin Yi as before, he hadn't changed. The only thing that changed was the Qin family. The head of the Murong family also took the opportunity to express his willingness to help Qin Yi rebuild the Qin family. However, Qin Yi waved his hand in refusal. The Qin family has already perished, and there is no need to rebuild it. From now on, the Murong family will be the sole family in Qin City. Murong Chiu will take full responsibility for the Qin and Li family's businesses. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Murong family was extremely excited. Murong Chiu pondered for a moment before finally letting out a light laugh with her crimson lips and thanking Qin Yi. Boom! The seventh elder of the heavenly sword sect flicked his wrist, instantly igniting a sea of flames that consumed the corpses of the deceased. Afterwards, Qin City gradually returned to normal. Qin Yi arrived at the mass graves outside the city and knelt before his sister's tombstone. Little sister, your brother has avenged you. Qin Yi said, all those wicked people from the Qin family have been killed by me. Recalling that mischievous and ever-thoughtful sister, Qin Yi shed 2 streams of tears. How he wished this was all just a dream. Everything remained unchanged. His heavenly veins were not extracted, and his sister did not steal elixirs for him. No! He would rather have never possessed the heavenly vein. That way, his sister wouldn't have died. But what a pity! After all, it was just his fantasy. The seventh elder of the Tianjin sect had been quietly watching from the side. He tossed the wine gourd at his waist to Qin Yi. Gulp! Qin Yi uncorked the bottle and poured the strong liquor into his mouth in one swift motion. The pungent smell made him cough violently. Yet, he continued to gulp down the liquor in large mouthfuls, hoping to numb himself with alcohol. Birth, aging, illness, and death, everything follows its natural course, unless... The seventh elder of the heavenly sword sect sighed with deep emotion. As the sky darkened, Qin Yi finally vented all his emotions and gradually calmed down. Your father was once a disciple of the heavenly sword sect. With your talent, you are more than qualified to join, the seventh elder said. Would you be willing to return with me to the heavenly sword sect? Qin Yi remained silent. The tension in his nerves suddenly eased. All he wanted was to stand guard by his sister's tombstone, watching over her forever. Only by joining the Tianjin sect can you investigate your father's death, the seventh elder continued. Moreover, in the world of cultivation, there are immortals who can revive the dead with a single thought. Perhaps when your strength grows, you might have a chance to bring your sister back to life. Actually, the seventh elder also did not know whether there truly existed an immortal in this world who could revive all beings with a single thought. He just didn't want Qin Yi to sink into despair and lose his way. Give him a glimmer of hope, let him chase after it. Sure enough, the drunken Qin Yi suddenly raised his head, his gaze burning as he stared at the seventh elder. Is it true what you're saying? The The seventh elder was speechless, unsure how to respond. However, Qin Yi was already inquiring with the tower spirit. What he said is true. A peak martial arts expert can turn clouds with one hand and rain with the other. Reviving a mere mortal is a simple matter. This was the tower spirit's reply. Instantly, a glimmer of hope ignited in Qin Yi's heart. Good, I am willing to join the Heavenly Sword sect. Although Qin Yi felt that reviving his sister seemed somewhat illusory, he was determined to strive for it with all his might. Sister, wait for me. No matter how thorny and rugged the path ahead may be, I will work hard to improve my cultivation. One day, I will bring you back to life, Qin Yi silently vowed. At the same time, he was also determined to investigate the cause of his father's death. He refused to believe that Qin Jinzhe could have killed his father, who was a disciple of the Tianjin sect. Perhaps, there was someone else behind it. No matter who it was, whoever killed his father would have to pay with their blood. After paying respects to his younger sister, Qin Yi followed the seventh elder, leaving Qingyong City and heading towards the Tianjin sect. Not long after his departure, Murong, clad in purple, appeared before Qin Xianu's tombstone in the mass burial ground. Her expression was complicated as she watched Qin Yi's disappearing figure, remaining silent for a long time. Along the way, Qin Yi kept asking about his father's time at the Tianjin sect. Your father was exceptionally talented. Although he was only an outer disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, had he not died, entering the inner sect would have been a certainty, the seventh elder said with a hint of regret. Because, back then, it was he who had brought Qin Tianbao to the Heavenly Sword sect. He told Qin Yi that after years of investigation, while the truth remained unclear, they had not come away empty-handed. He discovered that before Qin Tianbao carried out his mission, he had met with the third elder of the Heavenly Sword sect's inner sect. You should know, the third elder and the seventh elder have long been at odds. Qin Tianbao was the seventh elder's man. How could the third elder possibly agree to meet with him? Do you suspect the third elder killed my father? Qin Yi asked. The seventh elder frowned. I don't have proof yet, but during my time in Qingyong City, I sensed a familiar energy in the Qin family ancestral shrine. At first, I didn't pay it much mind, but now that I think about it, that energy seemed to belong to the third elder. Boom! Qin Yi's mind reeled. Could it be that father was killed by the third elder of the Heavenly Sword sect in collaboration with Qin Jinzhe? Then, why would they go to such great lengths to kill father? Could there be some secret hidden within my father? A series of questions surfaced in my mind. And at this moment, the seventh elder reminded them that they had arrived at the foot of the Heavenly Sword sect's mountain. The towering Sky Sword Mountain is filled with endless, icy sword energy. At the foot of the mountain, Qin Yi and the seventh elder came to a halt. The Sky Sword sect is at the summit, said the seventh elder. Every disciple who joins the sect must undergo an initiation trial. Only those who pass can become formal disciples of the Sky Sword sect, unless... Qin Yi asked, unless what? A glimmer of hope appeared in the seventh elder's eyes as he gazed at the crisscrossing sword energy on Sky Sword Mountain, murmuring to himself, unless one possesses a sword seed, they cannot bypass the entrance trial. After speaking, the seventh elder shook his head. Obviously, he didn't believe Qin Yi could give birth to a sword seed. Sword seed? Qin Yi was stunned and instinctively asked, an ordinary one or an innate one? The seventh elder was astonished. You actually know about the innate sword seed? After a pause, he continued, of course, it's just an ordinary sword seed. The innate sword seed has never appeared in the entire history of the Luoyuan Empire, or even the Sunset Continent. I even suspect that the innate sword seed doesn't exist at all and is merely a fabrication by people. Qin Yi grinned. The matter of the innate sword seed was too significant, so it was better not to reveal it. Alright, stop overthinking it. A sword seed is something that can only be encountered by chance, not sought after. It doesn't matter if you don't have one. As long as you climb to the 36th level on the sword art ladder, it will be considered a success. The 7th elder patted Qin Yi's shoulder reassuringly. I noticed you were using a wooden sword earlier, and your swordplay was exquisite, with a very solid foundation in swordsmanship. The assessment shouldn't pose much difficulty for you. Following the gaze of the 7th elder, a startling sight came into view. On the path leading to Sky Sword Mountain, there stood a sword art staircase composed of 99 steps. In between, the sword art staircase was filled with chilling sword energy, cold to the extreme. With each step ascended, the power of the sword energy increases. By the time one reaches the 99th step, the sword energy there can instantly kill a meridian refining realm expert. What is the record for the sword art ladder? Qin Yi asked. He wanted to test whether, with his innate sword seed, he could reach the top. The 7th elder said, so far, the record for the sword art ladder is held by Lu Xian, the chief disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. During his entrance examination back then, he managed to break through to the 72nd level in one go, astonishing even our deputy sect leader. Sword art ladder. Not only is it an entry assessment, but also a test of the disciple's talent in swordsmanship. Isn't this the 7th elder? How come you've returned with another disciple after just one trip? Suddenly, a voice with a hoarse, duck-like tone came from the foot of the mountain. Hearing this, the 7th elder's face darkened instantly, and he retorted angrily, "What's it to you?" The newcomer wore simple cloth garments, with a white beard covering both sides of his cheeks. His withered hands were missing a finger, and he stood with his hands behind his back, shifting his gaze from the 7th elder to Qin Yi. "Kid, you've got some nerve, daring to become a disciple under the 7th elder," the cloth-robed old man sneered. Boom! The hot-tempered 7th elder immediately unleashed his sword energy, ready to battle the cloth-robed old man. "6th elder, you'd best not meddle in others' affairs." The plain-robed elder deliberately mocked the 7th elder. "Indeed, you, 7th elder, have always boasted about once mentoring a sword king. But who is this sword king? Why haven't we heard of him?" Qin Yi caught a crucial piece of information. The 7th elder had actually once mentored a sword king. Clearly, the 7th elder was unwilling to discuss the matter and, bringing Qin Yi with him, bypassed the 6th elder to arrive before the sword technique ladder. "7th elder, your disciple doesn't he seem all that impressive to me? What if he can't even reach the 36th level? Where will you hide your face then?" said the 6th elder. "Focus on passing the entrance assessment properly. Don't worry about other matters." "That guy is just a madman who keeps targeting me," said the 7th elder. Qin Yi nodded, then took a step forward and entered the sword technique stairway. Boss! Just as he entered the sword art ladder, the innate sword seed in his mind began to spin wildly. Waves of sword energy rippled outward, centered around Qin Yi. The next instant, Qin Yi discovered that the sword energy on the sword technique stairway offered no resistance to him at all. Whoosh! He strode forward, climbing the steps one layer after another. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached over 20 layers. Seeing this, the 7th elder below grinned broadly. The 6th elder beside him remarked, "Old 7, don't celebrate too soon. Many charge too fiercely at the start, exhaust themselves by the 20s, and end up failing." The 7th elder completely ignored the 6th elder. "Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle." Qin Yi paused for a moment on the 20-something floor. He discovered that the innate sword seed within his body could actually absorb the sword energy from the sword technique ladder. Boss! After absorbing it, he continued forward without any hindrance. In just 2 breaths' time, he reached the 36th level. Crash! The moment he stepped onto the 36th level, Qin Yi felt the suppression from the heavenly sword mountain instantly vanish. Is this it? I passed. Qin Yi curled his lips. Instead of stopping, he chose to continue climbing. 40th level, 50th level, 60th level. When Qin Yi reached the 72nd level, the 6th elder at the foot of the mountain held his breath, widened his eyes, and stared intently at Qin Yi. How is this possible? He actually matched Lu Xian's record. The 7th elder's face revealed an excited smile. He had underestimated Qin Yi's talent in swordsmanship, never expecting him to climb to the 72nd level. Looking at the shocked 6th elder beside him, the 7th elder felt immense joy in his heart. Sword art ladder, 72nd floor. Qin Yi stood there, the innate sword seed within his body spinning faster and faster. He simply sat cross-legged on the ground, contemplating the way of the sword, entering a state of ethereal clarity. Boss! Before long, all the sword chi on the sword technique ladder converged around him. Just like that. After about half an hour, Qin Yi opened his eyes again and continued climbing. This scene caused a stir within the heavenly sword sect. Inside the inner gate, in a secluded courtyard, Lu Xian, dressed in plain cloth, was practicing the blazing fire sword technique when he was abruptly interrupted by urgent shouts. Ha! Lu Xian frowned. He hated being disturbed during his cultivation the most. However, when he saw that the intruder was his junior sister Bai Ling, he suppressed the anger in his heart. Junior sister Bai Ling, what brings you to me? Lu Xian asked. Dressed in white, she resembled a celestial lark, her peerless beauty utterly breathtaking. Every step she took was mesmerizing. She was none other than Bai Ling, the renowned beauty among the disciples of the heavenly sword sect. She smiled faintly, like a gentle spring breeze. Senior brother Lu Xian, someone has challenged the sword ladder and matched your record. Ha! Lu Xian was greatly shocked. Back when he took the entrance examination, he had exhausted all his strength to reach the 72nd level. Never did he expect that after so many years, someone would actually match his record. Let's go and take a look. At the same time, other disciples of the heavenly sword sect also gathered before the sword art stairway to observe Qin Yi. Boss! Radiant light burst forth from Qin Yi's body, with sword energy crisscrossing the air. He suddenly opened his eyes. With the aid of the innate sword seed, his comprehension of the sword path had deepened even further. He stood up and took a step forward under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Everyone widened their eyes, closely observing Qin Yi's every move. They were very curious to know whether this guy could break the long-standing record held by Lu Xian. Can he reach the 73rd step? Normally quiet, the heavenly sword mountain was unusually lively today. All the disciples were focused on the sword technique ladder. Even some high-ranking elders stood atop the heavenly sword mountain, gazing at Qin Yi's location. It is no exaggeration to say, every move Qin Yi makes now can stir up excitement throughout the heavenly sword sect. At the foot of the mountain, the 7th elder was already grinning from ear to ear. He really hit the jackpot this time. Who would have thought that this guy's talent in swordsmanship would be so extraordinary? Humph! What's there to be proud of? It's just the 72nd level. At best, he's only tied Lu Xian's record. Dream on if he thinks he can break it, the 6th elder said with a burning face, feeling as if he had been slapped hard twice. He was still talking tough. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Yi took a step forward, his figure light as a feather, directly arriving at the 73rd level. Boom! The entire heavenly sword mountain erupted in an uproar. Everyone let out a collective gasp. Even the former record holder, Lu Xian, had a faint trace of undetectable jealousy flash deep in his eyes. Beside him, Bai Ling softly comforted him. Senior brother Lucian, the records on the sword technique ladder don't mean much. Although he broke your record, surpassing you is absolutely impossible. To this day, Lucian, with his monstrous talent, has become the strongest chief disciple in the history of the Heavenly Sword sect. He is the idol in the hearts of countless disciples, an object of admiration. All disciples strive with him as their goal. Lucian's records are not limited to just the swordsmanship ladder. Within the Heavenly Sword sect, wherever there are challenges to overcome, Lucian's name is present. Moreover, he almost always ranks among the top. Let's go. Lucian calmed his mind, feeling that a novice disciple was simply unworthy of his attention. Even if he had broken the sword ladder's record, it still wasn't enough to qualify. Bai Ling nodded and followed Lucian as they left. The other disciples continued to watch every move on the sword ladder intently. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. With every step Qin Yi took, he ascended another stair without the slightest pause, as if the sword energy on the sword technique stairway was nothing more than an illusion. How can this be? When Qin Yi reached the 80th step, finally, a disciple voiced their doubt. Why can he climb the sword art ladder so effortlessly? Even Lucian struggled immensely to reach the 72nd step. Could it be he cheated? For a moment, only one word echoed in everyone's mind: cheating. Because, normally speaking, among newly initiated disciples, no one's swordsmanship talent could surpass Lucian. Qin Yi's actions were far too unusual. Whoosh! 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 However, Qin Yi was unaware that all the disciples of the Tianjin sect were discussing him. With his innate sword seed, he ascended effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 99th level. Boss! The moment he stepped onto the 99th level, the innate sword seed within him emitted a resounding cry. Immediately, an utterly terrifying sword intent emanated from the innate sword seed. It's not that difficult, Qin Yi muttered to himself. Boss! To Qin Yi's astonishment, the original 99-level sword art ladder actually revealed an additional layer after he reached the summit. The 100th level. How could this be possible? He rubbed his eyes hard, realizing it wasn't an illusion. No need to be alarmed. This 100th floor doesn't actually exist. It's merely a manifestation of the sword will of the Zangmu sword god within the innate sword seed. The voice of the tower spirit echoed in Qin Yi's mind. Qin Yi's heart was overwhelmed with shock and awe. Truly worthy of the Zangmu sword god, the supreme master of the sword Dao who once severed the river of time with a single strike and made all realms bow in submission. His swordsmanship willpower actually forcibly created the 100th level of the sword art ladder. Will! He took a deep breath, and the innate sword seed within him trembled violently. Then, with one step forward, he entered the 100th level. Boss! On the heavenly sword mountain, all was silent. Everyone was stunned. They witnessed a miracle. Someone actually reached the summit. However, after reaching the top, a hazy sword aura completely enveloped Qin Yi, and they could no longer see anything. What did I just see? My God, did he really climb to the top of the 99-level sword art ladder? That's too monstrous. Numerous disciples were utterly shocked. The seventh elder at the foot of the mountain halted excitedly and leaped directly to the summit. The sixth elder's face turned ashen, his heart also deeply shaken. At the mountain peak, the senior members greeted the sixth elder one after another, praising his keen eye for discovering such a promising swordsmanship talent. Even the deputy sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, a top-tier expert at the Golden Core realm, did not hesitate to lavish praise on the seventh elder. Old Seven, you've made an outstanding contribution to the sect this time. Swordsmanship ladder, the 100th floor. Here, a self-contained space was formed, with the sword intent of the Zongmu sword god wildly swirling around. Qin Yi wore a dazed expression. The tower spirit reminded him, quickly take out the wooden sword to absorb the sword intent of the Zongmu sword god. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi took out the wooden sword and began absorbing frantically. Boss! The wooden sword, stained with the blood of the descendant of the Zongmu sword god, gained the recognition of the Zongmu sword god. His sword intent was fully infused into the wooden sword. In no time, the wooden sword then became crystal clear, undergoing a qualitative transformation. Boom! Qin Yi felt that within the wooden sword, a scorching flame had been born. Amid the raging flames, the wooden sword transformed from a replica into the truly fire sword. Boss! A resounding sword cry echoed across the heavens. The wooden sword inherited the sword intent of the Zongmu sword god and had been nourished for years by the blood of his descendants. At this moment, it has completed its transformation. Flame-severing sword? Qin Yi was astonished, feeling the wooden sword's power had increased by at least 100-fold. Hiss! Soon, the wooden sword calmed down, and the 100th level of the sword technique ladder vanished. Qin Yi's figure appeared on the 99th floor. As the gray sword aura dissipated, what came into view was a youth holding a wooden sword, standing at the summit of the sword art stairway. That is. The crowd snapped out of their shock and noticed the wooden sword in his hand. That sword is extraordinary. Could it be an earth-grade weapon? Amidst the clamor, the sixth elder's eyes lit up as he suddenly rebuked the seventh elder. Seventh elder, your disciple is cheating. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to the sixth elder. He used the wooden sword in his hand to reach the summit. Doesn't that count as cheating? Boom! On the heavenly sword mountain, the atmosphere was boiling with excitement. Only then did the crowd realize that such a monstrously talented swordsman couldn't possibly exist in this world. Exactly. He must have cheated. Humph! That damn bastard dared to cheat. Do you think reaching the top of the sword art ladder will catch the attention of the higher-ups? Keep dreaming. For a moment, countless curses erupted, with disciples who had been shocked by Qin Yi's ascent now hurling insults. Using a treasure to cheat and reach the summit of the sword art ladder, this was behavior everyone despised. Qin Yi's image plummeted from a sword prodigy to rock bottom. The deputy sect master, a powerhouse in his own right, took one glance and immediately recognized that Qin Yi's wooden sword was a treasure. His face darkened instantly as he said coldly, "Our heavenly sword sect does not welcome cheating disciples." With these words spoken, it's equivalent to passing judgment on Qin Yi. Impossible! Qin Yi would never cheat, roared the seventh elder. In the absence of the sect leader, the deputy sect leader has full authority over all matters of the heavenly sword sect. He claimed that Qin Yi used that suspected earth-grade wooden sword to cheat, shielding himself from the sword aura impacts of the sword art stairway, thereby easily reaching the 99th level. The others suddenly realized and began to accuse Qin Yi, even mocking the seventh elder. The sixth elder and the third elder, who had long been at odds with the seventh elder, seized the opportunity to demand that the deputy sect leader revoke the seventh elder's right to recruit disciples. Do you have any evidence? The seventh elder's face twisted in fury. No matter what, he firmly believed that Qin Yi would never cheat. Moreover, it has never been heard that a powerful weapon could block the sword aura impact of the sword technique ladder. What kind of logic is this? Seventh elder, are you still being stubborn? That wooden sword is definitely an earth-grade weapon, said the sixth elder. You can't possibly be unaware of how strong an earth-grade weapon is, can you? The ranks of weapons are also divided into heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow grades. The lowest is the yellow grade weapon, followed by the mystic grade, then the earth grade and heaven grade. Mortal factions generally possess yellow tier weapons, while immortal sects like the Heavenly Sword sect in Jiangzhou equip their disciples with black tier weapons. As for earth tier weapons, the entire Heavenly Sword sect has only a few. Some even suspected that the earth-grade wooden sword in Qin Yi's hands might have been given to him by the seventh elder, precisely to help him reach the summit of the sword technique ladder. This is a disgrace to our Heavenly Sword sect. The third elder shook his head. The seventh elder found himself unable to defend against the accusations and, in desperation, turned his gaze toward the deputy sect leader. The deputy sect leader flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. His attitude said it all. The high-ranking members of the third elder's faction also left after leaving behind mocking remarks. The observing disciples all shook their heads in disappointment. They had initially thought a true prodigy had emerged, but to think he had resorted to cheating utterly disgraceful. The lively Heavenly Sword Mountain suddenly became deserted. The seventh elder stood dumbfounded on the mountaintop, his heart filled with rage. At this very moment, Qin Yi descended from the sword art ladder. Faintly visible on his body were flickering runes of sword Dao. The moment he stepped off the sword art ladder, the radiance on the sword art ladder gradually faded until it completely dimmed into silence. No one knows. This is the sword art ladder's tribute to the innate sword seed. From that moment onward, no one will ever reach the summit again. Seventh elder, what's wrong? Qin Yi asked urgently upon seeing the elder's condition. The seventh elder stared intently at Qin Yi and asked, "They say you cheated by using an earth-grade wooden sword to reach the top of the sword technique ladder. What do you think?" Hearing this, Qin Yi was somewhat stunned. Cheating? He found it quite amusing. However, seeing the expression on the seventh elder's face, he solemnly declared, "I, Qin Yi, never cheat." "Good, your word is enough." The seventh elder patted him on the shoulder and said, "They believe you cheated, so your record has been cancelled, and the summit reward is gone. But don't you worry, I'll find a way to help you secure more cultivation resources. Just focus on your training." "Thank you, seventh elder." Qin Yi opened his mouth several times, wanting to tell the seventh elder about his possession of the innate sword seed. But in the end, he remained silent. The innate sword seed is a sacred treasure of the sword path. If its existence were to be revealed, the entire Sunset Continent would be plunged into a storm of bloodshed. Elder 7 brought Qin Yi to the area where the outer sect disciples resided. Outer sect disciples don't have independent courtyards, they all live in pairs, Elder 7 explained. As he spoke, a chubby young man approached with a cheerful grin. "Xiao Pan, this is Qin Yi. From now on, he'll share a courtyard with you. Take good care of him." Elder 7 introduced the two to each other. The chubby young man's name was Xiao Pan, but everyone simply called him by the homophonic nickname Little Fat. Called him that so often, I actually forgot his real name and just called him Little Fatty. "Welcome." Little Fatty was very enthusiastic and immediately took Qin Yi around to introduce him. After settling Qin Yi in, the seventh elder hurriedly left. "Brother Qin, since you're new here, you probably aren't familiar with the rules of the Heavenly Sword sect yet. Let me explain them to you," Xiao Pan said enthusiastically. As one of the two major immortal sects in Jiangzhou, the Heavenly Sword sect has over 10,000 disciples. Just the outer sect alone has more than 9,000 disciples, making the competition extremely fierce. Each year, only the top 3 outer sect disciples can enter the inner sect through the grand competition. The cultivation resources in the inner sect are far more abundant than those in the outer sect. There are 3 main training grounds in the outer sect: the Sword Tower, the Blood Tower, and the Battle Tower. The Sword Tower is a place dedicated to refining sword intent. Countless sword auras temper the body, and disciples often gain insights into sword intent there. The Blood Tower is a place to enhance one's bloodline. Although the Heavenly Sword sect is primarily a sword cultivation sect, bloodline is still of great importance. A powerful bloodline can often raise the upper limit of a sword cultivator's potential. As for the last one, the battle tower, it is a place specifically designed to temper the combat skills of disciples. The 3 towers? Qin Yi asked with great interest. Xiao Pan said, Brother Qin, you're new here. Don't even think about the 3 towers yet. Your first priority is to make money. Because to enter the 3 towers for cultivation, you must pay a substantial amount of spirit stones. Spirit stones are the hard currency in the cultivation world. Do you have any spirit stones? Xiao Pan asked. Qin Yi shook his head. You can go to the mission hall to take on tasks and earn spirit stones, or you could participate in the arena matches at the martial combat ground, though I wouldn't recommend it. Xiao Pan said aloud, finally tossing Qin Yi a manual on the do's and don'ts for outer sect disciples before leaving to cultivate. Qin Yi opened the manual and began flipping through it. Humph, a bunch of fools. With an innate sword seed, does he need to cheat to climb a mere trash sword technique ladder? The tower spirit said disdainfully. Qin Yi grinned without saying a word. The moment his heavenly meridian was extracted, he understood one truth. Never let others know all your cards. Otherwise, one day, they might just set their sights on you. Tianjian sect, inner sect, exchange hall. Elder 7 looked at the guardian elder. The latter was fiddling with a piece of jade in his hand. After a long while, he asked in confusion, Elder 7, what do you mean by this? Can this piece of jade be exchanged for 300,000 points? The 7th elder asked. The guardian elder shook his head. Although this jade contains a trace of sword intent, its value isn't that high. At most, it can only be exchanged for 200,000 points. Deal, said the 7th elder. The guardian elder was puzzled. 7th elder, many people have approached you to buy this jade before, but you refused to sell. Why are you willing to exchange it for points now? Although 200,000 points are a lot, for the elders, obtaining them is effortless. The 7th elder remained silent. The guardian elder frowned, considering a possibility. You're not planning to convert them into points and give them to the disciple you recruited, are you? Yes, the 7th elder replied. You're being foolish. Is it worth it for a new disciple? And I heard he cheated during the sword ladder ascent. You. The guardian elder tried helplessly to dissuade him. However, the 7th elder's next words left the guardian elder utterly stunned. He is Qin Tianbao's son. God-devouring tower. Qin Yi practiced the blazing fire sword art over and over again. Because the wooden sword absorbed the sword intent of the sword god Songmu, it underwent a transformation and became the true Lihua sword. Inside it contains an extremely vast flame power, which combines with sword energy to form the even more powerful Lihua sword Qi. Whoosh! Qin Yi swiftly swung his sword like lightning. Instantly, flames flickered and surged outward in the blink of an eye. From the initial 100 dong, it reached 1,000 dong in the blink of an eye. This was not the end. When it expanded to 9,000 dong, the speed of expansion slowed slightly. Boom! With a low shout, Qin Yi swung the Lihua sword once more. A terrifying sword light pierced through heaven and earth, exploding into the sea of flames. The originally somewhat stagnant flame wave instantly erupted with dazzling brilliance, sword energy crisscrossing as the flame wave directly reached 10,000 zhong in height. Whew! Seeing this, Qin Yi sheathed the Lihua sword, a faint smile appearing on his face. The third layer of the Zongmu sword god's Li fire sword technique had finally been mastered. Once the towering flames surged forth, none in the meridian refining realm could withstand them. Truly worthy of being a sacred artifact of swordsmanship. This innate sword seed can elevate an ordinary person's sword talent to the same level as a sword god utterly extraordinary, marveled the tower spirit. With the innate sword seed in his possession, Qin Yi's presence in the Heavenly Sword sect was practically a case of overwhelming superiority. Given his current short period of cultivation, once more time passes, it's likely no one in the Heavenly Sword sect will be able to match him. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a young leopard appeared before Qin Yi. Damn! You wouldn't know if you didn't look, but one look and you'd be shocked. Looking at the leopard over a meter tall before him, Qin Yi rubbed his eyes. Was this still the same cub from before? How did it grow so big in just a month? Moreover, the aura emanating from it was incredibly powerful. Qin Yi turned his head and searched, only to find that the massive body of the iron-thread leopard, a 9th-level vein refinement realm beast, had been completely devoured by the young leopard. This creature is a descendant of an ancient divine beast and possesses innate divine abilities. Its growth rate is extremely fast, said the tower spirit. The leopard affectionately licked Qin Yi's face with its tongue. Although it couldn't speak human words yet, its body language clearly indicated that it still needed a large amount of energy. Are you very hungry? Qin Yi asked. The leopard nodded eagerly, its eyes brimming with tears, looking somewhat pitiful. All right, I'll try to find you something to eat, Qin Yi said with a wry smile. You've grown so big now, you're not a cub anymore. From now on, I'll call you Little Goat. The leopard happily jumps. Boom! Just as Qin Yi was discussing cultivation with the tower spirit, a deafening sound suddenly echoed into the god-devouring tower. With a thought, Qin Yi instantly sensed what was happening in the courtyard. His face instantly darkened as he returned to reality. All that could be seen. A shirtless man, wielding a long staff, smashed through the courtyard gate and barged in directly. You must be that newcomer Qin Yi? The man with a stick had a scar on his face and looked terrifying. Who are you? Qin Yi was furious. Why did you break my door for no reason? Thief! The man with a stick snorted coldly and, without a word, immediately attacked Qin Yi. Boom! The long staff whirled through the air, its shadows flickering in the void, crisscrossing before finally smashing toward Qin Yi. Crack! Qin Yi shattered the long staff with a single punch, sending the staff-wielding man reeling as if struck by lightning, his body crashing heavily to the ground. In a swift stride, Qin Yi stepped before the staff-wielding man, pressing a foot onto his skull, and coldly demanded, Who sent you? Kid, you've offended the third elder. You won't have a peaceful day ahead, the staff-wielding man threatened. I advise you to let me go, or else you'll face endless trouble. Third elder. A cold glint of killing intent flashed deep within Qin Yi's eyes. It seems the seventh elder's speculation was correct. Father's death back then was most likely related to the third elder. Otherwise, since they had never met before, why would he send altar disciples to cause trouble for him? Crack! Qin Yi exerted force with his foot, and the rod-wielding man felt as if his head was about to explode, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. He quickly begged for mercy. No, 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 please spare me. I'm willing to serve you like a slave. A pitiful scream erupted from the rod-wielding man's mouth. Bam! Qin Yi kicked him flying and said coldly, If there's a next time, I'll crush your head. The man with the stick scrambled away in panic. However, before he could even reach the door, Qin Yi called him back. Stop right there. Hearing this, the man holding the stick trembled in fear, almost wetting his pants. He turned around with difficulty, looking at Qin Yi in terror, and asked, Big brother, what else do you want from me? I promise I'll never target you again. Qin Yi pointed at the shattered door and said, 10,000 spirit stones. Ha! The man holding the stick froze. Is this a robbery? Such a wooden door can easily be made by just chopping down a few towering trees from the back mountain. And you're actually asking me for 10,000 spirit stones. You should know. Spirit stones are the hard currency of the cultivation world. Outer sect disciples can only receive 100 low-grade spirit stones per month at most. If you want to obtain more spirit stones, you have to complete tasks or earn them by fighting in the martial arena. Even if you save every penny without eating, drinking, or cultivating, it would take 100 months to accumulate 10,000 spirit stones. The man holding the staff was on the verge of tears. He knelt directly on the ground and kowtowed to Qin Yi, pleading, "Brother, please spare me. Even if you beat me to death, I couldn't come up with that many spirit stones." Qin Yi said, "You can't come up with it, but the people behind you can. Since you're working for them, it's not too much to ask them to help you out this once, is it?" The man with the staff shook his head. What a joke! Although it was the third elder's suggestion, the actual order came from Luo, the top-ranked altar disciple. This year, Luo was a sure bet to enter the inner sect and was at the height of his influence. How could he dare to ask for 10,000 spirit stones from him? In that case, leave an arm behind before you go, Qin Yi said calmly. The man holding the stick instantly paled. Losing an arm would completely halt his cultivation path, rendering him a cripple for life. By then, senior brother Luo would undoubtedly abandon him. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to write an IOU for Qin Yi, signing Luo's name at the bottom in order to survive. After obtaining the IOU, Qin Yi waved his hand in satisfaction, while the man with the stick was so terrified that he fled in panic. Before long, Little Fatty returned. Seeing the shattered gate, Little Fatty sensed something was wrong and hurried back into the courtyard. However, upon seeing Qin Yi safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Junior brother Qin, what happened? Did someone come to cause trouble?" Qin Yi nodded and handed the IOU to Xiaopeng to read. Hereby compensates Qin Yi for the damage to his courtyard gate with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Xiaopeng was stunned. This? He stared at Qin Yi in astonishment. Qin Yi explained, since he dares to send people to pick a fight, he should be prepared to face the consequences. These 10,000 low-grade spirit stones are considered a bit of interest, as well as a warning. The man with the stick fled back in a sorry state and immediately headed to the courtyard where Luo, the top-ranked altar disciple, resided. Luo, dressed in white, was leisurely sipping tea. "Brother Luo." The man with the stick knelt directly on the ground, crying as he said, "That Qin Yi is too strong. I'm no match for him at all." A meaningful smile appeared on Luo's sharply chiseled face. All of this was within his expectations. The man with the stick was sent to harass, just as a warning, not to cripple Qin Yi. "All right, you may leave now," Luo waved his hand and said. The man with the stick hesitated to speak. "Anything else?" Luo frowned. "Senior brother Luo, that guy wanted to kill me. Even when I mentioned your name, he still wouldn't let me go. In the end, I had no choice. He forced me to sign an IOU for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and made me write your name on it." The man with the staff confessed truthfully. Snap! The teacup in Luo's hand shattered instantly, spilling tea onto the ground with a steaming hiss. His face darkened, a cold glint of murderous intent flashing deep in his eyes. The man holding the staff trembled in fear, begging for mercy repeatedly, claiming he had been forced into this by Qin Yi. A promissory note for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. After a long while, the courtyard returned to normal, and a faint smile appeared on Luo's face. "I dare to admit it, but does he dare to come and ask me for it?" This is the domineering aura of the top altar disciple. Xiaopeng took Qin Yi around, familiarizing him with almost every corner of the altar sect. Finally, the two of them arrived at the scripture depository. "Junior brother Qin, every newly enrolled disciple has the opportunity to enter the scripture pavilion once to choose a cultivation technique," Little Fatty said, pointing at the resplendent hall ahead. The scripture pavilion houses countless precious texts, but as outer sect disciples, we can only select from the first floor. Qin Yi nodded. He had also read about it in the disciple handbook. Don't act rashly. Make sure you choose carefully, Xiao Peng reminded. Finally, he watched Qin Yi enter the scripture pavilion. The first floor of the scripture pavilion contains countless bookshelves, each holding hundreds of books. As expected of Jiangxiu immortal sect, so many cultivation techniques, Qin Yi marveled. He walked to the first bookshelf and casually picked up a book to browse. Yellow Grade Technique Crimson Flame Sword Art. The cultivation techniques and weapons share the same ranking system, uniformly categorized as Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. Yellow Grade techniques are considered decent in the mortal world, but for immortal sects, they are merely some unremarkable techniques. Qin Yi set this book down and picked up several others to examine. And so, he began to carefully make his selection. Half an hour later, he finished reading all the books on the first floor of the scripture pavilion. In total, there were 10,000 volumes of yellow grade techniques, 3,000 volumes of black grade techniques, and 3 volumes of earth grade techniques. Qin Yi stood at the forefront, gazing at the 3 yellow books on the stone platform: Flame Wave Sword Art, Gentle Water Sword Art, and Dark Demon Sword Art. He decided to choose one of these 3 earth-grade sword techniques. But, however, the tower spirit reminded him that on the first floor of the scripture pavilion, there was a sword technique stronger than these 3 earth-grade cultivation methods. Qin Yi was stunned. The tower spirit said, "Go take a look at the bottom shelf of the 3rd bookcase." Following the tower spirit's guidance, he arrived at the bottom shelf of the 3rd bookcase. The place was covered in dust, with only a single moldy book bearing the 4 large characters Tai Sword Art. Qin Yi picked up the book and flipped through it, discovering it was a yellow grade cultivation technique. Tower Spirit, isn't this a yellow grade technique? The Tower Spirit said, the people of the Heavenly Sword sect are too foolish. This cultivation method is a genuine heaven grade technique, and is even a fragment. If it were the complete version, it would undoubtedly surpass the heaven grade. How? Qin Yi was astonished. If it truly was a celestial grade technique, why had no one chosen it for so many years? Moreover, why would it be labeled as a yellow grade technique? Could it be that the people of the Heavenly Sword sect can see it? Just choose it, the Tower Spirit reminded. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yi decided to trust the Tower Spirit. He took the Tai Sword technique and went to the entrance of the scripture pavilion to inform the Guardian Elder. The Guardian Elder was slightly surprised. You actually chose this cultivation technique? Qin Yi nodded, and the Guardian Elder said, although this yellow grade technique has decent power, it's extremely difficult to cultivate. No disciples have chosen it, and over time it was completely abandoned. The Guardian Elder even kindly reminded Qin Yi to choose a different technique. After all, this concerns the future growth of a new disciple. However, Qin Yi had already made up his mind. The Guardian Elder shook his head, helped Qin Yi make a copy, and said, the techniques in the scripture pavilion are all secret methods of the Heavenly Sword sect that are not to be shared outside. After you master them, burn the copy and never let it be leaked. Thank you, Elder. Qin Yi took the copy and left the scripture pavilion. Outside the scripture pavilion, Qin Yi didn't see Feti's figure around, but he didn't pay it much mind and went straight back to the courtyard. Inside the God-Devouring Tower, Qin Yi began studying the Tai Sword technique. This sword technique appeared simple on the surface, but in reality, it was quite difficult. There were a total of 9 swords, and each sword could further split into 9 different sword beams. When all 9 swords were unleashed, there would be 81 sword beams. Whoosh! Under the guidance of the Tower Spirit, Qin Yi's cultivation progressed rapidly. Moreover, the innate sword seed radiated endless rays of light, continuously enhancing Qin Yi's sword talent. 1 hour later, Qin Yi mastered the Tai sword technique. Whoosh! Holding the literal sword, he swung it in an unbroken sequence. Each sword strike carries a different variation. And opposite him stood a phantom at the refining meridian's realm. Crack! With a single sword strike, 9 beams of sword light instantly materialized in the sky, crisscrossing in a breathtaking display. The phantom of the post-refining realm used its body to block, and the two fought back and forth. Whoosh! When Qin Yi swung the 9th sword, 81 sword beams trapped the phantom of the meridian refining realm, instantly killing it. Whew! The phantom dissipated, and the tower spirit clapped in admiration. If the master were to go all out now, anyone below the 7th level of the meridian refining realm could be instantly killed. Ha! Just as Qin Yi was about to speak, the innate sword seed suddenly trembled, and 9 sword lights appeared in his mind. These 9 sword lights, each in a different manner, contained completely distinct sword path forces, flickering in his mind. Boom! Qin Yi's mind was in turmoil. His body uncontrollably acted out the images in his mind. Seeing this, the tower spirit instantly understood. This is the innate sword seed assisting in perfecting the Tai sword technique. Qin Yi continuously wielded the literal sword, and when all 9 sword lights in his mind were unleashed, the 18 sword energies instantly transformed into 162 sword lights, crisscrossing and piercing straight toward the distant earth. Boom! The earth trembled, and a terrifying pressure swept across the heavens and the earth. This is... Qin Yi was utterly terrified. Is this the complete version of the Tai sword technique? Talin said, this is indeed the complete version of the Tai sword art, but you have yet to master it to perfection. The perfected level of the Tai sword art can manifest 12,800 sword beams, capable of instantly annihilating a golden core realm expert. This is too overpowered, isn't it? Qin Yi was stunned. At the same time, the silence in the courtyard was shattered once again. A group of people were ganging up on Xiao Pan, beating him until his face was bruised and swollen, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Damn fatty, speak up! Where did Qin Yi go? Leading the group was Shao Che, a disciple ranked within the top 20 of the outer sect. No way! The man with the staff signed the IOU under the name Shorluo. Although he knew Qin Yi wouldn't dare to demand the spirit stones from Shorluo, he was just looking for a way to see face. But as the top-ranked outer disciple, Shorluo was furious. With just a single thought, his lackeys would go through fire and water for him. Shao Che searched the entire outer sect area but couldn't find any trace of Qin Yi, so he had no choice but to ask Little Fatty. Little Fatty was quite loyal knowing they wanted to beat Qin Yi. He'd rather die than speak. So, he ended up beaten black and blue by Shao Che and his gang. He fled back to the courtyard in panic, but Shao Che and his crew still chased him down to humiliate him. Humph, you keep secrets for him, but he couldn't care less about your life, Shao Che mocked. Little Fatty remained silent, having already given up resisting. Splash! Suddenly, Qin Yi appeared. Bam! A disciple was just about to step on Xiu Peng's head when suddenly a scream rang out. Ah, my leg is broken. Hearing the scream, Shao Che and the others turned to look. To their shock, they saw Qin Yi's foot firmly planted on the disciple's leg. The ground was stained red with blood as Qin Yi delivered a forceful kick, crippling the disciple. Junior brother Qin, you. Little Fatty was deeply moved by Qin Yi's intervention, as he hadn't stood idly by, but he also felt a pang of worry for him. Sorry for dragging you into this, Qin Yi said as he helped Little Fatty up. Then, with blazing eyes, he looked at Shao Che. Qin Yi, you finally stopped being a coward. Shao Che mocked. Why harm the innocent? Qin Yi asked. Humph, daring to offend senior brother Shorluo. Have you grown a bear's heart and a leopard's guts? Shao Che said. Cut off one of your arms obediently, Go kowtow and apologize to senior brother Shorluo, and keep your head down when you see us in the future. Maybe we'll spare your life," the other disciples also jeered. Moreover, there were even disciples who resorted to threats. They vowed to cripple any disciple who dared to approach Qin Yi. Little Fatty is a prime example. Qin Yi narrowed his eyes, surveying the crowd as he advanced step by step toward Xiaoqi. "I originally thought that IOU would be enough to make Shorluo back off. Seems I overestimated it." Qin Yi gave a self-deprecating laugh. "At any time, might makes right. If reasoning doesn't work, then use fists." Boom! He threw a punch, and a nearby disciple was instantly sent flying, losing all combat ability. Seeing this, Xiaoqi erupted in fury. "You're asking for death." Whoosh! With the Liwo sword in hand, Qin Yi swung it down. The flames instantly engulfed Xiaoqi. Ah! Only then did Xiaoqi realize something was wrong and tried to flee, but it was already too late. Bam! By the time the flames dissipated, Xiaoqi had already been crippled. "Come with me." Qin Yi pulled Xiaopan along. "Where to?" Xiaopan was inwardly shocked. Qin Yi's strength was actually this formidable, capable of instantly defeating Xiaoqi. But by crippling Xiaoqi, he had stirred up a colossal disaster. Shorluo would never let him off. "I suddenly realized something," Qin Yi said. "Rather than letting them harass me endlessly, I might as well take the initiative and beat them into submission." Very soon, Qin Yi arrived at the martial arena with Little Fatty. Instantly, all eyes were fixed on Qin Yi. After all, he was the first person in many years to reach the summit of the sword art ladder. Moreover, he was caught cheating right in front of the deputy sect leader. Strictly speaking, Qin Yi could be considered a celebrity within the Heavenly Sword sect. Isn't this the big celebrity? A trash who cheats even in the entrance exam dares to come to the martial arena. I heard that not long ago. This reckless guy even offended senior brother Shorluo. Inside the martial arena, discussions buzzed everywhere. Many disciples of the Stone Luo faction stared intently at Qin Yi. Qin Yi ignored the crowd and asked Little Fatty, "What are the rules of the martial arena?" Xiaopan finally understood Qin Yi's intention. He wanted to showcase his astonishing strength through the martial arena's duels, ensuring that disciples of the Shorluo faction would no longer harass him. "As long as you stand on the arena, life and death are irrelevant, and no responsibility can be pursued afterward." In other words, this arena could be called a fight to the death. However, we're all fellow disciples, basically sharing a tacit understanding, stopping at the right point without going for the kill. The martial arena has a total of 9 platforms, with the central one reserved only for the top 100 outer sect disciples to challenge. Achieving a certain number of consecutive victories will earn rewards. For example, the reward for 10 consecutive wins is a year of free cultivation in the 3 towers. If one could achieve 100 consecutive victories. So far, no one has ever accomplished 100 consecutive victories. It's not that it's impossible, but by the time you reach the end, everyone knows your strength, and no one is willing to be the fool who helps you refresh your record. Qin Yi nodded and walked straight to the central arena. On this arena, there happened to be a disciple ranked 100 who had just stepped onto the stage. Splash! Qin Yi leaped up and landed on the arena. "Get off! You have no right to be here," the 100th ranked disciple shouted angrily. Qin Yi immediately took action. Boom! With just one punch, he sent the disciple ranked 100 flying out of the arena. He crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood, and instantly fell unconscious. The martial arena was deathly silent. All eyes were fixed on Qin Yi. "Do I qualify now?" Qin Yi swept his gaze around and asked domineeringly. "Humph, I challenge you." disciples of the Stone Luo faction rushed onto the arena one after another. The disciple ranked 90th was defeated by Qin Yi with a single punch. After that, Qin Yi achieved consecutive victories with an overwhelming momentum. After defeating the 30th ranked disciple, his winning streak reached 9 consecutive victories. 9 consecutive wins. Only one step away from a 10-win streak. For a moment, most disciples dared not step onto the stage lightly. Qin Yi swept his gaze arrogantly over the crowd. Even Shao Che, ranked in the 20s, was no match for him. These weaklings could be taken down with a single punch. The chubby boy grinned. With Qin Yi's strength, unless one of the top 10 disciples came to challenge him. Otherwise, a 10-win streak should be easily achievable. Boss! At that moment, a youth in purple suddenly appeared on the stage. Where is Shao Che? The purple-clad youth asked. What do you think? Qin Yi replied. Indeed. The purple-clad youth's guess was correct. Shao Che had been defeated by Qin Yi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to come to the martial arena unscathed. My name is Zihuan. I come from. The youth in purple wanted to introduce himself. But Qin Yi waved his hand to stop him. I have no interest in knowing your name. If we're going to fight, then just get to it. Upon hearing this, the purple-clad youth's face instantly darkened. Below, many disciples shouted loudly. Senior brother Zihuan, kill him for me. Humph, senior brother Zihuan is ranked 10th among the outer sect disciples. This guy's good days are over. Daring to show off in the martial arena is simply asking for death. For a moment, the crowd was all supporting Zihuan. Zihuan formed hand seals, and in an instant, an illusionary realm appeared on the arena. Humph, once trapped in my illusion, unless you're at the Yuandan realm, death is certain, Zihuan sneered. His illusions combined with swordsmanship made him unrivaled among the outer disciples. Qin Yi watched motionlessly, though he couldn't break free from the illusion. But he could wait. You can't keep trapping me in illusions forever. You'll have to make a move eventually. The moment you strike is when I'll counterattack. Indeed. After a few breaths, Zihuan silently merged into the illusion, executing an exquisite sword technique in an attempt to ambush Qin Yi. Die for me! Zihuan roared. Zihuan's talent in illusion techniques surpassed even his swordsmanship prowess. Moreover, he actually merged illusion techniques with swordsmanship, creating an extremely intimidating form of phantom swords, often killing without a trace. Seeing Qin Yi trapped in the illusion, little Fatty was frantic but helpless. He shouted until his voice was hoarse, yet the sound couldn't penetrate the illusion. Shut up, you fat bastard, a disciple snapped angrily. That Qin Yi guy offended senior brother Luo, and you're still associating with him. Do you have a death wish? After he dies, you'd better personally go and kowtow to senior brother Luo to apologize, or there'll be no place for you in the outer sect. Faced with dire threats, the chubby disciple stubbornly retorted, Junior brother Qin won't die. Everyone burst into laughter. On the arena, Zihuan's body had completely merged with the illusionary realm. Qin Yi remained motionless, even closing his eyes. The innate sword seed within him was operating frantically as he sought to perceive the aura of the sword path. Though he couldn't break the illusion, under the perception of the innate sword seed, no sword path aura, no matter how concealed, could escape his notice. Whoosh! Sure enough, the innate sword seed guided Qin Yi to a certain spot behind him. At that very moment, a flexible sword pierced through the illusion, thrusting fiercely toward the spot where Qin Yi had just been. The sword struck empty air, leaving Zihuan momentarily stunned. Zihuan frowned. Could he actually see through her illusion? That shouldn't be possible. Even Luo, the top outer disciple, couldn't penetrate it. Soon, Ziwan abandoned this thought and continued to wield the soft sword, merging with the illusion to silently launch an assassination attempt on Qin Yi. Boom! 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 However, every subsequent assassination attempt was dodged by Qin Yi. Was this a coincidence or an accident? Damn it! A quarter of an hour had passed, and Ziwan still hadn't managed to lay a finger on Qin Yi. This was starting to make him anxious. After all, he was the 10th ranked disciple. Being toyed with by a newly admitted novice, how disgraceful was that? Die! Ziwan gritted her teeth and unleashed her strongest illusionary sword technique. The flexible sword in her hand trembled violently, and in an instant, tens of thousands of sword shadows appeared within the illusion. These sword shadows fiercely thrust toward Qin Yi. Among the tens of thousands of sword shadows, only one was real, the rest were mere illusions. In other words, if Qin Yi made a mistake and chose the wrong one, he would lose. In the martial arena, at some point, Luo, the top disciple of the outer sect, had also arrived. Dressed in white robes, he carried an air reminiscent of a wandering swordsman. But Chopin knew this man had a narrow mind. He acted like a tyrant in the outer sect, monopolizing all cultivation resources. As long as they were disciples of his faction, they could receive ample resources. But other neutral disciples weren't so lucky. Some could only receive negligible resources. Some were even directly isolated by Luo. Senior brother Luo, what brings you here? A group of sycophants surrounded Luo. Senior brother Luo must be here to watch someone's joke. Daring to offend senior brother Luo, does this newcomer have the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Luo looked at the illusion on the arena, quite satisfied with Ziwan. Thinking of achieving 10 consecutive victories without my permission? Luo sneered. Qin Yi's high-profile challenge to the arena match, isn't this just a show of defiance against himself? How laughable. This outer sect, after all, is Luo's domain. His position isn't something a new disciple can shake. Let's end it here, Luo grinned. Boom! Sure enough, the illusion on the arena erupted with a deafening sound, violently shaking as if it could shatter at any moment. The crowd stared intently. Boom! Another earth-shattering boom followed. To everyone's astonishment, the illusion actually shattered. Whoosh! Amid the shattered illusion, a figure was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Did he lose? The crowd gazed into the distance, assuming the one who had been flung out was Qin Yi. However, Little Fatty was sharp-eyed and was the first to spot Qin Yi standing unharmed on the arena. He cheered excitedly. Junior brother Qin has achieved 10 consecutive victories. Ha! Only then did the crowd realize that Ziwan, ranked 10th among the outer disciples, had actually lost. How is this possible? Everyone was puzzled. How could he still counterattack while clearly trapped in the illusion? Even Luo's eyes grew profound. He stared intently at Qin Yi on the arena, his brow furrowed deeply. Boom! 10 consecutive victories. The last person to achieve a 10-win streak was Luo, who is now the top-ranked outer disciple. Since then, no one has been able to match this feat. Now, a new disciple has achieved an impressive 10 consecutive victories. Congratulations on achieving a 10-win streak. With this token, you can practice in the 3 towers for free for 1 year. The staff member promptly presented the reward. Playing with the token in his hand, Qin Yi looked down at Luo from above. His eyes were filled with provocation. Brother Luo, kill him. This guy actually dares to provoke brother Luo. Many disciples were filled with righteous indignation. However, Luo did not make a move. He suddenly grinned and said, "Do you think achieving 10 consecutive victories qualifies you to fight me?" Luo shook his head, his face full of disdain, and said, In my eyes, you're still nothing but an ant. A head-on confrontation quietly unfolded. The atmosphere in the martial arena instantly froze to its extreme. You're so capable. How could you steal all spirit stones to mere ants? Qin Yi took out the IOU and smiled playfully. Boom! An astonishing aura emanated from Luo as he stared fixedly at Qin Yi. Are you sure you want to demand spirit stones from me? These words carried a clear threat. Debts must be repaid. That's the natural order of things, Qin Yi said indifferently. Could it be that the top altar disciple is hypocritical to such an extent? Little Fatty's palms were sweating, his scalp tingling. Is this guy just too bold or what? He actually dared to challenge Luo, the top altar disciple, in public. Kid, do you want to die? The top 10 ranked disciples stepped forward, eager to teach Qin Yi a lesson. But in Qin Yi's eyes, there was only Luo. Luo pondered for a moment. He took out 10,000 low-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring and tossed them onto the arena. Dare I give, dare you take? Luo said coldly. What's there to fear? Qin Yi ignored the anger of the crowd, collected the 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and then tossed the IOU to Luo. Boom! Luo was seething with rage as the IOU burned in front of him. He glared fiercely at Qin Yi. This guy actually dared to take his spirit stones. Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. However, Qin Yi, jumped off the platform in front of everyone and left the martial arena with Chopin. Senior brother Luo? Someone called cautiously. Crack! Luo suddenly threw a punch, smashing a corner of the platform to pieces. Good, very good. With that, Luo turned and left. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Why hadn't Luo retaliated when the provocation was so blatant? In reality, Luo refrained from acting for two reasons. First, Qin Yi simply wasn't worthy of him making a personal move. Second, the Outer Sect Grand Competition was imminent. He needed to crush all Outer Sect disciples with absolute superiority and forcefully enter the Inner Sect, allowing no room for error. Moreover, he had recently been cultivating a secret technique for this purpose, requiring him to conserve his strength and avoid casual engagements. Otherwise, it would disrupt his plans. Let you live a few more days. Luo had already developed a murderous intent towards Qin Yi. Outside the martial arena, in a pavilion, a stunning young woman in purple, peerless in her elegance, watched everything on the martial arena clearly through the window. When she saw Luo being publicly provoked, a faint smile appeared on her fair cheeks, and her every movement exuded an elegant and graceful aura. Her presence was commanding, with a stunningly beautiful appearance, yet she radiated an untouchable dignity. Beneath her cold gaze lay a trace of gentle delicacy. She was the goddess admired by the Outer Sect disciples and also the second-ranked Shiruozi of the Outer Sect. This Luo is truly capable of restraint. Even when provoked to this extent by a newcomer, he still refuses to act. A tall, lean man beside her remarked with a sneer. Shiruozi said, "He's guarding against us." The tall, lean man waved his hand dismissively. "Remove the us. He's only guarding against you. It has nothing to do with me." Although he was ranked third among the Outer Sect disciples, the gap between him and Shiruozi or Luo was too vast, leaving him with no real competitiveness. It was Shiruozi. This second-ranked Outer Sect disciple, the admired peerless goddess, is the one who poses the greatest threat to Luo. Hearing this, Shiruozi gave a faint smile and said, "This new disciple has completely made an enemy of Luo. This guy seems a bit dull, but his courage is commendable, daring to provoke Luo. Should we meet him?" Jian Yun asked. "It's time to pay him a visit." Shiruo moved lightly like a purple lotus, leaving the pavilion. Before long, she brought Qin Yi to Qin Yi's residence. Qin Yi was helping Xiao Pan recover from his injuries. Junior brother Qin, you're too fierce, aren't you? Recalling how Shor Luo was humiliated in the martial arena, little Fatty got so excited that he started dancing around. Qin Yi curled his lips and took out 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, tossing them to little Fatty. This is the compensation for damaging the gate. We'll split it half and half. Little Fatty immediately shook his head in refusal. Junior brother Qin, you earned this with your life. I didn't contribute at all. I can't take it. We live in the same courtyard. You've looked after me, so naturally, I should look after you too, Qin Yi said. What? Don't you consider me a brother, little Fatty? Upon hearing this, little Fatty silently put away the 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. Footsteps approached, and little Fatty suddenly looked up, thinking it was Shor Luo's men coming for revenge. However, when he saw Shiruozi, his eyes widened, and drool uncontrollably dripped from his mouth. Hello, my name is Shiruozi, she said as she walked up to Qin Yi, offering a faint smile and extending her fair hand in introduction. Qin Yi politely reached out and shook Shiruozi's small hand. Seeing this, Jian Yun, who was standing nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief. In normal times, Shiruozi never interacted with male disciples, and she always carried an aura that kept strangers at a distance. Yet today, she took the initiative to shake hands with Qin Yi. What's up? Qin Yi asked. Shiruozi introduced Jian Yun to Qin Yi, while the chubby guy beside them was utterly shocked. The second and third ranked outer disciples had actually come to see Qin Yi together, truly astonishing. We saw what happened at the martial arena, Shiruozi said with a smile. I admire your courage to openly provoke Shor Luo. As they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Brother, since you're an enemy of Shor Luo, that makes you our friend. You don't mind making 2 more friends, do you? Jian Yun asked, shaking his head. Of course I don't mind. Qin Yi smiled. After a brief conversation with Shiruozi, Qin Yi gained a deeper understanding of the outer sect of the Heavenly Sword sect. As for Shiruozi's warning, he didn't pay it much attention. After all, once the outer sect grand competition concludes, he will enter the inner sect. Only by entering the inner sect can he come into contact with the third elder and have a chance to investigate the true cause of his father's death. Brother Qin, we'll take our leave now. If anything comes up, feel free to reach out to us, Shiruozi said politely. Thank you, Qin Yi replied with a cupped hand salute. Watching their retreating figures, Qin Yi suddenly declared, in the outer sect grand competition, I will block Shor Luo and prevent him from entering the inner sect. Hearing this, Shiruozi and Jian Yun paused momentarily before continuing their departure. The courtyard where the top-ranked outer disciple resides. Shor Luo was filled with rage, but upon returning to the courtyard, all his anger was suppressed. He walked straight into the pavilion. Boss! Inside the pavilion stood an altar. On the altar, there was a hexagonal star-shaped array. Shor Luo didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately sat cross-legged on the 6-pointed star formation. Boss! Dark energy surged, instantly engulfing his body. Immediately, a dark gate appeared on the altar, and a mysterious figure shrouded in black mist emerged. He. So you finally decided to accept the dark inheritance after all. The mysterious figure was very satisfied with Shor Luo's decision. Whoosh! With his hands forming a seal, streams of dark energy surged into the hexagonal star formation. As Shor Luo absorbed the dark energy, a nascent form of a dark sword seed actually appeared within his body. With the dark sword seed within you, you will undoubtedly surpass all the younger generation of the Heavenly Sword sect. The 7th elder arrived at Qin Yi's residence. He had also heard about Qin Yi's 10 consecutive victories in the martial arena and was quite pleased. The deputy sect leader accused him of cheating, and everyone reviled him for it. Only the 7th elder firmly believed that Qin Yi had not cheated. For this reason, he had been striving tirelessly, though with little success. "Young man, not bad at all." The 7th elder praised Qin Yi's performance effusively. "Here, take this." With that, he tossed Qin Yi a token. "7th elder, what is this?" Qin Yi asked. "This is a pass to the Bisui Cold Pool. With this token, you can enter and cultivate there," the 7th elder said. Originally, all new disciples who passed the 36th level of the sword technique heavenly ladder would be rewarded with the opportunity to cultivate in the Bisui Cold Pool, but you were stripped of all rewards. When he learned that the 7th elder had exchanged his own treasures for 200,000 points just to barely purchase a ticket to the Bisui Cold Pool, Qin Yi was deeply moved. 7th elder. Qin Yi was about to speak when the 7th elder waved his hand to interrupt. "This is what you rightfully deserve. Work hard in your cultivation. The Bisui Cold Pool will open in 3 days, and you should try to endure as long as possible." The Bisui Cold Pool is an extremely unique cultivation site. It contains the Frost Sword intent, which not only tempers a martial artist's body but also offers the opportunity to comprehend the Frost Sword intent while cultivating within it. The most important thing is, soaking in the cold pool can impact the acupoints within the body of a meridian refining realm expert. You should know. The meridian refining realm, as the name suggests, involves condensing spiritual roots and tempering acupoints. Qin Yi had already completed the first stage, condensing an unprecedented 10 spiritual roots. The second stage involves unblocking all the acupoints throughout the body. Normally, attempting to unblock the acupoints through one's own effort is extremely difficult and time-consuming. The Emerald Water Cold Pool is a place to take shortcuts. It is said that as long as one can enter the Emerald Water Cold Pool, they can at least unblock 100 acupoints. The human body has a total of only 360 acupoints. Opening 1/3 of them at once is equivalent to saving a significant amount of cultivation time. This can be considered a small benefit the Heavenly Sword sect offers to its new disciples. Thank you for your kindness, 7th elder. I will not disappoint you. Qin Yi took the token and bowed deeply to the 7th elder. 3 days later, the Bisui Cold Pool opened. Early in the morning, Xiaopan brought Qin Yi to the edge of the cold pool. As soon as you approach, you can feel the bone-chilling cold rushing toward you. The Emerald Water Cold Pool is located at the summit of the Bat Mountain beyond the outer sect. At a glance, it appears to be about 100 meters in diameter, with unfathomable depth. Above the cold pool, a hazy gray mist lingers. Faintly, one can see sword energy crisscrossing within the cold pool. The guardian elder stopped the two, and Qin Yi took out the token. After the inspection was completed, the guardian elder allowed Qin Yi to enter. Just jump right in. If you really can't hold on, you'll be automatically ejected, the guardian elder reminded. Splash! Qin Yi leaped into the emerald cold pool with a single bound. Meanwhile, Little Fatty was chatting with the guardian elder. Elder, if I recall correctly, the previous record for the emerald cold pool was held by Lu Xian, wasn't it? Little Fatty asked. The guardian elder replied, indeed. Lu Xian endured for 72 days back then, breaking the Heavenly Sword sect's historical record. That achievement remains unbroken to this day. No one has even come close to matching it. 72 days. Little Fatty's heart trembled. Back then, in the Bisui Cold Pool, he had only lasted 3 days before giving up. Most newly initiated disciples could endure at most 3 or 4 days, while the exceptionally talented ones might last 7 or 8. Even the current top outer disciple, Sure Luo, only lasted 36 days. I wonder how long junior brother Qin can hold on. Little Fatty was full of curiosity. The guardian elder said expressionlessly, "Someone who even cheats on the entrance exam, how many days do you expect him to last?" It must be said, with the deputy sect leader's judgment and the embellishments from the third elder's faction, Qin Yi's reputation in the Heavenly Sword sect was indeed rather poor. The guardian elder of the icy blue water pool deeply despised such opportunists. Having no goodwill toward Qin Yi whatsoever, he bluntly remarked, "It'd be impressive if he lasts a single day." Little Fatty shook his head repeatedly. "That's not necessarily true. Junior brother Qin is no ordinary person, he's a genius in swordsmanship." "Genius?" The guardian elder scoffed. "He achieved a 10-win streak in the martial arena," Little Fatty retorted indignantly. Hearing this, the guardian elder frowned slightly. He immediately said, "That must have been achieved when those outstanding outer sect disciples weren't around." "You!" Little Fatty knew better than anyone just how strong Qin Yi's abilities were. Even Purple Fantasy, ranked 10th in the outer sect, was defeated. But after a moment's thought, why should he explain anything to a guardian elder? How many days Qin Yi can endure will be known once he emerges from the beastly cold pool. "Forget it." The chubby boy shook his head and turned to leave. The guardian elder curled his lips. "I really don't understand why the 7th elder treats him so well. Even selling such a significant jade to exchange for a ticket to the beastly cold pool." Sigh. Beastly cold pool. After Qin Yi entered, he quickly sank down. A bone-chilling cold surged from all directions, madly seeping into his body. "Boss!" Qin Yi's mind stirred, and the innate sword seed began to circulate. The bone-chilling cold was directly refined into frost sword intent. Qin Yi also noticed this scene and couldn't help but marvel at the power of the innate sword seed. He discovered that after being refined by the innate sword seed, the frost sword intent was actually impacting the acupoints within his body. In the blink of an eye, the first acupoint was unblocked, and a surge of warmth instantly emerged. Qin Yi felt his strength increase slightly. Continue. When others enter the beastly cold pool, the first thing they must do is adapt to the chill here, then find a way to seek the cold sword intent to impact their body's acupoints. But Qin Yi skipped all these complicated steps entirely. "Boss!" Deep within the icy blue waters, a dense aura of frosty sword intent surged forth, and the speed of the innate sword seed circulation grew increasingly rapid. Qin Yi's internal acupoints were being unblocked one after another. In just half an hour, 10 acupoints had been cleared. Such speed was unmatched even within the Sky Sword sect, surpassing all others. However, Qin Yi was not proud at all. Instead, he controlled the innate sword seed with even greater patience, searching for the frost sword intent. "Keep descending." After a brief moment of contemplation, he realized that the surrounding frost sword intent had been completely absorbed by the innate sword seed. To obtain more frost sword intent, he had no choice but to continue descending. "Boss!" Protected by the innate sword seed, Qin Yi ignored the bone-chilling cold and swiftly descended to the very bottom of the emerald frost pool. Here, he saw a black altar, filled with endless sword lights. At the very center of the altar, icy sword intent continuously radiated outward. "So it's here." He found the source of the icy sword intent and swam directly over, arriving atop the black altar. "Boss!" The power within the altar, sensing the approach of an unfamiliar presence, instantly formed a powerful repulsion. But in just 1 second, the frost sword intent communicated with the power inside the altar, compelling it to cease resistance. The frost sword intent, as if possessing sentience, surged wildly into Qin Yi's body. Boom! 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 As time passed, Qin Yi absorbed the frost sword intent at an increasingly rapid pace, and the number of acupoints cleared within his body also grew steadily. Half a day had passed. all the frost sword intent within the altar had vanished. Is there no more? Qin Yi opened his eyes and asked in confusion. At this moment, a helpless voice came from the altar. Brother, the frost sword intent I painstakingly left behind has all been absorbed by you. There's nothing left to spare. Qin Yi was stunned. Whose voice was this? Boss! Above the altar, a phantom figure materialized. The founder of the Beast we hung down Jade Water Cold Pool, also the once renowned 39th generation sect master of the Tianjian sect, the Frostblade Saint. He wore a bitter smile. Back then, the purpose of creating the Beast we hung down was to temper new disciples and help them unblock their acupoints. Who knew this time a pervert would enter? There was actually an innate sword seed within his body. Faced with the innate sword seed, the will of the Frost Sword Saint offered no resistance and even actively channeled the Frost Sword intent it had left behind into Qin Yi's body. Senior, Qin Yi greeted with a cupped fist. The Frostblade Saint waved his hands repeatedly. Oh no, I can't bear that honor. The innate sword seed is the supreme sacred artifact in the world of Sword Dao. Even if he were a sword saint, upon encountering the innate sword seed, he would have to bow in submission. Fortunately, such a monstrous guy is actually a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. The Frostblade Saint was so moved he was almost in tears. The Heavenly Sword sect had finally produced a peerless prodigy. Qin Yi checked his body and found that he had only unlocked 200 acupoints, feeling somewhat regretful. If there had been just a bit more Frostblade intent, I could have unlocked all my acupoints. The Frostblade Saint shrugged. There was truly no other way, as this was all the Frostblade intent he had left. Now that Qin Yi had absorbed it all, no future newcomers would ever find Frostblade intent in the icy blue pool again. With the Frostblade intent gone, this wisp of the Frostblade Saint's remnant consciousness was about to dissipate. He told Qin Yi there was no longer any reason to stay in the icy blue pool. However, Qin Yi replied, one must endure in the icy blue pool for at least 7 days to qualify for entry into the Sword Forest. This was told to him by the 7th Elder. Sword Forest qualification. The Frostblade Saint curled his lips, flicked his wrist, and instantly a crystal ball appeared. He imprinted his own mark onto the crystal ball and handed it to Qin Yi. Take this with you, and they will surely allow you to enter the Sword Forest. Actually, there are 2 ways to enter the Sword Forest. The first is for new disciples to obtain a Sword Forest pass by enduring more than 7 days in the Bishui Cold Pool. The second is to find the mark of the Cold Sword intent in the Bishui Cold Pool and submit it to the sect. The second method allows one to unconditionally obtain a Sword Forest ticket, no matter how long they persist, even for just a second. However, most disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect obtain it through the first method. The second method is simply too difficult. For ordinary disciples, it's already hard to endure the bone-chilling cold in the Emerald Water Cold Pool with their physical bodies, let alone search for the Frost Sword intent. The mark of Frost Sword intent. Qin Yi took the crystal ball and felt the intense Frost Sword intent emanating from it. Actually, with your innate sword seed, just by revealing it, the sect would treat you like an ancestor. But the Frost Sword Saint also knew how treacherous the world could be, and how unpredictable human hearts were. Such a prodigious talent, once his secret became known, would inevitably attract fatal consequences. After all, the innate sword seed can be gifted. Thank you, Senior, Qin Yi said with a cupped fist salute. The Frost Sword Saint repeatedly waved his hand and cautioned Qin Yi to protect his secret at all costs, not letting anyone know and not easily trusting anyone. Afterward, the Frost Sword Saint's phantom gradually dissipated, completely merging with the Emerald Frost Lake. Beyond the icy blue pool, the Guardian Elder sat in meditation with closed eyes when suddenly a wave surged from the cold pool. His eyes snapped open, thinking something unusual had occurred. Yet upon closer inspection, He was startled to see Qin Yi emerging. The guardian elder looked at him and asked, couldn't hold on any longer. Before Qin Yi could explain, the guardian elder waved his hand dismissively. Get out of here. You won't last long in the heavenly sword sect by cheating. Qin Yi curled his lip and turned to leave. Humph, a worthless trash who couldn't even last a single day, the guardian elder cursed. Soon, the news that Qin Yi had only lasted half a day in the Bisui cold pool spread throughout the entire heavenly sword sect. In that fleeting moment, he became the laughingstock of the outer sect. Upon hearing the news, Lu Xian also shook his head. Such a good-for-nothing was ultimately unworthy of being his opponent. His true rivals were Xiru Ozi and Jian Yun. Others took the opportunity to kick him while he was down, with waves of mockery pouring in. Have you heard? That good-for-nothing only lasted half a day in the Bisui cold pool. Ha ha ha, I heard the spot in the Bisui cold pool was exchanged by the 7th elder for 200,000 points. What a waste! A loser will always be a loser, like the proverbial adult who cannot be helped up. Faced with the insults from outsiders, Qin Yi simply ignored them. In the courtyard, Little Fatty widened his eyes and sized up Qin Yi from head to toe. You really only lasted half a day. Finally, Little Fatty couldn't help but ask. Qin Yi shrugged. It's just the Bisui cold pool. I could have stayed as long as I wanted, but there was no need. Half a day is more than enough. Besides, he's already absorbed all the frost sword intent. What's the point in wasting more time? You! Elder 7 paid such a high price to secure this opportunity for you, and you're just throwing it away like this. Xiao Pan couldn't help but chide him with frustration. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. Elder 7 has arrived. He got straight to the point and asked, how was the harvest? Not bad, Qin Yi replied with a smile. What a shame, you won't be able to enter the sword forest anymore, the 7th elder lamented. However, with a flick of his wrist, Qin Yi tossed a crystal ball to the 7th elder. The 7th elder took the crystal ball and examined it with confusion. At first, he remained calm, but when he sensed the imprint of the frost sword intent within the crystal ball, his expression changed drastically. Is this what you found? With 2 methods to enter the sword forest, why would I waste time? Qin Yi replied. Ha ha ha, good, very good. The 7th elder instantly revealed an excited smile, holding the crystal ball and praising Qin Yi endlessly. No wonder you came out after just half a day. You actually found the frost sword intent imprint. Indeed, with the imprint, one can enter the sword forest. Beside them, Little Fatty also widened his eyes, looking utterly astonished. However, he still felt a bit sorry for Qin Yi. Even if one obtains a spot in the sword forest, they can endure in the Bisui cold pool for a long time. Each additional day of endurance allows for the opening of several more acupoints. This is extremely important for cultivators at the meridian refining stage. Elder 7, it's not that I don't want to endure, but I've already opened 200 acupoints. I've reached the limit of what the Bisui cold pool can offer. Qin Yi explained. The 7th elder nodded. You've done quite well. For your first time entering the Bisui cold pool, you managed to unblock 20. Ha! Mid-sentence, he sensed something was amiss. The 7th elder suddenly looked up, staring intently at Qin Yi, and asked word by word, how many acupoints did you say you unblocked just now? 200, Qin Yi said with an air of nonchalance. Boom! The minds of the 7th elder and Little Fatty were blown. 200 acupoints. Isn't this just too outrageous? You! After being stunned for a long time, the 7th elder finally regained his composure and exclaimed excitedly, ha ha! Previously, the record for opening acupoints in the Bisui cold pool was 160, achieved in 72 days. Who would have thought you'd open 200 in just half a day? Truly a sword prodigy. Qin Yi knew the seventh elder was referring to Lucian. Junior brother Qin, are you even human? Little Fatty muttered in disbelief. Qin Yi slapped him on the head and retorted, What do you mean, not human? Little Fatty scratched his head, still unable to believe it. I've been in the Sky Sword sect for 3 years and only managed to unblock 190 acupoints. You've only been here a few days and already surpassed me. You're truly a monstrous genius. Qin Yi smiled without speaking. The seventh elder was too excited. Qin Yi was the one he brought back. With this cultivation speed, it was a sure thing that he would advance from the outer sect competition into the inner sect. At that time, we can investigate Qin Tianbo's cause of death together. Good, very good. You focus on consolidating your progress. I'll go help you secure a spot in the sword forest, the seventh elder said as he put away the crystal ball, offering a final reminder. However, before leaving, he informed Qin Yi that every time the sword forest opens, all outer sect disciples are allowed to enter. Given his brilliance and the fact that he had offended Shu Luo, there was a high chance he might be targeted, so he advised Qin Yi to be cautious. After the seven elders left, Little Fatty was also stimulated and immediately returned to the pavilion to cultivate diligently. Qin Yi entered the divine devouring tower. Congratulations, Master, for unlocking 200 acupoints, the tower spirit said with a smile. Qin Yi grinned. The tower spirit said, However, this is only the beginning, Master. You must not become complacent. When you unlock all 720 acupoints, you will be able to enter the second level of the God-Devouring Tower. Ha! Qin Yi was stunned. Aren't cultivators limited to unlocking a maximum of 360 acupoints in their bodies? Isn't that already the limit? Why did the tower spirit say 720? Oh right, you're not quite aware yet. The tower spirit noticed Qin Yi's expression and explained, Normally, 360 acupoints are indeed the limit, but you're different. You possess the primordial devouring god bloodline. Under the nourishment of this bloodline, each acupoint will develop a companion acupoint around it. 360 acupoints, plus the companion acupoints, that makes 720, doesn't it? This. Qin Yi felt his scalp tingle. 720 acupoints. This has surpassed Qin Yi's understanding of the meridian refining realm. Being able to fully unblock all 360 acupoints is already extremely rare. What if he could unblock 720 acupoints? Would that make history? Will. Qin Yi took a deep breath, rubbed his temples, and felt that the road ahead of him was still very long. Fortunately, there is the God-Devouring Tower. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After not seeing it for a few days, Little Goat had grown much larger, but as it grew, its appetite increased significantly, completely emptying Qin Yi's supplies. It was complaining to Qin Yi. Qin Yi frowned, thinking of a way to get some food for Little Goat. As far as I know, it's currently in a critical growth period and needs to gather a vast amount of energy, but the tower spirit suddenly said, if it could obtain the inner core of a Yuandan realm demon beast, that would absolutely allow it to undergo a complete transformation. Qin Yi smiled bitterly. Although he was quite strong within the meridian refining realm, against a Yuandan realm opponent, he wouldn't stand a chance. Moreover, within the same realm, the strength of demonic beasts far surpasses that of human experts. You want me to kill a Yuandan realm demonic beast? Qin Yi asked. The tower spirit replied, Certainly not now. You must first open all your acupoints as quickly as possible. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, urgent knocking sounds came from the door. Qin Yi returned to reality and was startled to find that the visitor was actually the seventh elder. You have already qualified to enter the sword forest, but you'll need to wait another 10 days, the seventh elder informed Qin Yi. Thank you, seventh elder. Qin Yi clasped his hands in gratitude. The seventh elder said, during this period, focus on your cultivation and strive to unblock more acupoints. If you need spirit stones, you can take on some simple tasks at the mission hall. After speaking, he emphasized that under no circumstances should you take on high difficulty tasks. After the seventh elder left, little Fatty happened to return. He told Qin Yi that the mission hall had just released a new batch of tasks today, and shockingly, there were 3 hell-level tasks among them, which all the disciples were buzzing about. Hell level. Qin Yi's expression flickered slightly. His current cultivation had stagnated, and he needed an opportunity, specifically the opening of the sword forest, to have any hope of continuing to unblock more acupoints. Meanwhile, Little Gold was already impatiently in need of vast amounts of energy to grow. Take me to the mission hall, Qin Yi said. Shao Pan quickly brought Qin Yi to the mission hall. At this moment, countless outer sect disciples had gathered at the entrance of the mission hall. Most of the outer sect disciples stepped back upon seeing Qin Yi, their eyes filled with fear. What a joke! 10 consecutive victories in the martial arena, that was an achievement of considerable weight. Moreover, the opponent in the 10th match was Zi Huang, ranked 10th among the outer disciples. This means that Qin Yi's current overall strength is already enough to rank within the top 10 of the outer disciples. Among tens of thousands of disciples, being able to rank in the top 10 is already exceptionally monstrous. Senior brother Qin. Many people took the initiative to greet Qin Yi. In the cultivation world, age is irrelevant. Those who excel are the teachers. Calling someone senior brother is nothing unusual. Qin Yi nodded in response, then turned his gaze to the illusory interface displayed in front of the mission hall. All the missions in the task hall are displayed on the virtual interface, Little Fatty explained. The missions for our outer sect are divided into 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, advanced, and hell. Among these, the first 2 levels have low difficulty, so the rewards are also low. Starting from the advanced missions, the rewards double. Especially for the hell level missions. The sect rarely issues such tasks, because for outer disciples, hell level missions can truly cost lives. Under normal circumstances, only the elite among the outer disciples dare to take on such missions. Losing even one is painful for the Heavenly Sword sect. Yet this time, 3 hell-level tasks were issued at once. Qin Yi's gaze fixed on the red text displayed on the illusory interface. The crimson text was particularly glaring. These were the 3 hell-level tasks. The first task is to head to the Heavenly Sword mountain range and hunt a demonic beast at the 9th level of the meridian refining realm, using its inner core as proof of completion. The second task involves retrieving a yin-yang herb, which was accidentally discovered by a disciple in the Heavenly Sword mountain range, and submitting it to the sect. The rewards for these 2 tasks are each 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. As for the third task, its reward is astonishingly high, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the mission location is also in the Sky Sword mountain range. A beast tide is approaching, and villages on the other side of Sky Sword mountain have been destroyed. The task is to stop the beast tide and rescue the villagers. This mission seems a bit simple, yet it offers the highest reward, which is somewhat puzzling. Until someone said that this beast tide was reportedly led by the Beast King himself. The Beast King, at least at the 9th level of the refining vein realm, possibly even reaching the core formation realm. How could we possibly complete such a mission? Only senior brother Shirluo would dare to take on this task. The crowd buzzed with discussion. However, Shirluo, the top-ranked outer disciple, merely glanced at the illusory interface and directly ignored the 3 hell-level tasks. He knew a bit of inside information. These 3 tasks were extraordinary and likely concealed immense danger. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Luo accepted several high-level tasks instead. Boom! Everyone was in an uproar. Even Luo, the top-ranked outer disciple, didn't dare to take on the hell-level mission. So who else would? Junior brother Qin, since it's your first time accepting missions, it'd be best to start with a few difficult level ones to get some practice, Little Fatty advised Qin Yi while glancing at the illusory interface. However, when he turned his head, he was shocked to find that Qin Yi had disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, in the mission hall, there was an uproar as everyone exclaimed in shock. Little Fatty curiously poked his head out to look, and at that sight, he was utterly dumbfounded. All 3 hell-level missions had actually been accepted by someone. Ha! Little Fatty stared at the person who had taken the hell-level missions, finding them somewhat familiar. He squeezed his way to the front for a closer look. Junior brother Qin. Upon seeing Qin Yi's face, Xiaopeng froze in shock. You! He urgently tried to dissuade Qin Yi from abandoning the mission. However, Qin Yi had already made up his mind. Since all 3 mission destinations are in the same place, might as well take them all. Boom! The surrounding disciples erupted in an uproar. Some mocked Qin Yi, scoffing, "Humph, just trying to show off." Even senior brother Luo didn't he dare to take these missions, and he's taking 3 alone. Putting on airs. Let us see if he doesn't lose his life in the Heavenly Sword Mountains. You fool, do you really think you're so great just because you won 10 straight matches in the martial arena? Even Luo, who hadn't gone far, stopped to watch. He narrowed his eyes at Qin Yi. After a long while, a look of disdain appeared on his face before he turned and left. Showing off comes with a price. Of course, Qin Yi didn't recklessly accept the hell-level mission without thinking. He had carefully considered it before taking it on. Moreover, the tower spirit supported him, as the outer sect no longer posed any challenge to him. This is a perfect opportunity to hone my skills in the Heavenly Sword Mountains. I can also help Shao Jin gather some food along the way. All 3 hell-level tasks have time limits. They must be completed within a month, or they will be considered failures. Moreover, during this period, no one can repeatedly accept the same task. Only after Qin Yi fails can others take it. This inevitably leads some to believe that Qin Yi deliberately accepted 3 hell-level tasks to show off, attract attention, and then hog resources without delivering results. Some of the top-ranked disciples have even begun to publicly criticize him. Luo, you've gone too far. The 7th-ranked disciple blocked Qin Yi's path, saying coldly. Too far. Qin Yi retorted, the mission hall issued the test, and I accepted it. What's so excessive about that? Phew! These disciples said, even senior brother Luo didn't dare to take on these missions, yet you accepted 3 at once. Isn't this just a deliberate attempt to show off and prevent others from taking them? Qin Yi shrugged, unwilling to engage with him, and simply turned to leave. Stop right there. The disciple roared. If you can't learn to keep your mouth shut, then during the outer sect competition, I'll make you shut it. After leaving those domineering words, Qin Yi disappeared from everyone's sight. Damn it! The disciples of the Luo faction were utterly enraged. But Luo remained unmoved. How dare a mere new disciple oppose him? Are you qualified? The Heavenly Sword Mountain Range, located 100 miles from Heavenly Sword Mountain, features countless hills crisscrossing the landscape, creating a breathtaking and majestic atmosphere. Legend has it. Within the Heavenly Sword Mountain Range, demonic beasts roam freely, including some at the Yuandan realm level. Therefore, few dare to enter it. Most of the time, it's the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect who train there. Of course, they also dare not venture into the innermost core area. Splash! Qin Yi plunged headlong into the heavenly sword mountain range. Just as he was about to start searching for the yin-yang grass, a burly man called out to him. "Brother, please hold on." Qin Yi stopped and turned to look at the burly man, who grinned and said, "Brother, this is my first time entering the heavenly sword mountain range, and I'm not familiar with the area. I was wondering if we could travel together for mutual support." Qin Yi frowned, initially reluctant to agree. But the burly man said, "I heard that in the heavenly sword mountains, a yin-yang grass has appeared. I've grasped a trace of joy, and if you're willing to join me, I'd be happy to share." "Oh." Qin Yi narrowed his eyes, looked at the burly man, and finally nodded in agreement. "Where is the yin-yang grass?" he asked. 1 kilometer northwest of here," the burly man replied. The two of them headed toward the location of the yin-yang grass. Along the way, they occasionally encountered some demonic beasts, but all were of very low cultivation levels. Before the burly man could act, Qin Yi had already dealt with them. "May I ask your honorable name, brother?" the burly man inquired. "Qin Yi." "Oh." Upon hearing Qin Yi's name, the burly man's expression visibly changed for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. "Brother Qin, despite being so young, you possess such strength. With you here, we are sure to obtain the yin-yang grass." The burly man did not hesitate to lavish praise. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a canyon deep within the heavenly sword mountain range. "The yin-yang grass is in the canyon," the burly man said. Qin Yi took the lead and entered the canyon. Sure enough, at the deepest part of the canyon, he saw the black and white yin-yang grass. "It's really here," Qin Yi exclaimed with joy. "Brother Qin, how about we split the yin-yang grass equally between the two of us?" the burly man suggested. "All right." Qin Yi nodded, then leaped forward, landing right in front of the yin-yang grass. At a glance, the dense clusters of yin-yang grass stretched endlessly. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 100 plants. Just as he was about to gather them, a sudden roar echoed through the air. In the next moment, a massive white ape appeared before Qin Yi. "Damn humans, daring to steal my yin-yang grass!" Roar! With a furious roar, the white ape raised its massive paw and struck towards Qin Yi. Boom! Qin Yi drew the lineage sword to block. The white ape's massive paw clashed with the lineage sword, sending out scorching sparks. His body was forced back quite a distance before he managed to steady himself. So strong! Qin Yi curled his lips. After just one exchange, he could tell that this white ape was at least a 9th level post-refinement realm demon beast. Roar! The white ape raised its head and let out a long roar, bellowing in fury. Its claws clenched into fists as it pounded its chest vigorously, its aura continuously surging. Boom! Its massive feet stomped on the ground, causing the entire canyon to tremble. "Brother Qin, let's attack together and kill him," came the burly man's voice. Qin Yi wielded the lineage sword and unleashed the lineage sword technique. With a single slash, 3,000 waves of flames swept through the canyon, engulfing the white ape. "Get lost!" The white ape fiercely tore at the void with its claws, instantly extinguishing the flames. Boom! The white ape locked onto Qin Yi and engaged in a fierce battle with him. Qin Yi swung his sword repeatedly, but the waves of flames had no effect on the white ape. Finally, he unleashed the Tai sword technique, delivering 18 consecutive strikes. 126 sword lights appeared all around the white ape, enveloping it completely and locking it in place. "Kill!" The white ape roared in fury, stomped its foot, and soared straight into the sky. As expected of a disciple of the heavenly sword sect, truly formidable. The burly man sneered, taking advantage of Qin Yi's distraction of the white ape to swiftly move to the deepest part of the canyon, frantically gathering yin-yang grass. "Ha ha ha! With these yin-yang herbs, the sect is sure to reward me." The burly man seemed to already envision the scene of his rising success. Read! Excited, he plucked the yin-yang herbs and stored them in his spatial ring. At the same time, the words of Elder Li flashed through his mind. Qin Su, a disciple of the Heavenly Blade sect who possessed the Heavenly Vein, was killed by a guy named Qin Yi from the Heavenly Sword sect. So, that's why he had such a reaction when he first heard the name Qin Yi. Damn it! The white ape engaged in fierce combat with Qin Yi noticed the burly man picking the yin-yang grass. With one punch, it forced Qin Yi back and then swiftly charged toward the burly man. Seeing this, the burly man frantically fled, shouting, "Brother Qin, quickly stop the white ape." As he spoke, he was about to escape outside the canyon. Boom! The white ape smashed his head with a single punch. His corpse fell to the ground, and the yin-yang grass from his spatial ring scattered everywhere. Qin Yi did not stop the white ape, witnessing everything firsthand. When the burly man invited him to travel together, he had already suspected the latter. The latter deliberately brought him to find the yin-yang grass, simply to use him as a distraction against the white ape, then retreat unscathed after picking it. How could such a good thing happen? While you're scheming against others, they might be scheming against you too. After killing the burly man, the white ape took the yin-yang grass and turned to look at Qin Yi. It was somewhat surprised why hadn't this human warrior stopped it to buy time for his teammate. Don't he misunderstand? I'm not with him, Qin Yi said. The white ape instantly understood. He was using you. Qin Yi nodded, but I was also using him. Without his information, how could I have found the yin-yang grass? Phew! Upon hearing this, the white ape snorted coldly. Anyone who dares to covet the yin-yang grass must die. Brother white ape, actually, we could make a deal, Qin Yi suddenly said with a smile. The white ape was puzzled. You can't possibly use up all these yin-yang herbs. Why not give me some? Qin Yi said. In exchange, I'll help you escape and leave this place. How about that? The white ape was stunned. Being trapped in the canyon, forever unable to leave, this was a secret. How did this guy in front of me know? You should know. Even a Yuandan realm expert came here before and didn't notice anything unusual. Seeing the white ape's expression, Qin Yi grinned. Actually, it wasn't him who discovered it, it was the tower spirit. Although I don't know why you're trapped here, I can see that a curse has been planted within you. Once the curse is lifted, you'll regain your freedom. Qin Yi repeated what the tower spirit had said. Boom! The white ape's mind was in turmoil. Its breathing became somewhat rapid. How do you know this? The white ape asked in a deep voice. Qin Yi remained silent. The white ape realized its impropriety. How could such a secret be casually shared with others? Will. It took a deep breath, then lowered its posture, its wrinkled face breaking into a faint smile. Brother, can you really help me escape this predicament? Qin Yi nodded, of course. The white ape waved its large hand and gave all the yin-yang grass that the burly man had just picked to Qin Yi, adding, as for the yin-yang grass in the canyon, you can pick as much as you want. Qin Yi stored the yin-yang grass while the tower spirit was communicating with him. The curse within its body is called the blood curse, a common type of curse among demonic cultivators, the tower spirit explained. Once afflicted with the blood curse, the blood within the body is locked by the curse. Moreover, beneath the canyon lies a grand curse formation. If it leaves the canyon, the formation will activate, causing the blood curse within its body to boil and suppress it. If it were anyone else, this blood curse would be absolutely impossible to break, unless one possessed the cultivation level of the Yuandan realm. However, Qin Yi was different. He had the devouring god tower. Tower spirit, do you have a solution? Qin Yi asked. Such a pathetic curse doesn't require my personal intervention, the tower spirit sneered. Just let little gold directly absorb the curse from its blood. Ha! Qin Yi was stunned. If little gold absorbs it, wouldn't he also be infected with the blood curse? Master, you're underestimating little gold too much. It's a descendant of a divine beast, you know. Although it hasn't awakened its ancient divine beast bloodline yet, this kind of trashy blood curse can't possibly restrain its blood, said the tower spirit. Hearing this, Qin Yi grinned. Originally, he thought the 3 hell-level tasks would be extremely difficult. I never expected such a twist. Have Shaojing absorb the blood curse from the white ape, thus saving it, then obtain the yin-yang grass to complete the second test. After that, enlist the white ape's help in hunting a 9th-level meridian refining beast and extract its core, thereby completing the first test. Finally, the third test, and the most difficult one. It is said that a powerful beast king is highly likely to appear during the beast tide. However, how strong can your beast king really be? Without the restriction of the blood curse, the white ape could immediately recover to the golden core realm, easily dealing with the beast king. Brother? Not receiving Qin Yi's confirmation for a long time, the white ape grew somewhat worried and asked in a low voice. Qin Yi grinned, looked at the white ape, and said, Brother White Ape, I can help you lift the blood curse, but I have one condition. The white ape waved its large paw generously and said, as long as it can free me, not just one condition, 100 conditions would be fine. Of course, it also warned Qin Yi not to think of playing any tricks. Otherwise, the consequences of its anger would be severe. Crash! With a thought, Qin Yi released little gold. Boss! Instantly, a terrifying aura emanated from Little Jin as he confronted the white ape. Little Jin! Qin Yi patted Little Jin's head, who then let out a long hole toward the sky before turning his gaze to the white ape. The white ape looked puzzled, and Qin Yi said, just let it directly absorb the blood curse from your body. Ha! The white ape froze. What kind of bizarre method was this? Looking at this leopard, so dull and slow-witted, could it really suck out the blood curse within him? Roar! As if sensing the white ape's disbelief, Little Gold roared furiously at it. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Qin Yi shrugged. Seeing this, the white ape couldn't care less anymore. Qin Yi, with his cultivation at the meridian refining stage, could actually tell that it was afflicted with the blood curse. Maybe he really had a solution. Trapped in this canyon for so many years, deprived of sunlight, it had had enough of this life. Desperate times call for desperate measures. All right, I'll listen to you. The white ape nodded repeatedly. Then, it completely let down its defenses and plopped down in the canyon. Little Jin approached, opening its bloody maw wide, and bit down on the ape's arm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The white ape's blood surged wildly, faintly revealing streaks of crimson threads within. Little Jin, like a starving wolf, clamped onto the crimson-red threads and began absorbing them frantically. The white ape trembled. This guy can actually absorb the blood curse. With almost no resistance, in just a few breaths, Little Jin completely drained the blood curse threads from the white ape's blood. Crack! Shaojing swayed its massive head. The blood curse had already transferred into its body, and its blood was now resisting. It walked unsteadily, staggering from side to side. Qin Yi placed it inside the god-devouring tower, where the tower spirit would take care of it, ensuring Shaojing would be fine. The white ape sensed slightly and realized the blood curse had completely vanished, and its blood had returned to normal. Boom! It raised its head and howled at the sky, its entire body radiating an aura of extreme terror. Boom! 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 Its aura continued to surge, breaking through the limits of the meridian refining realm in the blink of an eye and reaching the level of the core formation realm. Ha ha! I have regained my freedom. The white ape roared excitedly, its massive paws slashing through the air as it vented years of pent-up rage. Boom! The entire canyon trembled, and the yin-yang grass on the ground was crushed beneath its feet. Qin Yi watched with heartache, swiftly uprooting the remaining yin-yang grass by their roots. Just like that. It took a full half-hour for the white ape to finally calm down after its outburst. At this moment, it had already become a demon beast at the Yuan-Dan realm level. The light shining from its eyes made Qin Yi feel a trace of unease. It looked at Qin Yi and suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud. "Thank you, brother, for saving my life," the white ape said in a hoarse voice. "Just a mutual exchange of knees," Qin Yi replied with a grin. The white ape stood up, only then remembering little goat who had helped it absorb the blood curse. "Brother, how is that golden leopard of yours? It absorbed the blood curse, will it also be trapped in the canyon?" the white ape asked. "It's fine," Qin Yi replied. Through telepathy, he sensed that within the god-devouring tower, little goat had completely neutralized the blood curse with the tower spirit's assistance. Hearing this, the white ape asked no further. It said, "Brother, is there anything you need my help with?" The white ape was very polite to Qin Yi, who was its savior after all. Qin Yi got straight to the point and said, "I need the inner core of a 9th level vein refining realm demon beast." Before he could finish speaking, the white ape rummaged around on its body and then spread open its large paw, handing Qin Yi a pile of inner cores. "These are all the demon beasts that trespassed into the canyon and were killed by me. The weaker ones' inner cores I discarded, and these remaining ones are all from 9th level vein refining realm demon beasts." There were 100 in total, and the white ape gave all of them to Qin Yi. Having already restored his golden core realm, the inner cores of vein refining realm demon beasts were of no use to him anymore. "Oh!" Qin Yi was stunned. "I just wanted one, but damn, the white ape gave me 100. Is there anything else you need me to do?" the white ape asked. Qin Yi said, "The villages near the Heavenly Sword mountain range are under attack by a beast tide, reportedly led by the Beast King himself. I was hoping you could help." "The Beast King? That little bastard dares to call himself the Beast King while I was away." The white ape was stunned, then grew visibly angry. Deep within the Heavenly Sword mountains, this place is rarely visited by humans, teeming with fierce beasts. Few cultivators dare to come here, yet today, a man and a beast are boldly advancing forward. Brother White Ape, are you sure the Beast King will still recognize you as its leader?" Qin Yi asked. After all, the White Ape had been trapped in the canyon for so long that its subordinates had already reached the Yuan-Dan realm and were revered as Beast Kings. The cultivation world is the same everywhere once power is obtained. Relinquishing it becomes an immense challenge. It might even kill you along the way. The white ape curled its lips and said, "Don't worry, as long as I show up, all those demon beasts will obey my commands. If it dares to betray me, I'll eat it alive." Seeing the white ape brimming with confidence, Qin Yi stopped asking further questions. "Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle." Just as the man and the beast were about to reach the other side of the Heavenly Sword mountain range, Qin Yi suddenly sensed something amiss. Qin Yi frowned, wondering why there was a faint trace of sword energy in the air. Whoosh! Just as he was pondering, dense clusters of sword energy suddenly appeared ahead, carrying terrifying power as they rushed straight toward him. Boom! Without a second thought, Qin Yi manifested his divine veins, with 10 spiritual roots emitting a dazzling glow, enhancing his physical defense to its peak to block the onslaught of sword energy. As expected of someone who could defeat Zi Huang. A sinister voice came from beneath the towering tree. Immediately after, a man in plain clothes stepped forward. Qin Yi narrowed his eyes, observing the man in plain clothes. This was the 5th-ranked altar disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. "Do you want to kill me?" Qin Yi asked. "Humph, The moment you offended senior brother Shirluo, you were already sentenced to death. The plain-clothed man sneered with disdain. Did you really think that by taking on 3 hell-level missions and hiding in the Heavenly Sword mountain range, you could survive? Whoosh! The plain-clothed man wielded his longsword, unleashing an overwhelmingly domineering sword technique, leaving Qin Yi no opportunity to counter. However, before Qin Yi could even make a move, the white ape couldn't hold back any longer. How dare some insignificant nobody dare to provoke him like this now? Boom! The white ape clenched its hand into a fist and suddenly punched the chest of the man in plain clothes. Crack! The man's chest was pierced, blood sprayed out, and his internal organs were instantly shattered. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his life fading away. How is this possible? The man in plain clothes widened his eyes, staring fixedly at the white ape. Only at this moment did he realize with horror that the white ape was actually a demon beast at the Yuanden realm level. His mind was in turmoil, utterly unable to comprehend how Qin Yi could coexist with a demon beast of the Yuanden realm. Annoying! The white ape was about to stomp the cloth-robed man to death. But it was stopped by Qin Yi. Did Shirluo send you? Qin Yi asked. The plain-clothed man was still struggling desperately, hoping to survive. It was the 3rd elder who sent me to kill you. He said as long as I killed you, he would directly grant me entry into the inner sect for cultivation. The plain-clothed man revealed everything he knew to Qin Yi, begging only for his life to be spared. However, he had underestimated the terrifying strength of a demon beast at the Yuanden realm. With just one punch, his internal organs were shattered. Even if he wasn't killed, he wouldn't survive. 3rd elder? A cold-killing intent flashed in Qin Yi's eyes. I have never met the 3rd elder in person. Is it simply because my father is Qin Tianbao that he would send someone all the way to the Heavenly Sword Mountains to assassinate me? Moreover, they set up an ambush not far from the village that had just survived Beast Tide. His intentions are utterly despicable. Qin Yi clenched his fists until they creaked, his fury reaching the heavens. However, he knew now was not the time to confront the 3rd elder head-on. Soon, he calmed down. The more the 3rd elder acted this way, the more convinced he became that his father's death was undeniably linked to the 3rd elder. Perhaps there's some earth-shattering secret involved in all this. One day, I'll get to the bottom of it. Let's go. Qin Yi didn't even glance at the plain-clothed man, calling for the white ape to leave. Whoosh! The plain-clothed man let out a sigh of relief, thinking he had survived. But suddenly, he let out a scream, horrified by what he discovered. His own spiritual roots had actually shattered as well. Ah! Amidst fear and agony, the man in plain clothes gradually lost his vitality. After leaving the Heavenly Sword mountain range, he caught sight of the village that was his mission's destination at a glance. It was already in ruins, with numerous demonic beasts wantonly slaughtering the villagers. Brother, that so-called 3rd elder dared to send people to kill you. Do you want me to go to the Heavenly Sword sect and smash his head in? The white ape asked. Don't. Qin Yi hurriedly stopped him, leaving aside whether the white ape's strength could dominate the Tianjin sect. Even if it could kill the 3rd elder, he wouldn't let the white ape act now. He wanted to uncover the truth about his father's death from the 3rd elder. Hurry and stop your men, Qin Yi urged, looking at the village ahead with growing impatience. An unnamed small village. After enduring the beast tide, half the villagers had perished, while others had gone into hiding. Countless demonic beasts howled at the sky, ransacking the village. Suddenly, the white ape arrived before the village and roared angrily, "Tell your leader to come out and face me." Ha! The sudden turn of events left the many demonic beasts momentarily stunned. At once, a demon beast looked disdainfully at the white ape and said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge our boss? Out of respect for our shared demon beast heritage, I'll spare your life. Get lost now, the other beasts chimed in. The white ape was thoroughly enraged. Boom! With a swift swipe of its massive claw, it instantly seized one of the demon beasts. Crack! With a gentle squeeze, he directly crushed the demon beast's skull. Boom! This scene provoked the fury of many demon beasts. Damn bastard! How dare you cause trouble here? Instantly, countless demon beasts surrounded the white ape. Try moving if you want to die. A demon beast refused to comply and moved slightly, only to have its head instantly crushed by the white ape. Instantly, the other demon beasts dared not move, having already secretly sent word to the Beast King. Humph! How dare you kill our people? When the Beast King arrives, you're as good as dead. The white ape couldn't be bothered with this trash, waiting for the Beast King to appear. Roar! Sure enough, a few minutes later, the Beast King arrived. A massive winged beast, with just a single flap of its wings, could summon fierce gales. Its sharp beak lunged towards the white ape. Boss! The white ape unleashed the aura of the Yuandan realm, instantly stunning all the demon beasts. Xiao Fei, you've grown quite capable. The white ape gazed at the avian beast king within arm's reach and spoke coldly. Ha! The words Little Fei caused the massive body of the avian demon beast to shudder violently. Then, it scrutinized the white ape carefully. You are the white ape demon king. Boom! The other demon beasts immediately erupted in chaos. It seems you haven't forgotten me, the white ape said. The avian beast king instantly burst into tears. Boss, I've missed you so much. All these years, the brothers have been searching for you. All the demon beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling with fear. The former white ape demon king has returned. Seeing this, Qin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the beast tide would likely recede. The avian beast king complained to the white ape and recounted the hardships of these years. The white ape asked, Why did you launch a beast tide to massacre the village? The beast king of flying creatures said, Boss, you don't know this, but beneath this village, there seems to be an ancient ruin. We planned to drive the villagers away to explore it and see if you were inside by any chance. Hearing this, the white ape's anger dissipated. He called Qin Yi over and said, Brother, I've already helped you deal with the beast tide, but as for those villagers who died, there's nothing I can do. Since ancient times, the cultivation world has been a cruel place. Without Qin Yi, all the villagers in the entire village would have died. But because of his appearance, at least half of them survived. Qin Yi is no saint either, he couldn't save everyone and could only do his best. Thank you, Brother White Ape, Qin Yi said with a cupped hand salute. The Beast King of flying creatures and other demonic beasts were completely stunned. What kind of human is this, actually calling the White Ape Demon King his sworn brother? Qin Yi never expected that the 3 hell-level tasks would be completed so easily. After all, it was all thanks to the God-Devouring Tower. If it weren't for the Tower Spirit discovering that the White Ape was under the blood curse, he wouldn't have been able to make a deal with it. Not to mention the other 2 tasks, even the simplest Yin-Yang Grass mission would have failed. With the White Ape's help, the Beast Tide crisis was also resolved. Qin Yi stood in the center of the ruined village, while some villagers peeked out to see if the demonic beasts had left. There were still a large number of demonic beasts present, so they hurriedly took cover. Everyone, the Beast Tide crisis has been resolved. You are safe now, Qin Yi said. At first, the villagers didn't believe it, as they had already fallen into despair after experiencing the previous beast tide. They couldn't believe that cultivators would come to their aid. I am a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, and I came specifically to save your village. Seeing this, Qin Yi continued to speak. Finally, someone, upon hearing the words Heavenly Sword sect, let out a sigh of relief, gathered their courage, and stepped forward. With the first person, there will be a second. When they came out, they found that those demonic beasts really didn't attack them. Is it over? They were filled with excitement, cheering and jumping for joy. Finally, all the surviving villagers came out and knelt before Qin Yi, bowing their heads in gratitude. Thank you, kind savior, for saving our lives. Qin Yi quickly helped everyone up. Seeing these simple people reduced to such a state deeply moved Qin Yi's heart. But he was also at a loss. To avoid being bullied, one must cultivate. But these people have lived in the village since birth, without even access to the cultivation world. How could they cultivate? In fact, it's not just here, there are many such ordinary people throughout the Luoyun Empire. What Qin Yi could do was to help them as much as possible. Brother, don't worry. The village was destroyed by my underlings, and I'll have them help rebuild it, the white ape said apologetically. The avian beast king nearby also nodded repeatedly. The villagers were stunned by this scene. They believed Qin Yi was a deity, for only a deity could possess the power to reach the heavens and earth, and suppress the demonic beasts. Everyone, from now on, we will never attack villages again. On the contrary, if you are in trouble, you can enter the Heavenly Sword Mountains to seek our help, the flying beast king said to the villagers. A child of only 7 or 8 years old whispered, "Can I learn cultivation from you?" The flying beast king was taken aback, unsure how to respond. The white ape demon king said, "You are human, we are demon kind. You cannot cultivate with us." The child looked disappointed and finally walked up to Qin Yi, tugging at his sleeve as he asked, "Big brother, can you teach me cultivation?" Qin Yi shook his head. To enter the Heavenly Sword sect, one must pass the Sword Technique Celestial Ladder assessment. This child before him had no foundation in martial cultivation whatsoever. There was simply no way he could enter the Heavenly Sword sect. He crouched down, gently stroking the child's face, and said, "Though I cannot take you to cultivate, I can give you a method of cultivation. When you have fully comprehended it, you can come find me." With that, Qin Yi handed the child a beginner's breathing technique. No matter what, one must always give people hope. The child treasured it as if it were a priceless gem, holding it in his palms and repeatedly kowtowing to Qin Yi. Finally, the white ape demon king asked Qin Yi if he was interested in the ruins beneath the village. Qin Yi thought for a moment and decided that since he was already here, there was no harm in taking a look. The avian beast king instructed the other demon beasts to settle the villagers, while he himself, familiar with the way, made his way to an ancient well at the very center of the village. Great Demon King, the entrance to the ruins is within this ancient well. With that, the feathered beast king swiftly darted into the ancient well. Following suit, the white ape demon king and Qin Yi also leaped down. Boss! After what seemed like an eternity, Qin Yi finally caught a glimpse of light. Thud! At this moment, his feet touched the ground. He looked around and realized this was actually an underground palace, illuminated by luminous pearls, with walls carved with countless terrifying and ferocious images. At the forefront of the palace stood a withered skeleton. Ha! Seeing this, the beast king of flying creatures immediately stepped forward to inspect it. Is this the flowing cloud sword king? The white ape demon king was also startled, never expecting that the once renowned flowing cloud sword king had actually perished in the underground palace beneath the village. All that could be seen. Before the withered bones of the flowing cloud sword king stood a rusted longsword, thrust into the ground. The white ape demon king asked, Brother, it seems the flowing cloud sword king was also from your heavenly sword set. Ha! Qin Yi was taken aback, then recalled the words other elders at the heavenly sword sect had used to mock the seventh elder. They said the seventh elder had always been boasting about once mentoring a sword king. Yet he never mentioned the name. Could it be that this flowing cloud sword king was the sword king mentored by the seventh elder? Qin Yi gripped the rusted sword hilt and pulled with all his might. Instantly, the long sword was drawn out. Hiss! 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 The innate sword seed within his body swiftly activated, channeling streams of sword energy into the blade. In an instant, the rest on the long sword fell away completely, revealing a peerless divine weapon before their eyes. Thud! At that very moment, the withered bones trembled slightly, and then he opened his eyes, letting out a hoarse voice. To think that after all these years, someone has actually found the place where I fell. The Cloudlow Sword King looked at Qin Yi with a complicated expression. Since you can activate the Cloudlow Sword, it means your talent in the sword path is exceptional. Would you be willing to train in the sword path with me? The Cloudlow Sword emitted a clear, resonant hum, its tip trembling continuously as if greeting its master. Qin Yi released his grip. With a whoosh, the flowing cloud sword returned to the flowing cloud sword king's front and embedded itself into the ground once more. However, the flowing cloud sword king let out a sigh. I waited for many years, but in the end, I never met the destined one. Forget it. Before my death, I left behind a sword manual. Since you are unwilling to practice the way of the sword with me, I implore you to take my sword manual and the flowing cloud sword with you and help me find a destined successor. The flowing cloud sword king looked at Qin Yi and spoke. Qin Yi suddenly asked, "Are the people in the village above your clansmen?" Upon hearing this, the flowing cloud sword king's expression changed slightly before he replied, "How did you know? Before your death, you specifically built a palace beneath the village and left behind your legacy, wasn't it precisely because you hoped your descendants could inherit it?" Qin Yi said. The White Ape Demon King and the Avian Beast King watched from the side, not interrupting the conversation between the two. Obviously, the flowing cloud sword king deeply cared for his descendants, yet he feared being discovered by the outside world. After all, he had many enemies in his time. What happened to them? After a long silence, the Cloudlow Sword King asked. Qin Yi did not answer the Cloudlow Sword King's question. Instead, he said, "When I first entered the village, I saw a child. I think he's very suited to your sword path." The Cloudlow Sword King frowned. Few could resist the temptation of his sword scriptures and the Cloudlow Sword. This guy doesn't want it for himself, yet he still cares for his clansmen. Don't misunderstand, I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Strictly speaking, we share the same lineage, Qin Yi said, knowing what the flowing cloud sword king was thinking. I'm also a disciple under the seventh elder. Boom! Upon hearing the words seventh elder, tears streamed down the flowing cloud sword king's aged face. So that's how it is. The flowing cloud sword king finally understood why Qin Yi had no interest in inheriting his legacy. How is our master doing? He asked. Qin Yi said, "It's quite good. Boss." Sword King Liuyun's will stirred, and from his skeletal remains, a black pearl emerged, swiftly arriving before Qin Yi. "Take this black pearl to our master." Qin Yi took the black pearl, somewhat puzzled. However, the next words from the flowing cloud sword king caused Qin Yi's expression to change drastically in an instant. "This bead is related to the cause of martial uncle Qin Tianbo's death. You must personally deliver it to our master," said the flowing cloud sword king. Boom! Qin Yi's mind exploded with shock. "What did you say?" he asked urgently. "You also know Qin Tianbao?" Seeing Qin Yi's reaction, the flowing cloud sword king asked curiously. Qin Yi pondered. He was my father. Now it was the flowing cloud sword king's turn to be surprised. Back in the day, Qin Tianbao was exceptionally talented. If he hadn't died, he would have had a great chance of becoming a sword king. However, he was framed and ultimately met his demise. Unexpectedly, His son also possessed such remarkable talent in swordsmanship. Sword King Liu now felt even more assured about Qin Yi. This matter concerned the reason behind his father's death, and he would undoubtedly spare no effort to bring it back to the seventh elder. This remnant of my consciousness is about to fade. Take the sword scripture and the Liu sword with you. All I ask is that you help protect the village for me. Sword King Liu knew his time was running out. Qin Yi nodded. Don't worry, I will. Crack! The withered bones of the flowing cloud sword king completely vanished. Before his death, he reminded Qin Yi to be sure to warn the seventh elder to be cautious of the third elder. There was another sentence afterward, but Qin Yi didn't catch it clearly. Faintly, the words darkness were heard. What exactly is the flowing cloud sword king saying? Qin Yi couldn't make sense of it no matter how hard he thought. Finally, he took the flowing cloud sword and the sword scripture with him, and incidentally buried the flowing cloud sword king. After returning to the village, the white ape demon king and the flying beast king were also sighing with emotion. The sword king of a generation ultimately met such a bleak end. The white ape demon king even promised Qin Yi that as long as it lived, the people in the village would surely be safe. Thank you, Qin Yi expressed his gratitude. The white ape wrapped its arms around Qin Yi, grinning widely. If it weren't for you, who knows how long I would have been trapped in that damned place. I should be the one thanking you. The beast king of the winged creatures led numerous demonic beasts back to the heavenly sword mountain range. Big brother, are you leaving? The child from earlier stepped forward, looking at Qin Yi with reluctance as he asked. Just as Qin Yi was about to speak, the flowing cloud sword suddenly trembled violently. Ha! Qin Yi was stunned, and then he noticed that the flowing cloud sword had actually flown of its own accord to the child. All that could be seen. The child, innocent and unaware, grasped the flowing cloud sword, and instantly, radiant light burst forth as endless sword energy surged into the child's body. So that's how it is. In that moment, Qin Yi understood the flowing cloud sword had a spirit and had chosen its master on its own. Afterward, he also handed over the sword scripture of the flowing cloud sword king to the child. With this sword and this sword manual, you'll soon step into the world of cultivation, Qin Yi said with a smile. The child's tender face showed a resolute expression as he said firmly, I must train hard to protect my loved ones. After bidding farewell to the villagers one by one, Qin Yi immediately returned to the heavenly sword sect. With the protection and guidance of the flowing cloud sword, the child's path in swordsmanship should become much smoother. Moreover, with the white ape demon king and the flying beast king overseeing things, no one can harm them. Now, Qin Yi could finally rest assured. Heavenly Sword Sect. As soon as Qin Yi returned, he hurriedly sought out the seventh elder. Back so soon? The seventh elder said. It's alright if you couldn't complete the task. If you need spirit stones, I can give you some. Qin Yi felt warmth in his heart. The seventh elder had always been very kind to him, taking care of him and investigating the cause of his father's death. He took out a black pearl from his bosom and handed it to the seventh elder. Upon seeing it, the latter exclaimed in shock, the primordial pearl. Where did you get this? I met the flowing cloud sword king. Qin Yi reported the events that had occurred in the village to the seventh elder. Upon learning that the cloud soaring sword king had been dead for many years, the seventh elder was moved to tears. That was the only sword king he had ever personally mentored. It was just that the world remained unaware of it. After a long while, the seventh elder gradually regained his composure and said, This chaos pearl was originally obtained by your father from the ninth elder back then, but we later learned that the pearl actually belonged to the third elder. Qin Tianbao failed in his mission and ultimately died. The flowing cloud sword king secretly investigated the scene and found the chaos pearl. The seventh elder sensed that within the primordial chaos pearl, There was actually a terrifying aura of darkness. Clang! Caught off guard, the primordial chaos pearl fell directly to the ground. The seventh elder's expression turned to one of great alarm as he picked up the primordial chaos pearl again, carefully sensing it. Boom! This time, the dark aura was even more formidable, causing the seventh elder to stagger. He hurriedly restrained his aura, not daring to probe the primordial chaos pearl any further. What's going on? Qin Yi asked in confusion. Such a powerful dark aura, the seventh elder said grimly. Indeed, the third elder tempered with this primordial chaos pearl back then. But I've never encountered such terrifying dark energy before. This matter concerned the truth behind his father's death. Qin Yi picked up the chaos pearl to probe, and a terrifying dark aura instantly surged into his mind. He felt as if he was about to die. At the critical moment, the primordial devouring god bloodline surged, absorbing all the dark aura, and only then did he regain his composure. Will! Recalling the terrifying dark aura from earlier, Qin Yi's face was also filled with fear. What kind of power is this? Qin Yi was utterly terrified. The dark aura within the primordial pearl is too strong. Don't attempt to probe it, it could harm you, said the seventh elder. Let me handle it. However, Qin Yi replied, Seventh elder, could you let me study it first? If I can't figure it out, I'll hand it over to you. How about that? But the seventh elder was still somewhat worried about Qin Yi's safety. Qin Yi said, Don't worry, seventh elder, I know my limits. Since it involved Qin Tianbao, the seventh elder understood Qin Yi's urgency and finally nodded in agreement. Qin Yi took the primordial pearl and, upon returning to his residence, directly entered the soul-devouring tower. Tailing, take a look at this dark aura within the primordial pearl. Qin Yi handed the pearl to Tailing. Boss! As Tailing's fingers touched it, an extremely violent dark aura surged forth from the primordial pearl. The dark aura condensed in the void, forming a black battle blade imbued with the power to split heaven and earth. Ha! Tailing let out a soft exclamation of surprise. Why does the aura of the Sky Strife clan appear within this pearl? Qin Yi asked in confusion. What is the Sky Strife clan? The tower spirit lifted its head, gazing at the boundless heavens, murmuring. That is a clan that battles against the heavens. They dwell in darkness, wielding only dark powers. The purpose of their existence is to destroy the heavenly Tao, replacing it with the will of their clan leader, to become the new heavenly Tao. They seek to dominate the universe. The Sky Contesting Clan. They fought against the heavens, seeking to annihilate the heavenly Tao, infusing the will of the Sky Contesting Clan into the cosmos to become the new heavenly Tao. They were excessively cruel, slaughtering innocent cultivators without cause, turning the world into a river of blood and leaving the land in ruins. They became the target of all cultivators' hatred. In the end, they were annihilated by the joint efforts of the supreme powerhouses of the heavens. Logically speaking, the Botian clan should not appear in this space, let alone their aura. Yet, the dark aura within this primordial chaos pearl is indeed that of the Botian clan. That is why the tower spirit was astonished. Could it be that the Sky Battling clan wasn't completely annihilated back then and has now risen from the ashes? Thinking of this, the tower spirit's gaze towards Qin Yi grew heavy. If the Sky Battling clan is so evil, why would their power be inside the primordial chaos pearl? Qin Yi thought of a possibility this primordial chaos pearl belonged to the third elder. Could it be that the third elder colluded with the Sky Battling clan? The tower spirit said, Your speculation is not impossible. Boss! With a flick of its wrist, the tower spirit sent out a shimmering light that enveloped Qin Yi, stripping away all traces of the dark aura from his body. Afterward, the tower spirit said, Let me keep this bead for now. Once you are tainted by the dark aura of the Sky Battling clan, you will quickly be tracked by their members, putting your lives in danger. Qin Yi's thoughts were in turmoil. I never expected that merely investigating my father's death would uncover the ancient and supremely evil force, the sky-shattering clan, from 10,000 years ago. If the third elder truly colluded with the sky-shattering clan, wouldn't that make the Heavenly Sword sect extremely vulnerable? He wanted to inform the seventh elder about this matter, but the tower spirit stopped him. It's best not to let more people know about the involvement of the sky battling clan, otherwise, there will be trouble, the tower spirit said. Hurry and enter the inner sect, and once you've opened all 720 acupoints, I can teach you the method to refine the dark energy of the sky battling clan. Qin Yi nodded. The outer sect grand competition is about to begin, and then I'll be able to enter the inner sect. As for opening all 720 acupoints, the difficulty is quite high. However, with his spot in the sword forest, he should be able to open quite a few. Before leaving, Qin Yi glanced at Little Goat, which had completely refined the blood curse and had even gained a significant boost in strength as a result. Roar! Little Goat roared at Qin Yi a few times, signaling for the two to spar and exchange moves. All right. Qin Yi gripped the liquid sword and unleashed the liquid sword technique, sending forth a wave of flames 10,000 feet high that instantly engulfed Little Goat. However, to his surprise, Little Goat's body was actually capable of growing larger. Instantly, it grew as large as a small mountain, treading upon waves of flames that soared thousands of feet high. Boom! Its massive claws came roaring down. Qin Yi blocked with the liquid sword but was still sent flying dozens of meters. Qin Yi was astonished had Little Goat's strength grown so formidable. The tower spirit grinned and said, "It has awakened its innate divine ability. As long as there is enough energy, it can endlessly absorb the power of its innate ability. Simply put, its cultivation speed is much faster than yours." Moreover, the tower spirit even believed that Little Jin should reach the Yuandan realm faster than Qin Yi. Qin Yi shrugged. There was nothing to be done about it. He had already obtained the Devouring God Tower, awakened the primordial Devouring God bloodline, and recondensed his divine veins. This was already incredibly extraordinary. However, Little Jin possessed innate divine abilities, equivalent to inheriting all the cultivation insights of its ancestor, imprinted directly into its mind. It didn't need to do anything, all it had to do was inherit them. Qin Yi left the divine devouring tower and headed straight to the mission hall. Coincidentally, someone spotted him. Isn't that the useless Qin Yi? How did he return so quickly? He took on 3 hell-level tasks at once. Could he have already completed them? He's on a 10-fight winning streak in the martial arena and even defeated the 10th ranked outer disciple, Zihuan. What's a mere hell-level mission to him? The disciples of the Shuoluo faction were all just talking big. Qin Yi ignored them and entered the mission hall. At that very moment, Shiruoze, the second-ranked outer disciple, arrived in a purple dress that accentuated her stunning figure, also coming to submit a mission. Qin Yi. A faint smile appeared on Shiruoze's fair cheeks. In that instant, her peerless grace captivated all who beheld her. Many stared with wide-eyed fascination, some even drooling unconsciously. Are you here to submit a mission? Shiruoze asked. She had heard before that Qin Yi had taken on 3 hell-level tasks in one go. Could he really have completed them? Qin Yi nodded. How many hell-level tasks have you completed? Shiruoze's beautiful eyes sparkled as she asked curiously. 3, Qin Yi replied. The crowd burst into laughter. Some clowns always love to show off in front of beautiful women. If you can complete 3 hell-level missions, I'll cut my own head off for you. Don't even say 3 if you can finish just 1. I'll call you Grandpa. The mission hall was filled with noise. Everyone was mocking Qin Yi. 3 hell-level missions, each more difficult than the last. Hunting a 9th level meridian refining realm demonic beast to obtain its inner core. This one might still be achievable with some clever tactics. However, stopping the beast tied LED by the Beast King is absolutely impossible. That's a Beast King at the Yuandan realm. You're just a disciple at the refining meridians realm. How could you possibly fight against that? With just one bite, it could devour you without leaving even a single bone behind. I believe in you. Facing the crowd's mockery, Xi Ruozi smiled faintly. Instantly, many people advised Xi Ruozi to stay away from such a boastful person. Senior sister Xi Ruozi, how can you still believe in such trash? Believing in him is no better than believing I'm the sword god. Upon hearing this, Xi Ruozi's expression was cold as she swept her gaze over the crowd, instantly silencing the entire mission hall. Qin Yi waved his hand and then called for a staff member. I'd like to submit a mission, Qin Yi said. The staff member verified Qin Yi's information and stated, you have accepted 3 missions in total. Please provide proof of completion for each. Everyone was waiting to see Qin Yi make a fool of himself. However, Qin Yi took out a 9th level demon beast core from his chest. After being verified by the staff, the first task was completed. What? The crowd was utterly bewildered. Did this guy really complete a hell level task? Impossible. The 7th elder must have secretly given him the beast core. Someone voiced their suspicion. The staff member explained, after our verification, this core indeed comes from the Heavenly Sword Mountain range, and the beast hasn't been dead for long. Boss! Inside the mission hall, a deathly silence fell. Then, Qin Yi took out the yin-yang grass. The second task was also completed. The disciples of the Shuoluo faction shook their heads frantically, unable to accept the truth. Xi Ruozi, on the other hand, examined Qin Yi with curiosity. Just how many secrets was this guy hiding? Can such hell-level tasks be completed so effortlessly? These 2 tasks must have been sheer luck. He probably stumbled upon a critically injured 9th level meridian refining beast and finished it off to get the core. As for the yin-yang grass, he just happened to find it by chance. Exactly. What's so impressive about completing hell-level tasks through luck? If he's so capable, let's see him complete the 3rd task too. Some disciples couldn't stand it anymore and retorted, didn't you just say that if he completes 1 task, you'd call him grandpa? Right? Weren't you going to take your head off and give it to him? The disciple who was mercilessly mocked grew furious with shame. If he completes the 3rd task, I'll kowtow to him 100 times in front of everyone, he said through gritted teeth. Those who want to blacken your name will mock you from different angles no matter how outstandingly you perform. Like now. Even Shuoluo, the top-ranked outer disciple, didn't dare to take on the hell-level mission, yet Qin Yi took 3 at once and has already completed 2. Still, some people keep talking nonsense. They said if Qin Yi could complete the 3rd one, they would kowtow to him 100 times. As for this, Qin Yi simply ignored it. A clown will always be a clown, never fit for the grand stage. Xi Ruozi's beautiful eyes flickered, faintly sensing that Qin Yi must have completed all 3 tasks. A ripple of emotion stirred within her heart. What secrets is this guy hiding? Even she can't see through him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Yi was about to take out the crystal ball. The scene of him resolving the village's beast-tide crisis was recorded in the crystal ball. As long as he submitted it and received verification, the mission would be considered complete. But those guys from earlier started their sarcastic taunts again. What a disgrace. I've never seen someone have the elders help them complete a hell-level mission before. Don't act tough if you don't have the skills. Hearing these voices, Qin Yi suddenly stopped and turned to look at the disciple who had shouted the loudest. He was Shuoluo's lackey. What did you just say? Qin Yi asked. Being stared at like this by Qin Yi, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. But now, he was in a dilemma. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of Qin Yi. No one in the outer sect can complete the mission that even senior brother Luo failed, the man sneered, his confidence bolstered at the thought of Luo. I'll say it again. If you can complete the third hell level mission, I'll kowtow to you 100 times. Qin Yi waved his hand dismissively. Kowtowing is too cliché. How about something more practical? Hearing this, the disciple looked at Qin Yi with a puzzled expression. Qin Yi said, if you lose, give me 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. How about that? 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, that's already equivalent to the reward for a hell-level mission. An ordinary person simply couldn't afford that. However, this disciple had full confidence in Luo and didn't believe Qin Yi could succeed. Moreover, with the presence of Ruozi, the most beautiful female disciple in the outer sect, his blood boiled with excitement, and he waved his hand in immediate agreement. Do you even have that many spirit stones? Qin Yi asked. Humph, it's not like you can accomplish it anyway. What does it matter whether I have them or not? The disciple retorted coldly. Besides, with so many witnesses here, if you win, I'll give you an IOU. Qin Yi nodded, then looked at Ruozi and said with a smile, may I invite senior sister, Ruozi, to serve as a witness? With pleasure, Ruozi replied with a faint smile. The onlookers began to jeer. They believed Qin Yi was merely putting on airs. How could a mere outer sect disciple possibly handle a beast-tied led by a core formation level demon beast? Perhaps he didn't even dare approach the village. Crash! Qin Yi didn't argue, taking out a memory crystal ball from his pocket and handing it to the staff member. After verifying it, the staff member's expression instantly turned grave. He made an inviting gesture and said respectfully, Mr. Qin, this way, please. Ha! The onlooking disciples were utterly bewildered. What was going on? Did he actually complete it or not? We cannot fully interpret the contents within the crystal ball. We need to invite Elder Black to personally verify it, said the staff member. Boom! The crowd erupted in uproar. Did this guy actually pull it off? Ruozi's beautiful eyes shimmered with a hint of gentle amusement, and her gaze at Qin Yi carried something special. The disciple who had made the bet with Qin Yi earlier waved his hand dismissively and said confidently, Humph, if you dare to fake it with the crystal ball, you're done for. Immediately, the others also realized. It's highly likely that Qin Yi was faking it, which is why the staff's expressions changed dramatically, right? Before long, the staff had already summoned Elder He, the person in charge of the mission hall. Elder He, this crystal ball is somewhat special. Please verify it, the staff member explained. Elder He took the crystal ball, extended his consciousness, and enveloped it directly. The next instant, he saw the village devastated by the beast tide, with heavy casualties among the villagers. However, because of Qin Yi's appearance, the beast tide actually retreated. Ha! Elder Black frowned and continued to examine the crystal ball. Noticing the change in Elder Black's expression, the disciples who had made the bet earlier kept fanning the flames, mocking Qin Yi. See that? Elder He's face is livid. This guy is done for. Elder He is notorious for his fiery temper. The last disciple who dared to falsify a mission had all 4 limbs broken. The crowd could already picture the scene, Elder He, in a fit of rage, crippling Qin Yi. However, against all expectations, after inspecting the crystal ball, the Black Elder quickly walked up to Qin Yi and examined him carefully. So you're Qin Yi, the disciple brought back by the 7th Elder. Qin Yi nodded slightly and greeted the Black Elder. Impressive, truly impressive. The Black Elder gave Qin Yi a thumbs up. Among outer disciples, you're the first to complete 3 hell-level tasks in one go. Boom! Upon hearing the words of the Black Elder, the mission hall erupted in chaos. Everyone was completely baffled. The disciple from earlier was also left dumbfounded. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I demand that the contents of the crystal ball be revealed. His shrill voice echoed through the mission hall. Phew! Elder Hay snorted coldly, instantly freezing the atmosphere in the air. All the disciples quickly stepped back, sensing Elder Hay's fury. If there's a next time, I'll break all 4 of your limbs. Elder Hay stared at the disciple and said grimly. Bam! Unable to withstand Elder Hay's overwhelming aura, the disciple collapsed to the ground with a thud, completely limp. At this moment, Elder Hay publicly announced that Qin Yi had flawlessly completed 3 hell-level tasks. In addition to the mission reward of 120,000 low-grade spirit stones, the mission hall would also award him an additional 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in an uproar. Even Shiruozi was left gaping in astonishment. Is this even possible? That was a beast-tied LED by a Yuandan Realm Beast King, and Qin Yi actually managed to resolve it. After exchanging a few brief words with Qin Yi, Elder Black delivered the 320,000 low-grade spirit stones to him. If you ever need anything in the future, you can come find me at the mission hall. With that, Elder Black turned and left. Qin Yi put away the low-grade spirit stones and walked over to the disciple who had made the bet with him earlier. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, hand them over. The disciple immediately burst into tears. I'm sorry, Senior Brother Qin, I was wrong. Can you give me another chance? Plain dumb. Qin Yi wasn't about to indulge him. Finally, under Qin Yi's coercion, he was forced to write an IOU for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones in Shiruo's name before being let go. Shiruozi gracefully approached Qin Yi with light steps, and the surrounding disciples instantly caught a whiff of an intoxicating fragrance that lingered in their senses. Congratulations, Junior Brother Qin. Upon receiving the news, Shiruo was instantly enraged. First, he was furious that Qin Yi had actually gotten lucky and completed 3 hell-level tasks. Second, he was angry at his incompetent subordinates. You're the ones talking big, but in the end, you use my name to write IOUs. The so-called top disciple of the outer sect has completely lost face. However, this also hastens the time when Shiruo and Qin Yi will confront each other directly. Qin Yi, you're dead. The news of Qin Yi completing 3 hell-level tasks spread like wildfire through the outer sect. Everyone's first reaction was disbelief. Their second reaction was to assume he had cheated. Even Shiruo, the top disciple of the outer sect, didn't dare to take on this mission, yet he not only accepted it but also completed it. Faced with overwhelming skepticism, Qin Yi chose to ignore it. The outer sect grand competition was approaching soon, and by then, he would silence everyone. Inside the divine devouring tower, Qin Yi looked at Xiao Jing with astonishment. The 320,000 low-grade spirit stones he had placed inside the tower were actually devoured by this little guy in one go. Qin Yi was speechless. Is earning spirit stones easy? Master, you should find a way to get more spirit stones for little gold to help it grow faster, the tower spirit said. Once it reaches adulthood, it will undoubtedly become one of your greatest assets in battle. To this, Qin Yi could only nod in agreement. Roar! Xiao Jing wagged its tail, happily running around the first floor of the God-Devouring Tower. Suddenly, it disappeared without a trace. Ho, where's Xiao Jing? As the master of the God-Devouring Tower, Qin Yi could observe every corner of the first layer with a single thought, but to his shock, he found no trace of Little Gold's aura. His expression changed abruptly as he asked, Tower Spirit, what's going on? The Tower Spirit hesitated for a moment before replying, I didn't expect this creature to be so clever it actually managed to find this place. Qin Yi was puzzled, but the tower spirit urged him to go and see for himself. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. Qin Yi swiftly advanced through the first level of the God-Devouring Tower. The God-Devouring Tower was truly immense, as if it could swallow the entire universe. On the vast, boundless wasteland, Qin Yi moved forward unimpeded. When passing by the location of the Zangmu sword god's remains, Qin Yi paused and bowed deeply in reverence. Anyway, the innate sword seed bestowed upon him by the sword god Kuroki had been of great help. Afterward, Qin Yi adjusted his emotions and continued forward. The moment he stepped into the darkness, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of terror. His scalp tingled with fear as he swiftly dodged, only to be horrified to discover that those terrifying auras, separated from him by just a wall, were blocked by an invisible force. Boom! 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 Through the intangible barrier, Qin Yi clearly saw that on the other side lay a battlefield shrouded in smoke and gunfire. Corpses piled up like mountains, and rivers of blood flowed, as if heaven and earth had been shattered. Across the darkened land, roars and screams echoed everywhere. There are cultivators charging forward one after another, and there are supreme beings so powerful they can annihilate heaven and earth with a single thought, all locked in fierce battle. What is this? Qin Yi was horrified. Why would such a thing exist within the God-Devouring Tower? Is this reality? He looked at the tower spirit, his breathing growing rapid. Because, on that apocalyptic battlefield, he unexpectedly spotted Little Gold's figure. Boom! Amidst those supreme beings capable of annihilating heaven and earth, Little Gold appeared so insignificant. Yet, relying on its nimble movements, it continuously dodged dangers, darting across the smoke-filled battlefield, occasionally devouring the energy from fallen warriors. At the same time, it was also waiting for an opportunity to engage in battle with the enemy. It was clear to see. Little Jin's eyes were also filled with fear. It had no idea why it had suddenly appeared in such a terrifying place when it was supposed to be inside the God-Devouring Tower. Tower Spirit, what is this? Qin Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and asked. The tower spirit fell silent for a moment before saying, "This was once a real thing." Boom! Qin Yi's mind was blown. A thing that once truly existed, does that mean it no longer exists now? Is this a thing recorded by the God-Devouring Tower? The tower spirit shook its head. You can consider it a special ancient battlefield. Everything you see is real. How is that possible? Qin Yi shook his head, his face filled with confusion. The tower spirit stroked its beard and murmured, "When your strength reaches a certain level, you will understand just how powerful the God-Devouring Tower is." Qin Yi still wanted to ask about the details of the ancient battlefield, but the tower spirit remained silent. At his current stage, Qin Yi is too weak. Knowing too much would actually hinder his cultivation. Can Little Gold still come back? Qin Yi was most worried about Little Gold. Through the invisible barrier, he saw Little Gold constantly evading dangers in the ancient battlefield. "Of course," replied the tower spirit. With a thought, he flicked his finger, and a terrifying beam of light shot out from the ancient battlefield, enveloping Little Gold. The next instant, Little Gold was instantly returned to the God-Devouring Tower. Roar! Little Gold stood frozen in shock. Just moments ago, he had been ready to fight desperately, but in the blink of an eye, he found himself back inside the God-Devouring Tower. It is also utterly incomprehensible. Qin Yi was completely stunned. All of this was under the control of the tower spirit. Tower spirit, can you control the powerful beings in the ancient battlefield? Qin Yi asked. The tower spirit remained silent. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Little Gold crawled onto Qin Yi's shoulder, its eyes flickering with fear clearly. it had also been badly frightened just now. After a long while, the tower spirit said, "Don't you think this is an excellent place for tempering?" Qin Yi was taken aback for a moment before realizing what the tower spirit meant. "Do you want me to go in there to temper myself?" Qin Yi immediately shook his head in refusal. What a joke those supreme beings of the heavens could annihilate the world with a single thought. Wouldn't entering be like walking to his death? The tower spirit grinned and said, "You can enter an ancient battlefield of the same level." Qin Yi was stunned, then recalled how the tower spirit had just rescued little gold. "Can you send people in at will?" Qin Yi asked. The tower spirit shook its head, informing Qin Yi that behind this barrier, what appeared to be an ancient battlefield was actually an entire era. Inside, there are battlefields of varying levels. As long as there is sufficient energy to sustain it, one can enter to temper themselves. What era is this? How could the divine devouring tower possibly contain it? Qin Yi's heart was in turmoil. All along, he had believed the divine devouring tower was formidable. But he never expected it to be this powerful. The tower spirit chuckled and said, "What you know now is merely the tip of an iceberg. How powerful is the God-devouring tower? Even the tower spirit doesn't know. In any case, since ancient times, no one has ever successfully reached the 12th floor." Qin Yi knew that his current strength was too low. He couldn't even open the second floor of the God-devouring tower yet, so he stopped asking further questions about it. "You mean, as long as there's energy, one can enter the ancient battlefield opposite?" Qin Yi asked. Crash! The tower spirit flicked its finger, and instantly Qin Yi's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already on the other side of the barrier. However, the ancient battlefield he found himself in was different from the one little gold had accidentally entered. Across the vast, desolate land, most of the powerful warriors engaged in fierce battles were at the meridian refining and core formation realms. Qin Yi was stunned. Indeed, the tower spirit could control everything. Boom! He could clearly see the combat techniques and movement trajectories of those powerful beings, with every move and stance directly impacting his mind, creating a tremendous shock to his psyche. This! He merely glanced once and immediately entered a state of sudden enlightenment. Inside the God-devouring tower. Seeing this, the tower spirit grinned and said, as expected of someone with the primordial devouring god's bloodline. Tower of devouring gods, the ancient battlefield. The vast land was drenched in blood, the sky shrouded in a gray mist, an overwhelming sense of oppression rushing toward him. As Qin Yi stepped into this ancient battlefield, he immediately felt the blood within him stirring. The primordial devouring god's bloodline surged wildly, continuously absorbing the bloody aura that filled the air. Boom! 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 He looked up and saw countless powerful figures engaged in battle. There were prodigies at the meridian refining realm and mighty experts at the core formation realm. Each of them wielded unique abilities, their techniques endless and varied, leaving Qin Yi utterly astonished. As time passed, he felt as though he had been to this land before, experiencing an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the vast earth. Why do I feel this way? Qin Yi was filled with confusion. There was no way he had been here before. Boom! The primordial devouring god's bloodline swept through heaven and earth as he wielded the blazing fire sword, unleashing the blazing fire sword technique once more. Whoosh! With each slash, towering waves of flames erupted instantly. Boom! 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 The terrifying flames swept across a 100-mile radius. A martial artist at the 7th level of the meridian refining realm spotted Qin Yi, a cold glint flashing in his eyes before launching a fierce attack. Boom! With a single slash of his sword, Qin Yi unleashed a towering wave of flames that instantly engulfed his opponent. But, in just the span of a single breath, the opponent forcibly tore through the towering flames and stood before him, exuding overwhelming pressure. Die! With a low shout, the man suddenly threw a punch. Thud! Qin Yi blocked with the liver sword, but the terrifying force sent tremors through his entire body, cracking his tiger's mouth and spraying blood. Thud! 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 Qin Yi struggled to steady himself, his eyes wide with shock. Is the 7th level of Meridian Refining Realm really this powerful? After all, in the outside world, he could effortlessly kill a 7th level Meridian Refining Realm warrior with a single sword strike. Yet in this ancient battlefield, he was being forced into continuous retreat by his opponent. Boom! Seeing the opponent charging, Qin Yi activated his divine meridian, merging the 10 spiritual roots near his heart to unleash their maximum power. He successively executed the blazing fire sword technique and the Tai sword technique. The sky was filled with sword light, forcing the 7th level Meridian Refining Realm warrior to retreat. What kind of martial meridian is this? This man sensed Qin Yi's formidable strength and had no intention of prolonging the fight, immediately turning to flee. Whoosh! Qin Yi took a deep breath. Yet, to his astonishment, as the primordial devouring god bloodline circulated, his comprehension of the Tai sword art unexpectedly deepened. Whoosh! He involuntarily began executing the Tai sword art. The original Tai sword technique, which only had 18 sword forms, was forcefully executed by him with 36 sword forms. Each sword form contained 9 completely different variations. 36 sword forms amounted to 324 variations. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yi was utterly stunned. How is this possible? He exclaimed in shock. Crash! In the next instant, Qin Yi found himself back inside the devouring god tower. How did it go? The tower spirit asked. Whoosh! After taking several deep breaths to steady himself, Qin Yi finally regained his composure. Unbelievable! Just by fighting a single opponent in the ancient battlefield, I comprehended all 36 swords of the Tai sword art. It's simply unbelievable. The tower spirit said, the cultivators in the ancient battlefield have solid foundations, having perfected every realm to its utmost. Thus, at the same level, their combat prowess is far greater. I believe you've already experienced this for yourself. Qin Yi nodded. It's not just a little bit stronger. In the outside world, he could instantly kill those at the 7th level of the Meridian Refining Realm, but in the ancient battlefield, he could barely hold his own. The gap was simply too vast. Do you want to keep honing yourself in a place like this? The tower spirit asked. Of course I do, Qin Yi replied. See that round hole? The tower spirit pointed to a dark, circular opening on a nearby step. Qin Yi was stunned. It hadn't been there before. When did it appear? The ancient battlefield you just entered is a 1st level ancient battlefield, encompassing 3 realms of the martial past 9 stages: Qi condensation, meridian refining, and core formation, the tower spirit explained. Entering the 1st level ancient battlefield requires consuming 1 million low-grade spirit stones each time. Qin Yi was stunned. A single entry would cost 1 million low-grade spirit stones. You should know. After painstakingly completing 3 hell-level tasks, the reward he received was only 120,000. This is just too exaggerated, isn't it? The tower spirit said. You've personally experienced the benefits of the ancient battlefield. Training there is equivalent to sparring with invincible opponents of your own level. Your growth speed will become increasingly faster. As for spirit stones, as long as you're strong enough, you can easily earn them. Hearing this, Qin Yi nodded. Just because there aren't any now doesn't mean there won't be in the future. Moreover, he was about to enter the inner sect soon, so earning spirit stones should become even easier. The ancient battlefield left him utterly awestruck. Whoosh! With a thought, the blazing fire sword in his hand flickered. He unleashed 36 consecutive sword strikes, with 324 sword lights shifting endlessly, their power reaching its zenith. Only then did he confirm that what he had just experienced was no illusion. The insights gained from ancient battlefields are truly real. Whoosh! He exclaimed it was unbelievable. Why hadn't I discovered the ancient battlefield before? Qin Yi asked. The tower spirit explained, actually, normally, the ancient battlefield wouldn't appear until you reached the Yuan-Dan realm. But because little gold accidentally stumbled into it, the ancient battlefield appeared ahead of time. Qin Yi was stunned. The tower spirit continued, everything within the god-devouring tower is designed to enhance your cultivation, master. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Little gold jumped onto Qin Yi's shoulder and licked his cheek, as if saying it also wanted to enter the ancient battlefield to train. Qin Yi's face darkened. I'm already struggling to earn spirit stones myself, and now I have to help you earn them too. But then again, little Jin has been relying on me since childhood. As long as I have the ability to earn, I'll definitely satisfy little Jin's needs. By the way, tower spirit, why do I feel that my bloodline is stronger in the ancient battlefield? Qin Yi asked in confusion. The tower spirit paused for a moment before replying. You could try absorbing other bloodlines to test it out. Qin Yi was about to speak when he was suddenly awakened by the noise outside. In the courtyard, Xiao Pan was engaged in a heated argument with someone. The moment Qin Yi appeared, the other person immediately fell silent, clearly wary of Qin Yi. What's going on? Qin Yi asked. This guy came to inform you that the sword forest is about to open, Xiao Pan said. But instead of just delivering the message, he had the nerve to mock you, Brother Qin, so I started arguing with him. I'm sorry, Senior Brother Qin. Clearly, this guy was just talking tough while Qin Yi wasn't around. In Qin Yi's presence, he trembled with fear. Go back and tell Shorluo that if he wants to target me, he should come himself. Boom! Qin Yi directly blasted the disciple who came to notify him away. Junior Brother Qin, the sword forest is opening, and many outer sect disciples will enter. Be careful, little fatty reminded. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps were heard outside the courtyard. Xiao Pan focused his gaze and saw that Shiruozi, the most beautiful woman of the outer sect, had actually arrived. Junior Brother Qin, the sword forest is about to open. I have an idea, Shiruozi said with a graceful figure that made countless people bow in admiration. She took light, delicate steps forward, and the intoxicating fragrance that followed her was unforgettable. However, Qin Yi remained remarkably composed. Shiruozi parted her red lips slightly and said, I want you to join forces with me in the sword forest to eliminate Shorluo. Xiao Pan looked utterly dumbfounded. Damn, who would have thought the usually harmless and beautiful top-ranked outer disciple could be so scheming? She actually wanted to team up with Qin Yi to eliminate Shorluo, the top-ranked outer disciple, in the sword forest. Isn't this just too extreme? Qin Yi remained silent, and Shiruozi continued, Shorluo and I are competitors. He has always wanted to eliminate me. Rather than waiting to be struck down, it's better to take the initiative. The same goes for you. You haven't been with the Tianjian sect for long, but you're already making waves. Shorluo won't tolerate anyone overshadowing him. Those who survive in the cultivation world must never be soft-hearted. Despite Shiruozi's outward appearance as a woman who usually treats others with grace and elegance, when it comes to matters of her own survival and future, she doesn't hesitate at all. From achieving 10 consecutive victories at the Qin Yi martial arena and decisively defeating Zihuan, the 10th-ranked outer disciple, Shiruozi was convinced that this guy's future achievements would far surpass Shorluo's. Such a monstrous genius could only be befriended, never made an enemy. Otherwise, it would be a nightmare. Obviously, in Shiruozi's view, The enemy of an enemy should be a friend. Take the initiative. Qin Yi raised his eyelids, looking at the stunningly beautiful Xi Ruozi standing right before him. The latter nodded slightly. It's said that Luo has been in seclusion recently, his cultivation unfathomable. This sword forest trial is our last opportunity. Once he successfully enters the inner sect, with the third elder backing him, it's almost impossible to move against him. Will he participate in the sword forest trial? Qin Yi asked. Xi Ruozi nodded. He will definitely participate. She was absolutely certain because, in this sword forest, it seemed a peerless divine sword had emerged, seeking its master, and Luo would undoubtedly go to try for it. Divine sword? Qin Yi narrowed his eyes. It seemed this training session in the sword forest wouldn't be peaceful. After a moment of thought, he asked, "What do you need me to do?" "I hope you can keep Luo occupied in the sword forest while Jian Yun and I search for the divine sword," Xi Ruozi said. As soon as these words were spoken, even Pen couldn't help but complain. "Senior sister, Xi Ruozi, isn't your plan a bit too self-serving? Having junior brother Qin hold off Luo while you and senior brother Jian Yun search for the divine sword, aren't you just using junior brother Qin as a pawn?" Faced with Pen's question, Xi Ruozi smiled faintly and said, "Junior brother Qin, do you trust me?" "All right, I agree." Qin Yi's answer also took Xi Ruozi by surprise. She hadn't expected Qin Yi to actually believe her. "All right, then we'll meet at Sword Forest," Xi Ruozi said with a smile. "This time, I definitely won't let junior brother Qin down." After Xi Ruozi left, Pen hurriedly tried to dissuade Qin Yi. But Qin Yi didn't care at all. "I don't give a damn about any so-called divine sword," Qin Yi shrugged. What divine sword could possibly compare to the power of the flame sword wielded by the legendary sword Saint Zongmu? He simply wanted to deal with Luo, and since Xi Ruozi came seeking help, he just went along with it as a favor. Outer Gate Square. Today, the sword forest opens, and all disciples who have secured spots have gathered in the square. Standing at the forefront is Luo, clad in white robes, exuding an air of grace and elegance, giving off the impression of a refined scholar. However, those who know him well are aware that he is a vengeful and narrow-minded individual. Can't tolerate the slightest speck in one's eye. So over the years, no one in the outer sect dared to challenge his authority. Most disciples followed his lead. He was the undisputed top figure in the outer sect. Qin Yi had just arrived at the square when he sparked a wave of murmurs. Many mocked Qin Yi, saying he hadn't even lasted a day in the Bishui cold pool yet dared to participate in the sword forest trial. Humph, the seventh elder is going too far, meddling in such matters. If it weren't for the seventh elder secretly helping, how could this trash have gotten a spot in the sword forest? Damn bastard, just wait until we enter the sword forest. You'll get what's coming to you. The crowd was furious that Qin Yi had secured a spot in the sword forest. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Xi Ruozi waved to greet Qin Yi. This scene caused Luo's eyelids to droop, his heart brimming with murderous intent. Humph, trying to win over Qin Yi to deal with me. Luo stared at Xi Ruozi and said disdainfully. Jian Yun, standing beside Xi Ruozi, also leaned forward to scrutinize Qin Yi carefully. "Do I have flowers on my face?" Qin Yi asked. Jian Yun curled her lips. "You're the big celebrity of our outer sect now. Even Luo didn't dare to take on those hell-level missions, yet you completed 3 in one go. Truly impressive." Qin Yi shrugged his shoulders, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, just as it collided with Luo's eyes, which were looking directly at him. Their eyes met, sparks flying in the void. Boom! Suddenly, a massive sword pierced through the void, appearing right in front of Qin Yi, shattering the silence of the square. "Get lost!" A man holding a giant sword angrily rebuked Qin Yi. What right do you have to enter the sword forest? Xiu Yu, stop it! Xi Ruozi immediately scolded. The newcomer was Xiu Yu, ranked fourth among the outer disciples and the second strongest in Shu Luo's faction. The spots for the sword forest are extremely precious, and I will never allow anyone to manipulate them behind the scenes, Xiu Yu roared with fury. If Qin Yi hadn't taken one of the spots, his younger brother would have had a chance to enter the sword forest, which was why he was so enraged. Xiu Yu, junior brother Qin's spot in the sword forest was determined by the higher-ups. Are you questioning their decision? Jian Yun also retorted. Humph, wasn't it just the seventh elder who helped him secure the spot? Xiu Yu said angrily. If everyone were like him, how could any truly talented disciples enter the sword forest? Xiu Yu was clever and quickly stirred up the emotions of those disciples who were unqualified to enter the sword forest. They all cheered and supported Xiu Yu. For a moment, Xi Ruozi and Jian Yun were also left speechless. On the high platform, the elder responsible for opening the sword forest frowned slightly. Xiu Yu, do not be insolent. Xiu Yu held his giant sword against Qin Yi's chest with just a slight exertion. He could pierce through Qin Yi's heart. Please give us an explanation, elder, Xiu Yu roared loudly. Qin Yi raised his hand and pushed Xiu Yu's giant sword aside. If you don't dare to strike, then stop the nonsense. This sentence completely infuriated Xiu Yu. You're asking for death. Xiu Yu was about to strike immediately, but was stopped by Zeruoti. Clad in purple robes, Zeruoti exuded a bone-chilling aura, with dense clusters of sword energy swirling above her head. She fixed her gaze on Xiu Yu and said coldly, Xiu Yu, junior brother Qin is my friend. If you dare disrespect him again, don't blame me for being impolite. Instantly, everyone's expressions changed. It seems Qin Yi holds considerable weight in Xi Ruozi's heart. Did you really think I was afraid of you? Xiu Yu wanted to fight Xi Ruozi, but he was stopped by the elder. Everyone, I understand your doubts about Qin Yi obtaining a spot in the sword forest. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, I can clearly tell you that Qin Yi secured his place through legitimate means, by his own efforts, without any behind-the-scenes manipulation. As soon as these words were spoken, the square erupted in an uproar. There are two ways to obtain a spot in the sword forest, veterans through selection, and newcomers only through the frostwater pool. Yet, the facts are undeniable. Qin Yi did not meet the requirements necessary to enter the sword forest. The elder looked at the crowd and said, although he didn't last a full day, he discovered the frost sword intent and imprinted it into the crystal orb, which he then submitted to the sect. Boom! Everyone's minds were blown. Frost sword intent. Everyone's minds were in turmoil, their eyes filled with envy. Even Xi Ruozi was stunned for a moment. She practices the frost sword path, yet despite entering the emerald water cold pool multiple times, she had never found the frost sword intent. Qin Yi actually found it in less than a day. Is this even human? Isn't this just too monstrous? Since meeting Qin Yi, every incident Xi Ruozi experienced has been utterly bizarre. Even the usually composed Shu Luo finally lost his composure. His pitch-black eyes fixed intently on Qin Yi, a trace of greed surfacing in their depths. If he could slay Qin Yi, would he then be able to obtain the frost sword intent from his body? The square was in a state of uproar. The disciples who had previously clamored for Qin Yi to get lost now looked utterly disgraced. However, most people were itching to take action. Xiu Yu even bluntly threatened, kid, you're lucky. I hope you'll hide like a coward once you enter the sword forest. Otherwise, if I run into you, I'll definitely kill you and take your frost sword intent. Qin Yi noticed that not only Xiu Yu, but many others were also coveting the frost sword intent. He glanced up at the elder responsible for opening the sword forest. This guy is definitely from the third elder's faction. He deliberately announced that he had discovered the frost sword intent at such a critical moment, trying to make himself the target of public criticism. The elder narrowed his eyes with a smile, then directly opened the sword forest. Boom! A vast crowd of disciples surged in like a swarm. The sword forest is an independent cultivation ground. Inside, tens of thousands of swords form a 99-meter-long sword intent avenue. The deeper one's comprehension of the sword path, the farther they can advance. Boss! As soon as everyone entered, an overwhelming and terrifying sword intent surged toward them, causing all to stagger. Charge! Many people don't understand the rules of the sword forest and only know how to charge forward recklessly. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. Soon, someone reached the 10-meter mark. Ha ha ha, I'm in first place. The disciple who took the lead shouted excitedly and continued to sprint. However, when he reached 20 meters, the long sword beneath his feet transformed into a colossal sword that pierced through his body. Instantly, the disciple sprayed blood and died instantly. This scene terrified many disciples, causing them to halt in their tracks. What's going on? The crowd exclaimed in shock. At this moment, Xiu Yu, ranked fourth among the outer disciples, had already reached the 20-meter mark. He sneered, "Fools! The further you advance in the sword forest, the stronger the suppression of sword intent becomes. If you can't match the comprehension of the sword path, you'll be slain by the giant swords." Hearing this, the crowd was terrified. Their charging speed noticeably slowed down, and some even chose to sit cross-legged within the sword forest, contemplating the sword path. "Junior brother Qin, I'll go ahead first." Xi Ruozi turned back with a smile, then leaped forward, stepping onto the path of sword intent. Watching her swift and steady strides, Jian Yun sighed. "Senior sister, she reached the 70-meter mark long ago, but unfortunately, she hasn't made any progress in recent years." Qin Yi asked curiously, "What's the current record?" Jian Yun said, "So far, the record holder of the sword forest is senior brother Lu Xian from the inner sect. He advanced 90 meters in the sword forest." Lu Xian again. This guy really broke all the records. Senior brother Lu Xian once said that the limit for outer sect disciples is 90 meters. Jian Yun continued. The current top outer sect disciple, Shi Luo, only reached 80 meters, still 10 meters short of senior brother Lu Xian's record. Don't underestimate these last 10 meters, they might be impossible to cross in a lifetime. Junior brother Qin, I'm setting off too. Be careful, Jian Yun said before stepping onto the sword intent path. Qin Yi wasn't in a hurry to step onto the sword intent path. Instead, he focused on comprehending the sword intent within the sword forest. Boss! With the innate sword seed circulating within him, the sword energy between heaven and earth instantly became highly attuned to Qin Yi. Countless sword energies silently gathered above Qin Yi's head. In an instant, Qin Yi looked up and saw a wisp of flame. The sword intent of blazing fire. This was the strongest sword intent within the sword forest. Qin Yi fixed his gaze on the path of sword intent. At this moment, he clearly saw that beneath each sharp sword, there was a flickering flame. If one's comprehension of the sword path failed to meet the requirements, the flames would drive the giant swords to annihilate any intruder. Boom! 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 Under the overwhelming pressure of the innate sword seed, the blazing fire sword intent showed utmost reverence to Qin Yi. The moment he set foot on the path of sword intent, all sword intents made way for him. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Qin Yi, as if taking a leisurely stroll after a meal, effortlessly reached the 50-meter mark. This achievement already left many in awe. Damn it! Xiu Yu, positioned at the 60-meter mark, saw Qin Yi closing in and was filled with rage. He stopped at 60 meters, waiting for Qin Yi to arrive. And at this moment, Shi Luo from the first tier has already reached the 80-meter mark. Just one more step, and he will break his own record. Xi Ruozi from the second tier has also broken her own record, improving from 70 meters to 75 meters. As for Jian Yun, he's slightly behind but has still reached the 70-meter mark. How can that guy cross the sword intent path so effortlessly? Damn guy! Upon seeing Qin Yi's results, the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, many more were envious and jealous. Humph, he'll stop at 60 meters at most. There's brother Xiu Yu guarding. He can't get past. Everyone forgot about sprinting. Their gazes all fixed on Qin Yi. However, when Qin Yi reached the 60-meter mark, he glanced at Xiu Yu and asked, "Is this all you've got?" Xiu Yu was nearly driven mad with rage. "You're asking for death." Xiu Yu flew into a rage and immediately swung his giant sword at Qin Yi. Qin Yi sidestepped, dodging Xiu Yu's attack, then continued striding forward. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yi arrived at the 70-meter mark. This scene left everyone utterly stunned. The path of sword intent becomes increasingly difficult to traverse the further one progresses. Yet Qin Yi had just dashed through it in a mere second. Isn't this just too outrageous? Stopping at the 60-meter mark, Xiu Yu felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. You can't even reach 70 meters, can you? Qin Yi sneered with disdain. You! Boom! A brilliant sword light erupted from Xiu Yu's body as he pressed forward. But 60 meters was already a struggle, and going any further was far too difficult. Jian Yun gave Qin Yi a thumbs up. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Sometimes, when dealing with enemies, making them angry is more satisfying than directly defeating them. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Everyone had thought that 70 meters was Qin Yi's limit. Little did he know, after chatting with Jian Yun for a few words, he swaggered forward confidently. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the 75-meter mark. Xi Ruozi, clad in purple robes, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. You! Don't forget our cooperation, Qin Yi reminded before continuing onward. When he reached the 80-meter mark, Shi Luo's entire body was enveloped in sword energy. He said coldly, "It seems we've all underestimated you. Boss!" At that very moment, on the path of sword intent, a colossal sword soared into the sky, radiating scorching flames. Boss! A terrifying blaze of sword intent permeated the sword forest. At this moment, countless disciples were driven to madness. The divine sword chooses its master. Before the sword forest opened this time, the higher-ups of the sect had intentionally or unintentionally revealed a piece of news: a divine sword would emerge, choosing an outstanding individual as its master. Now, the divine sword has finally emerged. The fiery red longsword, enveloped in waves of flame, its scorching radiance swept across the entire sword intent avenue. At this moment, all the disciples halted in their tracks, their hearts roiling with overwhelming shock. Ha ha! The divine sword is mine. Some disciples, driven to madness, charged directly toward the divine sword. However, the moment he touched the divine sword, he was burned to ashes by the flames. Instantly, the other disciples stopped in their tracks, their hearts filled with lingering fear. So strong! No one dared to act recklessly, fearing they too would be consumed by the divine sword's flames. Seeing this from 60 meters away, Xiu Yu let out a wild laugh and charged toward the divine sword. He was much stronger than the first disciple, gripping the sword hilt firmly, his heart filled with wild joy. Ha ha ha! I've obtained the divine sword. At this moment, Xiu Yu felt an unprecedented surge of arrogance. But his joy lasted only a second before flames erupted, and the divine sword broke free from his grasp. Bang! Xiuyu's body crashed heavily to the ground. His thigh burned black, but fortunately, he didn't lose his life. Ah! A miserable scream erupted from Xiuyu's mouth. 75 meters away, Xiruozi's beautiful eyes were filled with frost, showing slight disappointment. She practiced the path of frost sword, while the divine sword before her belonged to the path of flames utterly incompatible with her own. It seems she has no hope of obtaining this divine sword. Immediately, her gaze turned to Jianyun. Take action! With Xiruozi's sharp cry, Jianyun no longer held back, unleashing the formidable aura befitting the third-ranked disciple of the outer sect. In a single stride, he charged into mid-air, yet he did not rush to grasp the divine sword. Instead, he began conversing with it. Divine Sword Elder, this junior dares to request that you acknowledge me as your master. Boss! As Jin Yang's words fell, the divine sword trembled violently, then turned and flew past him, heading toward the end of the sword-intent path. Alas! A look of disappointment crossed Jin Yang's face. The divine sword had its own spirit and chose its master based on merit. But clearly, it had rejected him. As the divine sword was about to reach his side, Shuoluo's heart swelled with immense excitement. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Boss! With a thought, the black sword seed within his body quietly released an eerie sword aura, instantly enveloping the divine sword. Thud! The divine sword halted before Shuoluo, allowing him to grasp its hilt. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the divine sword had acknowledged Shuoluo as its master? Qin Yi, however, noticed something amiss. Narrowing his eyes, he stared at Shuoluo and could clearly sense the fleeting dark aura emanating from him, an aura that seemed identical to the dark energy within the primordial chaos pool. How is this possible? Qin Yi shook his head in disbelief. Nian. The innate sword seed within him unleashed boundless radiant light, forcibly suppressing Shuoluo's dark sword seed. Crash! The divine sword seized the opportunity to break free from Shuoluo's control and flew to the end of the sword-intent path. However, as it passed by Qin Yi, it noticeably paused for a moment. Yet, Qin Yi did not reach out to intercept it. Damn it! Shuoluo was furious, realizing that Qin Yi had secretly interfered, and thus directed all his rage toward Qin Yi. Whoosh! This was the first time Shuoluo made a move against Qin Yi. Within his body, all 360 acupoints instantly opened, unleashing a surge of violent power. In an instant, Shuoluo actually completely suppressed Qin Yi. However, Qin Yi's face showed not the slightest trace of panic. Instead, he was carefully sensing the situation. 360 acupoints. Qin Yi murmured to himself, then activated his innate sword seed, as if gaining new insights. Whoosh! He did not engage in battle with Shuoluo but continued forward instead. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in astonishment. No matter how monstrous Qin Yi was, he ultimately couldn't defeat Shuoluo, the top-ranked outer sect disciple. Xiruozi and Jianyun were also ready to intervene at any moment to assist Qin Yi. Yet, right before everyone's eyes, Qin Yi fled. No! By the time the crowd realized what had happened, it was already too late. Qin Yi had already reached the 90-meter mark. Boom! Everyone was in an uproar. That was a record held by Senior Lucian for a long time. Could it really be broken just like that? Can you make it here? Qin Yi turned his head, looking at Shuoluo with a challenging gaze. Phew! Shuoluo's face turned ashen with extreme fury. Boom! He activated the dark sword seed and stepped forward. 86 meters, 87 meters, 88 meters. Against all odds, he pushed through the pressure and reached 90 meters. But this seems to be his limit. He was panting heavily, his forehead covered in sweat, already somewhat exhausted. The dark sword seed within him also gradually quieted down. The crowd was astonished. Unexpectedly, this time, two people actually managed to reach 90 meters simultaneously. However, what Qin Yi did next left everyone utterly stunned. He looked at Luo with disdain and said, 90 meters is your limit, but it's just my starting point. With that, he continued forward. 91 meters. He truly broke the record held by senior brother Lu Xian. The entire sword forest erupted in excitement. However, Qin Yi did not stop. 92 meters, 93 meters. And so, with each step he took, he advanced forward. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he reached 99 meters. Boom! The end of the sword intent path 99 meters. Is there really someone who can do this? Even the elder responsible for opening the sword forest was somewhat moved. 90 meters and 99 meters are two entirely different concepts. Luo, seeing this, felt even more furious in his heart. He forcibly activated the dark sword seed, attempting to advance. However, all attempts ended in failure. At this moment, it seemed as if Qin Yi's words echoed in his ears once again. 90 meters is your limit, but it's just my beginning. Luo, overwhelmed with anger, saw black before his eyes and fainted on the spot. Boss! The elder responsible for opening the sword forest was also the first to send Luo out of the sword forest. Now, Luo was eliminated. No one could compete with Qin Yi. He stood on the 99-meter sword intent path, with the divine sword bowing and scraping before him. But he didn't care in the slightest. He already had the far more formidable fire sword. Shiruozi and Jian Yun also watched Qin Yi nervously. This guy actually ignored the divine sword's acknowledgement of its master. Do you want to switch to following someone else? Qin Yi asked. The divine sword trembled violently, signaling refusal. In the end, Qin Yi took out the Liwo sword and gave it a glance. Instantly, the divine sword fell into silence. Compared to the blazing fire sword, I'm just trash among trash. No wonder they didn't want me. Alas! The divine sword sighed and then asked, who do you want me to acknowledge as my master? I'll follow your lead. Qin Yi grasped the divine sword and casually tossed it to Shiruozi. This sudden turn of events left Shiruozi momentarily stunned. What's going on? Qin Yi said, it's yours. Boom! Everyone's minds were blown. A peerless divine sword, given away just like that. What an extravagant gesture. The divine sword seemed eager to please Qin Yi as well and quickly said to Shiruozi, respected master, from now on, you shall be my master, little flame. It thought to itself, if it couldn't please the boss, then it had no choice but to switch tactics and please the boss's woman instead. The numerous disciples were already numb. Qin Yi's sword though talent displayed in the sword forest was simply too heaven-defying. A sword intent path of 99 meters. This was a feat never before accomplished by an outer sect disciple. Vaguely remembered, Lu Xian, hailed as the most talented in the history of the Heavenly Sword sect, as an outer sect disciple, only managed to reach 90 meters when challenging the sword forest. He once declared, 90 meters was the limit for outer sect disciples. Yet today, Qin Yi proved with his actions that outer sect disciples could also break records and reach the end of the sword intent path. The most astonishing thing was, he had gained the divine sword's recognition, yet he simply gave it away. After Shiruozi obtained the divine sword, she was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Jian Yang's eyes widened even more as he kept glancing back and forth between the two. Something's not right, absolutely not right. As a man, his intuition told him that Qin Yi might have developed feelings for Shiruozi. Otherwise, why would he give away such a precious divine sword so readily? Boss! By the time Qin Yi reached the 99th meter, the flaming sword intent had already been imprinted into the crystal ball by him. Boom! Suddenly, an ear-splitting sound rang out. The sword forest is closing. All disciples must leave immediately. Numerous disciples withdrew from the sword forest with expressions of regret. After exiting, Shiru-Ozi immediately sought out Qin Yi and asked, "Junior brother Qin, this divine sword belongs to you. I feel unworthy of accepting it." Qin Yi waved his hand. "I have something better." Hearing this, Shiru-Ozi was speechless, but "I practiced the frost sword path." Qin Yi quietly slipped her a crystal ball and said, "This contains the flame sword intent. With the help of your divine sword, you should be able to absorb it quickly." Shiru-Ozi was completely stunned. It wasn't until much later, when all the disciples had left the square, that Shiru-Ozi remained there in a daze. "Senior Sister Z." Jian Yun gave her shoulder a gentle push, snapping Shiru-Ozi back to reality. She stared blankly at the divine sword in her hand. Why would Qin Yi entrust such a precious item to her? Her mind was in turmoil. The news of Qin Yi clearing the sword forest quickly spread. Countless people were shocked by it. Even Lucian, the top-ranked inner disciple, was somewhat taken aback. His once spoken words were revered as sacred teachings by countless outer disciples, yet now they are being refuted. 99 meters. Lucian committed Qin Yi's name to memory. "It seems the world has underestimated you." Back when Qin Yi cheated in the entrance exam, everyone had forgotten about him. But now, with his overwhelmingly dominant performance, he has re-entered the sight of many inner sect disciples. Interesting. Lucian curled his lips into a disdainful smile. Bai Ling, standing nearby, remarked, "Senior brother Lucian, he's just an outer sect disciple, no threat to you." Lucian narrowed his eyes. "I actually hope he can pose a threat to me." At the same time, the courtyard of the top-ranked outer disciple. Luo had already regained consciousness, but the trip to the sword forest had dealt him a devastating blow. Not only had he been humiliated by Qin Yi, but the other had also reached the 99th meter right before his eyes. Damn it! The mere thought of Qin Yi sent Luo into a rage. "Just wait for the outer sect grand competition, I will definitely kill you." With that, Luo strode directly into the pavilion. "Boss!" Inside the pavilion, a hidden altar revealed a black six-pointed star pattern. Luo unleashed the dark sword seed, and immediately a voice came from within the hexagram. "What? Didn't you see that with the dark sword seed, I would be invincible in this world?" Luo asked. "The dark sword seed is invincible within the same realm." The eerie and terrifying voice spoke again. Luo said, "But why was I completely suppressed by Qin Yi when I activated the dark sword seed in the sword forest?" A soft exclamation came from within the hexagram, followed by an instruction for Luo to explain the whole story from beginning to end. After listening, in the eerie voice, there seemed to be a hint of solemnity. Could it be that guy also possesses a sword seed? After a pause, the eerie voice continued, "That can't be right. An ordinary sword seed shouldn't be able to suppress a dark sword seed, unless he possesses an innate sword seed." Luo was utterly shocked. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." The voice within the hexagonal starburst spoke with certainty. For nearly 1,000 years, the only one in the world to possess an innate sword seed was the former Zongmu sword god, but he has been dead for a long time. However, Luo personally experienced that his dark sword seed was completely suppressed by Qin Yi, utterly powerless to resist. This caused a trace of doubt to arise in the mysterious figure within the hexagram. "Bring him here. I'll examine him personally," Luo said. "The outer sect grand competition is about to begin. Right now, countless eyes are watching, so I can't touch him. The mysterious person said. Then wait for the outer sect grand competition, find a way to face him, and then kill him, bring in his corpse back. Okay, said Luo. God-devouring tower. Shaojin actually entered the ancient battlefield for training once again. This surprised Qin Yi. Wasn't it said that 1 million low-grade spirit stones were required just to enter once? This guy is ruthless. He dripped his own blood into the circular hole and opened the teleportation channel, said the tower spirit. Qin Yi was dumbfounded. This is also possible? Little Jin possesses the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. Although it hasn't been fully awakened, the divine beast bloodline imprinted in his veins will never fade. Therefore, his blood can substitute for a great amount of energy, which is why he can enter the ancient battlefield, the tower spirit explained. Qin Yi's eyes darted around as he thought of a plan. Don't you dare! The tower spirit seemed to have guessed Qin Yi's thoughts and quickly stopped him. Why? The tower spirit said, the ancient battlefield cannot withstand the power of your bloodline. The primordial devouring god bloodline, the strongest bloodline in the world, without equal. If Qin Yi were to drip his blood into it, the round hole would probably explode directly. All right. Qin Yi pouted, somewhat helpless. It seems the only way for me to enter is to earn spirit stones. By the way, tower spirit, today in the sword forest, I sensed the aura of the sky battling clan on Luo, Qin Yi said. The tower spirit nodded. Indeed, I sensed it too. That fellow named Luo is most likely a puppet secretly supported by the sky battling clan. There's a dark sword seed within his body. Qin Yi was taken aback, only then realizing that he vaguely saw something inside Luo's body resembling a sword seed. Dark sword seed. Strictly speaking, the dark sword seed is a mutated form of the ordinary sword seed. After being modified by the sky fighting clan, it became extremely powerful, second only to the innate sword seed, capable of instantly annihilating any ordinary sword seed. The tower spirit's voice grew somewhat solemn. It seems the Bo Tian clan not only survived back then, but have been lying low all this time. Even a small sect like the Tianjian sect has traces of the Bo Tian clan's influence. What purpose does the Bo Tian clan have in controlling Luo and helping him forge the dark sword seed? Qin Yi asked. Of course, the intention is to secretly control the heavenly sword sect, the tower spirit said. Back then, the Bo Tian clan relied on this method of gradual encroachment to step-by-step dominate the cultivation world, ultimately enabling them to openly contend with the myriad realms of the universe. Now, they are attempting to reuse this old tactic. Then isn't the heavenly sword sect in great danger? Qin Yi said. Tailing waved his hand. No need to worry. Although the Bo Tian clan wasn't completely wiped out back then, their foundation was severely damaged. It's impossible for them to return to their peak in a short time. Moreover, this small continent is under divine protection. Those with overwhelming strength simply can't enter. The Bo Tian clan lurking in the shadows probably isn't that strong either. They dare not show themselves, which proves they are afraid, fearful of something. Hearing this, Qin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. But the thought that his father's death was most likely related to the sky battling clan left him deeply unsettled. Knowing that Luo possessed the dark sword seed and that the sky battling clan might very well be backing him, Qin Yi dared not underestimate Luo and threw himself wholeheartedly into cultivation. To this day, he had already mastered the Tai sword art up to the 36th sword stance. What was once a mere yellow-grade technique had now evolved into a top-tier heaven-grade technique. Its power even surpasses that of ordinary heaven-grade techniques. Moreover, as time passed, Qin Yi's mastery over the primordial devouring god bloodline reached an extremely proficient level. As a result, he had unlocked 365 acupoints. He was still halfway from meeting the tower spirit's requirement. Continuing to practice like this, who knows when I'll fully break through? Qin Yi thought of the ancient battlefield, but he didn't have millions of low-grade spirit stones. The martial arena. Suddenly, he thought of the martial arena. Then, he called over Little Fatty and instructed him to spread the word, saying that although he had reached the end of the sword forest, he had also been injured by the blazing sword intent. Later, during the healing process, he suffered a chi deviation, and his injuries were extremely severe. Little Fatty was puzzled. But you're perfectly fine. Why say such things? Qin Yi grinned. If I don't do this, who will challenge me at the martial arena? Little Fatty froze for a moment, then danced around excitedly to do this thing. Soon, news of Qin Yi's injury spread rapidly. Unexpectedly, the first person to visit Qin Yi turned out to be Shiruozi. Today's Shiruozi was wearing a light blue dress, her stunning figure perfectly outlined, captivating countless young talents. With graceful steps, she arrived at Qin Yi's courtyard. Junior brother Qin, how are you doing? It was clear that Shiruozi's fair cheeks were also filled with a look of concern. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I'm perfectly fine, Qin Yi grinned. Shiruozi frowned. If you're really injured, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you. After all, Qin Yi had given her such a precious divine sword and the flame sword intent without asking for anything in return. This kindness was truly immense. Thud, thud, thud. Before long, Jian Yun also arrived. He happened to see Shiruozi's fair little hand resting on Qin Yi's arm, ready to help him up. Jian Yun immediately closed his eyes and hurriedly said, I didn't see anything. I'll get out of here right now. Before Shiruozi could explain, Jian Yun had already vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Shiruozi let out a bitter laugh, feeling somewhat speechless. Qin Yi shared his plan with Shiruozi, whose beautiful eyes flickered as she stared intently at him. Who would have thought this guy could be so cunning? To think he'd use such shameless tactics to swindle spirit stones from the disciples. Actually, I have some spirit stones on me as well. If you need them, take them all. Shiruozi took out all the 10,000 spirit stones she had painstakingly saved and handed them to Qin Yi. Qin Yi wanted to refuse, but Shiruozi simply stood up and left. Thank you, senior sister. The next day, the news had already spread quite widely. Qin Yi, hunched over, appeared at the martial arena. Isn't that Qin Yi? Wasn't it rumored yesterday that he was injured by the sword intent in the sword forest? It seems to be true, but I wonder why he dares to come to the martial arena despite being injured. In an instant, the gazes of all the disciples fell upon Qin Yi. Qin Yi coughed violently, pretending to be severely injured. He slowly walked to the central arena, climbed up with difficulty, looked at the crowd, coughed a few times, and said, Everyone, I'm in urgent need of spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones for one challenge against me. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was dumbfounded. Is this guy really that badly injured? Can't wait to this extent? Do you think he might be playing dumb to deceive us? A disciple questioned skeptically. Deceive my ass. Is he even a tiger? Someone retorted. A stir rippled through the crowd. The 6th-ranked outer disciple had long been dissatisfied with Qin Yi's recent rise to prominence and seized this opportunity to humiliate him thoroughly. Crash! He leaped onto the platform, brandishing his longsword, and pointed it at Qin Yi, coldly declaring, Qin Yi, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy your life, it's worth it. Boom! The 6th-ranked outer disciple struck with lightning speed, yet Qin Yi feigned injury, staggering backward. Despite his exquisite swordsmanship, Qin Yi's performance was flawlessly coordinated. In the end, many disciples truly believed that Qin Yi was injured. Boom! After a fierce battle, Qin Yi staggered back a few steps and was about to fall on the arena when suddenly, the 6th-ranked outer disciple appeared beneath his feet. Crack! Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yi stomped down, directly breaking one of the outer disciple's legs. Ah! A pitiful scream erupted from his mouth as he howled in pain. You! The sixth-ranked outer sect disciple instantly lost his combat ability and tumbled off the arena. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could this even work? On the verge of defeat, the sixth-ranked outer sect disciple insisted on predicting his movements as if he were a master. This was like a king encountering a bronze player. You predict their movement, but they refuse to move as expected. The disciples below saw that the sixth-ranked outer disciple attacked too fiercely, trying to seize the chance to end the battle, but accidentally tripped and was swiftly defeated by Qin Yi with a single kick. Watching the howling sixth-ranked outer disciple below, Qin Yi sneered coldly. After pocketing 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, his gaze swept over the crowd. I'll do it! Unable to sit still, Xiu Yu was humiliated by Qin Yi in the Sword Forest, and today he sought revenge. No, Qin Yi immediately refused. Why? Xiu Yu tossed out 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and said, Didn't you say that as long as one pays 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, they can challenge you freely? Are you going back on your word now? Qin Yi shook his head. For others, it's 10,000. For you, it's 100,000. Xiu Yu felt like he had been played for a fool and immediately flew into a rage. He's only ranked 6th in the outer sect, while you're ranked 4th. How can your appearance feat be the same? Qin Yi scoffed. Besides, fighting you carries a huge risk for me, so of course I should charge more. Xiu Yu's gaze at Qin Yi was practically murderous. But after some thought, defeating him would mean obtaining everything he had. The fishing ban suddenly became clear, and he threw all the hard-earned 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to Qin Yi. Immediately, the two engaged in a fierce battle. With Qin Yi's strength, he could easily defeat the fishing ban in an instant. But in order to earn more spirit stones, he had to play along with the fishing ban, giving him the feeling of barely holding on. Boom! 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 Sure enough, after a fierce battle, Xiu Yu flew into a rage and thrust his giant sword forward with great force. But, to everyone's surprise, just as Qin Yi was about to be struck, his body staggered, his foot tripped, and he fell directly onto the arena. Meanwhile, Xiu Yu, due to his extremely fast attack speed, couldn't stop in time and actually flew right out of the arena. By the time he realized what had happened, his feet had already touched the ground. You lost. Qin Yi, like someone who loves to take advantage, quickly jumped up, grinning broadly. You! Xiu Yu wanted to retort, but under the watchful eyes of everyone, he couldn't bring himself to lose face. Damn it, I could have defeated him. Xiu Yu believed that he had just been careless. I still want to challenge you. Xiu Yu took out another 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was already his entire savings. Seeing Xiu Yu take the bait, Qin Yi struggled to suppress his laughter. He even claimed he no longer wanted to accept Xiu Yu's challenge. Humph, you said that as long as I pay enough spirit stones, I can challenge you. I hope you won't go back on your word, Xiu Yu threatened. Qin Yi had no choice but to accept the challenge. As expected, Xiu Yu once again landed outside the arena due to his own carelessness. Ah! Xiu Yu was furious. Why is it always just a little short every time? His eyes were bloodshot, fixed fiercely on Qin Yi. If looks could kill, Qin Yi would have been torn to pieces long ago. His original 320,000 low-grade spirit stones had already been devoured by little gold. Now, he only had the 10,000 given by Xi Ruozi, plus the 20,000 he had just won, totaling 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. He was still 690,000 short of a million. He watched the furious Xiu Yu, ready to take him for a ride. Today's luck is really good. Over 200,000 low-grade spirit stones are enough for my recovery. As he spoke, Qin Yi staggered as if preparing to leave. During this, he deliberately coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. This further created the false impression that he was injured. Fury surged through Xiu Yu's heart. Perhaps if he missed today, he would never get another chance. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I still want to challenge you. Can I write an IOU?" "Of course not." Qin Yi refused. "Then, I'll use this sword as collateral. If I lose, you take it. If I win, you'll spit out everything you have on you." Like a gambler blinded by losses, Xiu Yu was desperate to recoup his losses. Qin Yi toyed with the giant sword thrown over by Xiu Yu. Xiu Yu said, "This sword is a divine weapon passed down in my family. Half-step heavenly grade level. It can definitely be exchanged for 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Alright then, I'll reluctantly agree to fight you one more time." Boom! Furious, Xiu Yu soared directly onto the arena and launched a fierce and domineering assault on Qin Yi. However, no matter how ferocious the attacks were, Qin Yi could effortlessly evade them. At this moment, in a pavilion outside the martial arena, Shi Luo watched the battle on the stage with a grim expression. "Idiot, you've been played for a fool and still don't realize it." He snorted coldly, descended the pavilion, and entered the martial arena. Senior brother Shi Luo has arrived. Could it be that he's also going to challenge Qin Yi? The arena was filled with noise and clamor. In the end, Xiu Yu still lost. Ah! Unable to accept the outcome, he roared in fury. "Is this fun to you?" Shi Luo ignored Xiu Yu, his dark gaze fixed coldly on Qin Yi as he asked. Qin Yi shrugged. "The rules of the arena challenge are clear here. I didn't force him. You clearly weren't injured, yet you deliberately spread the news that you were hurt. During the arena fight, you feigned weakness to deceive Xiu Yu's spirit stones. Such despicable tactics are downright disgusting," Shi Luo angrily rebuked. Boom! Only then did Xiu realize he had been deceived. "You damn bastard! How dare you trick me?" Xiu Yu was about to attack Qin Yi, but Shi Luo stopped him. Still not embarrassed enough. Upon hearing this, Xiu Yu suppressed his anger and stood behind Shi Luo. Qin Yi sheathed his giant sword and prepared to leave. "Aren't you going to give Xiu Yu an explanation?" Shi Luo exuded a terrifying aura, directly locking onto Qin Yi. Qin Yi grinned. "What? Want to fight me before the altar sect competition? Hand over the 200,000 low-grade spirit stones you took from Xiu Yu, along with his sword, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Shi Luo was furious. Xiu Yu was his subordinate. If he didn't stand up for him now, who would follow him in the future? "What if I refuse?" Qin Yi retorted. "Then you die." With a loud bang, Shi Luo made his move. The terrifying sword light crisscrossed, closing in on Qin Yi. This was his first time crossing swords with Qin Yi, and he went straight for the kill. Whoosh! In the void, wherever the sword light passed, everything shattered. But Qin Yi remained calm, sneering coldly, finally couldn't hold back anymore. Originally, he had planned to face Shi Luo during the Outer Sect Grand Competition, but it seems they could settle it earlier. Whoosh! Qin Yi gripped the Liwa sword and without hesitation executed the Liwa sword technique, slashing 3 consecutive strikes. Instantly, towering waves of flames engulfed the entire arena. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Thud! The sound of clashing metal reverberated through the martial arena. The 2 long swords collided, erupting in a blaze of fiery sparks. Thud! 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 Shi Luo was actually forced back several steps. He immediately activated the Dark Sword Seed, intent on taking Qin Yi's life. But at the critical moment, the 7th Elder appeared. Stop! The 7th Elder shouted sharply, directly dividing the battlefield. What are you doing? Upon seeing the seventh elder, Sure Luo restrained his aura, ceased fighting, and recounted the entire incident. May I ask, seventh elder, with such despicable behavior, what qualifications does he have to be a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect? Faced with Sure Luo's questioning, the seventh elder replied, Qin Yi did not violate the arena rules, nor did he force Sure Yu to challenge him. But Sure Luo still wanted to question further, but seeing the murderous look in the seventh elder's eyes, he had no choice but to relent. Qin Yi, at the Outer Sect Grand Competition, I'll make sure you know who the true #1 sword genius of the Outer Sect is. In the end, Sure Luo left behind these harsh words before turning and walking away. Qin Yi followed the seventh elder back to his residence. Are you really that short on spirit stones? The seventh elder didn't blame Qin Yi. On the contrary, he was extremely satisfied with his performance during this period. I am indeed a bit short, Qin Yi replied honestly. How much more do you need? I'll help you figure something out, the seventh elder said. Earlier, when you reached the end of the sword forest and set a record of 99 meters, you should have received a reward from the Heavenly Sword sect, but initial assessment, climbing the swordsmanship ladder, was deemed as cheating by the deputy sect leader. All his rewards were revoked. Over this matter, the seventh elder repeatedly argued with the deputy sect leader, but the latter, holding a higher position and greater authority, paid no heed to the seventh elder. The seventh elder could do nothing about it and had always felt guilty towards Qin Yi. How many spirit stones can this sword be exchanged for? Qin Yi took out Xiu Yu's great sword and showed it to the seventh elder. The seventh elder examined it and said, This sword has been sealed. If the seal is lifted, it would be half-step heavenly grade, but right now it's not worth much, at most 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Qin Yi gave an "oh" in response that still wasn't enough. He suddenly thought of the flaming sword intent he had previously given to Xiru Ozi. By the way, Qin Yi grinned, took out a crystal ball, and handed it to the seventh elder. The seventh elder took the crystal ball, and his expression changed dramatically in an instant. Blazing sword intent? The seventh elder was shocked and carefully examined Qin Yi, feeling somewhat unreal. Is this guy too fierce? Entering the jade water cold pool, the frost sword intent was found. Entering the sword forest, the blazing sword intent was discovered. Since when has finding sword intent become so easy? You! The seventh elder was left speechless, staring at Qin Yi in astonishment. Elder 7, can you exchange all of this for spirit stones for me? Qin Yi said. He wanted to unblock all his acupoints before the Outer Sect Grand Competition. The fastest way to achieve this was to enter the ancient battlefield once more for training. In just half a day, Elder 7 returned, his wrinkled face brimming with smiles. Here you go. The seventh elder took out a spatial ring from his pocket and handed it to Qin Yi. Qin Yi took it and was instantly stunned. How could a single blazing sword intent be exchanged for so many spirit stones? A rough estimate suggests it's at least 1 million pieces. This? Qin Yi was full of questions. The seventh elder said, The elder responsible for collecting sword intent in the sect holds you in high regard. This time, an exception was made for you. You're directly rewarded with 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, he has assigned you a task. Oh! Qin Yi's heart stirred slightly. If you can collect 3 sword intents and submit them, the elder of the sword intent hole will grant you free entry into the Breeze Secret Realm once, said the seventh elder. The Breeze Secret Realm. It is the most famous secret realm of the Heavenly Sword sect, specifically designed to temper disciples. Even inner sect disciples are not qualified unless they make significant contributions to the sect or rank among the top 100 inner sect disciples. You've already collected 2 types, just 1 more to complete the task. Once you finish the outer sect competition and enter the inner sect, the Elder of the Sword Intent Hall will arrange for you to enter the Breeze Secret Realm. The seventh Elder also mentioned the benefits of the Breeze Secret Realm. It was a secret realm discovered by the founder of the Heavenly Sword sect. Over the years, it has served as a training ground for nurturing the younger generation of disciples. Among them, there are inheritances left by some peerless masters of the sword path. Once, a disciple obtained the Sword King's legacy in the Breeze Secret Realm and soared to great heights. Moreover, it is said that within the Breeze Secret Realm grows an extremely unique herb called the breeze grass, which is the core ingredient for refining the breeze elixir, the seventh elder said solemnly. Qin Yi was greatly shocked. Naturally, he had heard of the breeze elixir, a top-tier heaven-grade pill. It was said that a martial artist at the 9th level of the meridian refining stage could increase their chances of forming a yuan core after consuming it. For cultivators, it was absolutely a pill that one could only hope to encounter by chance, not by seeking. Throughout the entire Luoyun Empire, only a handful of individuals were capable of refining it. However, due to the lack of the core herb, breeze grass, the quantity of breeze pills is extremely scarce. Besides, within the Breeze Secret Realm, there are also spirit veins. In truth, the allure of breeze pills for Qin Yi was not as great as that of the spirit veins. Upon hearing the word spirit veins, Qin Yi's eyes lit up. Even the smallest spiritual vein can yield thousands of spirit stones. Right now, what I lack the most are spirit stones. Whoosh! Suddenly, Qin Yi found himself genuinely drawn to the Qinfeng Secret Realm. Thank you, seventh elder. Qin Yi repeatedly clasped his hands in gratitude. This must be the seventh elder's doing. The seventh elder waved his hand and said, "You are the most outstanding sword genius I have ever seen." In less than half a year after joining the Sky Sword sect, he had already discovered 2 types of sword intent through his own strength. This was simply a monstrous talent in the sword path. Focus on your cultivation and prepare well for the outer sect competition. The seventh elder patted Qin Yi's shoulder before turning to leave. Crash! Qin Yi entered the God-Devouring Tower and directly placed 1 million low-grade spirit stones into the circular hole. Boom! 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 The circular aperture released endless radiance, enveloping Qin Yi, and in the next instant, he felt himself being pulled into the chaotic flow of time and space. Then, Qin Yi appeared on a vast, desolate land, still shrouded in smoke and the pungent scent of blood. In the sky above, terrifying auras crisscrossed, as countless powerful beings engaged in fierce battles. Qin Yi's heart burned with fervor. Although it was my second time visiting the ancient battlefield, I still felt deeply awed. Boom! Moreover, upon arriving at the ancient battlefield, his primordial devouring god bloodline became unusually active. The power of his bloodline surged throughout his entire body, leaving Qin Yi in a state of extreme excitement. Holding the blazing fire sword, he advanced cautiously. Before long, he arrived at a small hill. Whoosh! At that very moment, he witnessed 2 Yuandan realm experts engage in a fierce battle. Boom! 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 The Yuandan within their bodies unleashed terrifying power, colliding against each other with every strike, causing the earth to tremble. Is this the strength of a Yuandan realm expert? Qin Yi was utterly shocked. After an intense battle, one of the Yuandan realm experts was engulfed in flames, instantly suffering severe injuries, and the Yuandan within his body shattered as a result. Die for me! He knew he was doomed to die, and before his death, he detonated his core. A terrifying force swept through heaven and earth, instantly engulfing the other person. Boom! 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 The earth trembled, and Qin Yi was also struck by the dreadful shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground. After a long while, as the shockwave completely dissipated and the world returned to calm, pain spread throughout his body. Qin Yi struggled to get up. He was shocked to discover that the Yuandan realm expert not far away was already severely injured and on the verge of death. His Yuandan cracked and his entire body charred. With great difficulty, he reached out his hand. Upon seeing Qin Yi, he struggled to open his mouth, as if trying to speak to him. Qin Yi quickly walked over and bent down. The man knew he was doomed to die. Trembling, he pulled out a dagger from his bosom and handed it to Qin Yi, saying, "Give it to my sect." After uttering these words with all his remaining strength, the man completely lost his life. Qin Yi held the dagger and asked, "You still haven't told me, what's the name of your sect?" After examining the dagger, he found it was just an ordinary one with a special mark on it, likely something to indicate identity. With no other choice, Qin Yi could only put the dagger away for now and continue exploring the vast, desolate land. Half an hour later, Qin Yi arrived amidst the endless mountain ranges, where one peak shone with a dazzling light. Drawn to it, he approached this particular peak. Upon seeing the entire mountain covered in medicinal herbs, he was utterly stunned. This chiffon grass? Qin Yi's mind was in turmoil. Isn't chiffon grass unique to the chiffon secret realm? The entire cultivation world is frantically searching for chiffon grass, yet here it covers the entire mountainside. Just what kind of place is this? Qin Yi looked around and found no one in sight. He grabbed a stalk of breeze grass and yanked it straight out of the soil. At this very moment, a sharp reprimand rang out. "How dare you destroy my garden?" As the words fell, a child appeared. "Who are you?" The child glared at Qin Yi angrily. "The garden I've worked so hard to maintain has been ruined by you." Qin Yi hurriedly explained, "Little brother, this is a misunderstanding. I thought these breeze grasses were ownerless and just wanted to pick some." After hearing Qin Yi's explanation, the anger on the child's face faded, and his attitude softened slightly. "You seem honest enough, so I won't hold it against you. You'd better leave this place quickly." The child issued a dismissal. Qin Yi was very curious why would a child be in such a dangerous place. "Little brother, do you live here all by yourself?" The child replied, "I'm helping my master tend to the fields. He's gone to accomplish a world-shaking task, and once it's done, he'll retire from the martial world and live a pastoral life with me." "I see. Then I wish your master early success." With that, Qin Yi turned and left. Suddenly, the child called out to stop him. "You're the first person to wish my master success." The child thought for a moment and said, "Earlier, I saw you picking wild vegetables. Are they for eating?" Without waiting for Qin Yi's reply, the child waved his hand and said, "Never mind. Meeting is fate. After all, the wild vegetables in this garden are the most common and can be grown anytime. It's fine for you to pick some." Qin Yi was stunned. The chiffon grass, fiercely sought after in the cultivation world, was actually just a common wild vegetable that could be grown anytime in the eyes of this child. He felt utterly bewildered. Judging by the child's expression, it didn't seem like a lie. Qin Yi tentatively asked, "Little brother, are you saying all these are wild vegetables?" The child crossed his arms and said, "What else? What you picked is the worst kind of wild vegetables, not even fit for humans. They're fed to chickens." Qin Yi staggered in shock. What kind of chickens are these, actually eating breeze grass? Isn't this a waste of premium medicinal herbs? But when following the child's finger and seeing the few chickens behind the thatched cottage, Qin Yi froze completely. "Are those chickens? Those are freaking phoenixes." Qin Yi was utterly bewildered. Just what kind of place is this ancient battlefield? Why are things so precious outside treated like trash here? "Do you want it or not?" the child asked. "Yes, of course I do." Qin Yi nodded like a pecking chick, then quickly entered the field and began picking the breeze grass. The child said, "You seem quite honest. It's fine to pick a bit more." With that, he plucked a stalk of breeze grass, walked behind the thatched hut, and tossed it to the chickens. Qin Yi's heart was in turmoil. His instincts told him that this child was anything but ordinary. Or perhaps, the master he was waiting for was no ordinary figure. Finally, Qin Yi gathered 10,000 stalks of breeze grass and then thanked the child. "Thank you, little brother." Feeling it wasn't right to take something for nothing, Qin Yi rummaged through his belongings and eventually pulled out some low-grade spirit stones from his pocket, intending to compensate the child. But as soon as he took it out, the low-grade spirit stone turned into an ordinary rock. "You're really strange. Why do you carry so many rocks with you?" the child asked, puzzled. "Boss." Then, after absorbing the aura of the ancient battlefield, the stone actually dissipated on its own, turning into countless particles that scattered with the wind. This scene left Qin Yi utterly stunned. He shook his head vigorously, thinking it must be an illusion. But all of this was actually happening. Whoosh! He took a deep breath, feeling that today's experience was beyond his expectations. "All right, you can go now," the child urged. Qin Yi bid farewell to the child and had just left the countryside. Suddenly, he felt something under his foot, a bit uncomfortable to step on. He looked down and saw a dark, round object. Picking it up, it felt like a medicinal pill. Qin Yi frowned. "Is this a pill?" A child's voice came from behind. "You're so weird, mister. That's just my little cow's dung, and you actually sniffed it." Qin Yi chuckled and asked, "Can I pick up a few to study?" The child waved his hand. "Hurry up and take them, then go." Qin Yi quickly gathered a pile of pitch-black pills from the ground and left the continuous mountain range. "Boss!" At that moment, his consciousness was pulled back into the God-Devouring Tower. The time limit at the ancient battlefield has been reached. Whoosh! Qin Yi took a deep breath and hurriedly took out the breeze grass, carefully confirming that it was indeed the breeze grass. Then, he produced the cow dung he had picked up and showed it to the tower spirit. "This is the tongqiao pill," said the tower spirit. "What?" Qin Yi frowned as the child said it was his family's calf that had left this dung. The so-called tongqiao pills are elixirs that can assist martial artists in the meridian refining realm to unblock their acupoints. "They're probably already lost to the outside world by now," said the tower spirit. "You're quite lucky to have stumbled upon so many. They'll be perfect for helping you unblock your remaining acupoints." Qin Yi was stunned. Just what kind of background did that child on the hill have? Wild vegetables casually planted turned out to be the highly sought-after breeze grass by cultivators of the Luoyun Empire. The chickens he raised were actually divine phoenixes. The dung from his calves was actually the long-lost enlightenment pills. He was utterly bewildered. The tower spirit clearly saw everything in the ancient battlefield and said with a smile, "Master, this is the wonder of the God-Devouring Tower. What you see and hear may not be what you truly perceive." The tower spirit's words were profound, leaving Qin Yi utterly confused and completely unable to comprehend. "Do you know that child?" Qin Yi asked. The tower spirit shook its head. "Discussing this now is entirely meaningless, Master. All you need to know is that treasures are scattered everywhere in the ancient battlefield, waiting for you to discover them. By the way, before the Yuan-Dan realm expert died, he gave him a dagger." Qin Yi hurriedly took it out to look. At this sight, he was instantly stunned. It was clearly an ordinary dagger, but after returning to the divine devouring tower, it transformed into a divine weapon. Qin Yi tested it with the Liwo sword and found that it couldn't be cut. It was inscribed with 3 words, "Soul-devouring dagger." "This?" Qin Yi's eyes widened in shock. "What the hell is this?" "Huff!" Qin Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. Everything he had experienced today truly left his worldview in disarray. At the same time, he deeply realized how extraordinary the ancient battlefield was, utterly bewildering. The tower spirit didn't elaborate, and Qin Yi didn't press further. He knew his current strength was too weak. He couldn't even open the second layer of the God-devouring tower. Knowing too much would only be detrimental to him. One day, I will uncover the truth, Qin Yi silently vowed to himself. Afterwards, under the guidance of the tower spirit, he began swallowing tongue pills. One after another, he swallowed them as if they cost nothing. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yi had already unlocked 600 acupoints, surpassing the limits of the meridian refining realm. But for him, it was necessary to unblock all 720 acupoints. Keep consuming them. Boss! Each acupoint unblocking pill, once swallowed, would diffuse its medicinal effects. After being purified by the primordial devouring god bloodline, all the energy would converge near the companion acupoint, and with a resounding boom, the acupoint would be unblocked. Just like that. After a full 3 days and consuming over 10,000 acupoint unblocking pills, Qin Yi finally succeeded in unblocking all 720 acupoints. Boom! When the final acupoint was unblocked, heaven and earth trembled, and radiant light burst forth from his body. Throughout the ages, only those who possessed the primordial devouring god bloodline could achieve this feat. In the sky, even celestial phenomena appeared. However, the god-devouring tower isolated the heavens and earth, so although the people of the entire Luoyang Empire were astonished, they had no idea what had caused the celestial phenomena. The top forces all gazed at the sky. What's happening? Why did this celestial phenomenon appear without warning? Could it be that the heavens of the Luoyang Empire are about to change? The manifestation of this phenomenon signifies the birth of a prodigy. Our Luoyang Empire has welcomed a chosen one of destiny. Find him, at any cost, locate the child of destiny. The entire cultivation world of the Luoyang Empire was instantly set ablaze. Meanwhile, within the god-devouring tower, Qin Yi remained relatively calm. Because he had long known that his bloodline could nurture companion acupoints. Whoosh! All 720 acupoints were opened, and his combat power soared 100-fold. Boom! He threw a punch, directly blasting a massive crater into the ground. The sheer power of it left even Qin Yi utterly shocked. So strong! Moreover, during the process of unblocking the acupoints, his cultivation also reached the 6th level of the meridian refining realm. This cultivation speed is simply unbelievable. Heavenly Sword Sect. The high-ranking powerhouses all gazed at the sky. It must be Lu Xian. He is the chosen one. Ha ha ha! Heaven blesses our Heavenly Sword Sect. A celestial phenomenon has descended, and I faintly saw a sword within it. This signifies that our Heavenly Sword Sect will produce a prodigy of the sword path. Some believed it was triggered by Lu Xian, while others thought it was Sure Luo. Yet no one considered Qin Yi. Although bizarre and absurd events occurred in the ancient battlefield, Qin Yi quickly regained his composure. If we are talking about absurdity, is there anything more outrageous than the god-devouring tower? Gradually, he began to process and accept it all. In fact, he even found himself eagerly anticipating his next entry into the ancient battlefield. This time, his gains were immense. Not only did he obtain over 10,000 stalks of breeze grass, but he also acquired 1,000,000 clear passage pills. He himself consumed only a little over 10,000 pills, yet managed to unblock 720 acupoints, elevating his cultivation to the 6th level of the meridian refining realm. After his cultivation surged dramatically, his gaze fell upon Little Gold. Roar! Shaojin opened its bloody maw and launched a direct attack on Qin Yi. Boom! 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 Shaojin had also gained much in the ancient battlefield. having begun to absorb the inherited memories in its mind and making initial contact with its innate divine abilities. All of a sudden, it let out a furious roar, and above its head, the phantom image of a leopard actually materialized. One phantom, one real, both carrying boundless power, charged toward Qin Yi with overwhelming force. Boom! Qin Yi threw a punch, gathering terrifying power in his fist's glow, and in an instant, it collided with the illusory leopard. Crack! The illusory golden leopard shattered into pieces, yet little Jin continued to charge forward. Qin Yi drew the instant flaming sword and unleashed the flaming sword technique. Boom! This time, after the flames surged to 10,000 zhong, they unexpectedly expanded once more, instantly engulfing the entire god-devouring tower. 100,000 feet. Qin Yi was momentarily stunned, then his face broke into an excited smile. He never expected that after opening all 720 acupoints, unleashing the blazing fire sword technique again would result in such a tremendous increase in power. Boom! 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 The 100,000-foot wave of flames engulfed Little Gold, who struggled frantically. Even as his innate divine abilities manifested in his mind, he still couldn't break free, only barely managing to protect himself. Whoosh! Qin Yi grinned, then withdrew the wave of flames. Roar! Little Gold broke free and squeaked loudly at Qin Yi. Keep cultivating diligently. Don't fall too far behind me. Qin Yi patted Little Jin's head before leaving the god-devouring tower. Now, with his divine meridians, 10 spiritual roots, 720 acupoints, the blazing fire sword art capable of unleashing 100,000 long flame wave, and the Tai sword art at the 36th sword level, he, at the 6th level of the meridian refining realm, could sweep through all opponents at this stage. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the annual Outer Sect Grand Competition finally arrived. Today, all Outer Sect disciples have gathered in the square. Although only the top 3 in the annual Outer Sect competition can enter the Inner Sect. However, there may still be some unexpected occurrences. Last year, there was a disciple ranked outside the top 10 who made a breakthrough at a critical moment and narrowly won the final battle, successfully securing a spot in the top 3. So they say. Deep down, many disciples still hold onto a glimmer of hope. Perhaps luck will strike them. The Outer Sect Grand Competition is the most highly regarded event in the Heavenly Sword Sect's Outer Sect, so the primary person in charge this time is the Outer Sect Master. On the high platform, the Outer Sect Master sat in the highest position, with the 7th Elder and the 6th Elder seated on his left and right sides, respectively. Originally, the 6th Elder's seat was meant for the 3rd Elder. However, the 3rd Elder was unable to attend due to certain matters, so the 6th Elder took his place. Elder 7, no cheating in the Outer Sect competition, alright? Before the competition even began, Elder 6 was already at odds with Elder 7. Humph, Qin Yi didn't cheat, Elder 7 retorted coldly. Elder 6 mocked, oh. Even the Deputy Sect Master has already judged him. Are you still making excuses for him? Elder 7 ignored Elder 6's taunts. The square below was already filled with nearly 10,000 Outer Sect disciples, all gathered in attendance. The Outer Sect leader, clad in black robes, had a weathered face etched with deep wrinkles. Missing his left arm, he was a one-armed elder whose entire being exuded a terrifying sword aura. His expression alone revealed his upright and incorruptible character. Silence. Seeing that the time was about right, the Outer Sect leader stood up and announced, "Everyone, the annual Outer Sect competition is upon us. I trust you are all familiar with the rules." Nearly 10,000 Outer Sect disciples. Of course, not all could participate in the grand competition. Only the top 100 ranked disciples were eligible to compete. As for Qin Yi, although he had no ranking, he achieved 10 consecutive victories in the martial arena and even defeated Zi Huan, the 10th ranked outer sect disciple. Moreover, he discovered the frost sword intent in the Bishui cold pool, reached the 99-meter end in the sword forest, and found the blazing sword intent. These accomplishments were more than enough to secure him a place among the top 10 outer sect disciples. The rules of the competition are simple. Participants will face off in one-on-one matches until the final 3 are determined. Combatants must stop at the point of contact and are forbidden from delivering fatal blows. If a participant feels outmatched, they may concede defeat. Once one side concedes, the other must immediately cease all actions. Failure to do so will result in penalties. The entire battle was personally supervised by the outer sect master, and no one was allowed to cheat. The grand competition begins. At the command of the outer sect leader, the disciples who had already drawn lots and found their opponents began to face off in pairs, taking the stage one after another. In the first round, it was essentially a matchup of the strong against the weak. The top 10 ranked disciples all defeated their opponents cleanly and decisively, with no dark horses emerging. Some disciples, when matched against Shi Luo, Xi Ruozi, and others, simply conceded defeat outright, knowing they stood no chance. In just half an hour, the first round concluded, eliminating 50 participants. The second round began. Qin Yi was the first to step forward, facing the disciple ranked 19th. Junior brother Qin, though I may not be your match, I wish to test your limits. The disciple ranked 19th exerted all his strength, unleashing terrifying sword energy that filled the square, attempting to force Qin Yi to reveal his full power. But he was disappointed. With a single punch, Qin Yi sent him flying. Thud! The crowd in the square was stunned. How long has it been? Has Qin Yi's strength already reached such a level? Next up was Shi Luo's turn. He also defeated the challenger with a single punch. What's more shocking is that the challenger's spiritual root was directly severed by his punch, leaving them permanently disabled. Instantly, Jian Yun questioned, Shi Luo, we are fellow disciples. Was it necessary to strike so harshly? A single punch rendered one incapacitated. Indeed, it sparked discussions among many disciples. However, Shi Luo, as the top-ranked outer disciple, responded domineeringly, if you can't even withstand a single punch from me, just admit defeat outright. Jian Yun was speechless. The second round also ended quickly. Among the remaining 25 people, one received a bye, while the others faced off in pairs. Unexpectedly, Qin Yi drew the bye. This made many lower-ranked disciples lament, as drawing it would have allowed them to barely survive into the next round. Perhaps a miracle would have happened. In the third round of matches, the top 10 disciples remained steady, with nothing particularly outstanding. However, just as people thought the 12 matches were about to conclude, Xi Ruozi, ranked second among the outer disciples, delivered a visual feast for the audience. All that could be seen. Wielding a divine sword, she unleashed a breathtaking display as icy sword energy and fiery sword energy intertwined above her head, erupting with a force that left everyone in awe. 9 layers of ice and fire. At this moment, she was like a celestial being descended from heaven. It was utterly breathtaking. What mastering 2 sword paths at once? Ice sword do and flame sword do. She actually comprehended the flame sword do from the divine sword. What a prodigy! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Seeing this, the outer sect master on the high platform grinned. There are those who master 2 sword paths, but they are incompatible and mutually restraining. Yet Xi Ruozi managed to perfectly blend them, truly a prodigy of the sword path. Amid the crowd's praises and exclamations, Xi Ruozi did not lose herself. Instead, she sought out Qin Yi among the crowd, giving him a slight nod. In her faint smile, there was an indescribable charm. Xi Ruozi was deeply grateful to Qin Yi. Without his generosity in gifting her the divine sword and the flame sword intent, she could never have achieved such a feat. After completing the fusion of the two sword styles, her strength advanced by leaps and bounds, and her mastery of the sword path reached new heights. This scene made even Shorluo frown slightly. Clearly, he was somewhat shocked by Shiruozi's improvement. However, the thought of possessing the dark sword seed put his mind at ease. No matter how strong you are, you must bow before the dark sword seed. The third round of the competition concluded, leaving 13 participants. This means that in each subsequent round, one person will receive a bye. The weaker disciples were filled with anticipation, hoping to draw a favorable lot. Yet fate seemed to favor Qin Yi exceptionally, as he drew the bye once again in the fourth round. This made many disciples filled with jealousy. Humph, how does this guy always draw the bye? Could there be some behind-the-scenes manipulation in the drawing? Seeming to hear the questioning voices from the disciples below, the outer sect master explained, "This drawing is fair and impartial, with absolutely no behind-the-scenes manipulation." If someone else had said it, the disciples might have doubted, but since the outer sect master himself confirmed it, there was certainly no issue. The sixth elder mocked, "A disciple who relies on cheating to join the heavenly sword sect can only continue by luck. I refuse to believe his luck will last forever." The seventh elder shrugged, paying no attention to the sixth elder. The fourth round of the competition was a clash of titans. The top 10 disciples also clashed together. The first battle immediately caught the attention of countless disciples. Outer sect disciple Jian Yun faced off against Shorluo. "Jian Yun, it's not too late to admit defeat now," Shorluo declared domineeringly. "Although I know I'm no match for you, but..." Jian Yun's words were cut short as Shorluo interrupted, "Since that's the case, let's fight." Boom! Shorluo clenched his fists tightly, gathering strength for a decisive strike. Thud! The terrifying force of his punch, like Mount Tai bearing down, crashed onto Jian Yun. Originally, everyone thought that even if Jian Yun couldn't defeat Shorluo, he could at least hold out for 100 moves. However, reality gave them a harsh slap in the face. Just one punch. Jian Yun was instantly defeated. Bam! Jian Yun's body slammed heavily onto the ground, immediately losing all combat capability. He stared wide-eyed at Shorluo in disbelief. How is that possible? This punch not only defeated Jian Yun, but also completely shattered the last trace of pride in his heart. The square fell into dead silence. Waves of shock surged in everyone's hearts. Is this the true combat power of Shorluo, the top-ranked outer disciple? Isn't this just too powerful? Shiruozi and Qin Yi walked over simultaneously to help Jian Yun up. Jian Yun kept shaking his head, muttering to himself as if that single punch had become his inner demon. "Brother Jian Yun, there's no need for this. He used underhanded methods to defeat you with that one punch," Qin Yi consoled. Shiruozi looked at Qin Yi in surprise. Underhanded methods. Qin Yi remained silent. In that flash of fist light just now, there was the dark aura of the Sky Battling Clan. Shorluo's audacity is truly remarkable, daring to unleash it right in front of the outer sect leader. Wasn't he afraid of being discovered? The ensuing battles, though exquisitely executed, paled in comparison to the awe-inspiring duel between Shorluo and Jian Yun. After the fourth round of competition, including Qin Yi who had a bye, there were a total of 7 people left. Among these 7, 6 were ranked 6th in the outer sect, all solid powerhouses, with Qin Yi being the only newcomer disciple. A newcomer disciple making it this far is truly remarkable. The outer sect leader did not hesitate to praise Qin Yi. This guy has already broken the record for newcomers. The 7th elder also grinned and laughed. The 6th elder's face turned livid. 7th elder, aren't you celebrating too soon? If Qin Yi faces Shorluo, he won't even be as good as Qin Yi. Do you believe me or not? This time, the seventh elder countered directly. How about a bet? The sixth elder sneered. What kind of bet? 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. If Qin Yi faces Luo, I bet Qin Yi will win, said the seventh elder. Are you out of your mind? The sixth elder retorted. Qin Yi beating Luo? That's the biggest joke I've ever heard. The seventh elder couldn't be bothered to argue. If you don't dare to bet, then shut up. What am I afraid to bet on? If you want to give me 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones for free, I'll gladly accept them. The sixth elder invited the outer sect leader to act as a witness, fearing the seventh elder might go back on his word. The outer sect leader nodded, a faint, inscrutable smile playing on his lips. For the fifth round, there was no drawing of lots. The remaining 7 participants would compete in one-on-one matches, earning 1 point for each victory and no points for a loss. Based on the scoring rules, 4 would be eliminated in the end. The final 3 would advance to the ultimate finals. I'll go. The 6th-ranked disciple directly challenged Qin Yi. One should pick the softest persimmon to squeeze among the 7. Qin Yi was the only newcomer. Boom! This time, Qin Yi held nothing back, displaying his awe-inspiring strength. With a single punch, he instantly defeated the 6th-ranked outer disciple. The square fell silent once again. Let me take him on. The 4th-ranked outer disciple, Yu, glared at Qin Yi with bloodshot eyes, his voice filled with rage. You damn bastard! You swindled me out of 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Today, I'll rip your head off. With that, Yu brandished his sharp sword and launched a fierce and domineering assault on Qin Yi. Flame Wave Sword Technique. Yu let out a low shout and unleashed the Flame Wave Sword Art, one of the 3 Earth-grade techniques from the first floor of the technique hall. Terrifying waves of flame, layer upon layer, surged violently, instantly engulfing the entire square and submerging Qin Yi in an instant. Whoosh! The long sword in Yu's hand trembled fiercely, giving rise to tens of thousands of sword beams. Darting through the dense array of sword lights, he charged straight toward Qin Yi. Impressive! The Flame Wave Sword technique has actually been mastered to perfection, capable of unleashing 9 layers of flame waves with a single strike, commented the outer sect master. The Flame Wave Sword technique suits Yu exceptionally well. Given a bit more time, he would undoubtedly achieve complete mastery, added the 6th elder. Among the tens of thousands of disciples in the outer sect, only a handful have managed to cultivate the Flame Wave Sword technique. And the strongest among them is none other than Yu. Bam! The moment Flame Wave Sword Art was unleashed, all the disciples were stunned. Trash! What do you have to block my Earth-grade sword art? Yu sneered mockingly while launching a fierce assault on Qin Yi. However, Qin Yi wielded the blazing fire sword, his figure flickering as he constantly shifted positions. Even amidst the waves of flames, he showed no trace of panic. Instead, he effortlessly executed the Tai sword technique. The moment this sword technique was unleashed, it was immediately recognized by the disciples. Ha! Qin Yi actually chose a yellow-grade sword technique from the technique hall. Is this guy out of his mind? Instead of picking an earth-grade sword technique, he went for such a trashy one. Ha ha ha! Someone actually chose the incomplete Tai sword art. Disciples from the Shuruo faction mocked. In the outer sect, Tai sword art was universally regarded as trash, and no one would choose it. Yet, Qin Yi picked it. Even the 7 elders on the high platform and the outer sect master were somewhat surprised. Whoosh! Qin Yi swung his first sword, instantly manifesting 9 streaks of sword light. Without pause, he followed with a second and then a third strike. 9 consecutive slashes later, 81 streaks of sword light filled the sky. Though the disciples were somewhat stunned that Qin Yi had mastered the Tai sword art, they still found his overconfident resistance laughable. Do you think the Tai sword technique can withstand senior brother Xiu Yu's flame wave sword technique? How can a yellow grade technique compare to an earth grade one? Humph, what a fool, wasting time on the Tai sword technique. Many shook their heads, not optimistic about Qin Yi. However, after the 9th sword strike, Qin Yi unleashed the 10th. Boom! The outer sect leader on the high platform suddenly narrowed his pupils, his heart filled with shock. As the outer sect leader, he was in charge of all affairs of the outer sect. He was familiar with every technique in the technique hall, including the Tai sword art. This was a technique long forgotten by outer sect disciples, simply because it was inherently incomplete, consisting of only 9 sword forms, barely qualifying as a yellow grade technique at best. Faced with the temptation of an earth grade technique, who would willingly choose a lower tier, incomplete one? Yet now, not only did Qin Yi choose the Tai sword art, but he also executed the 10th sword. What does this signify? Does this mean Qin Yi has mastered the complete Tai sword art? Of course, the outer sect leader didn't believe Qin Yi could complete the Tai sword art. Whoosh! The outer sect leader took a deep breath, his expression turning extremely grave. How is that possible? He vigorously shook his head, confirming that what Qin Yi had executed was indeed the 10th sword, and was utterly shocked. Even the 6th elder and 7th elder were shocked. Whoosh! At the moment the 10th sword strike was unleashed, the power of the Tai sword technique had already surpassed that of the flame wave sword technique. 90 terrifying sword beams descended from the sky, piercing straight through Xiu Yu's 9 layers of flame waves. Crack! A crisp sound echoed across the square. Brilliant sword beams crisscrossed, tearing the flame waves to shreds. Xiu Yu, too, was sent flying by the powerful recoil. Boom! He crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood, overwhelmed by rage, and immediately fell unconscious. Boss! The square was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned. Was the Tai sword technique truly a worthless sword technique? Why does it have such power in Qin Yi's hands? Xi Ruozi's beautiful eyes flickered with growing curiosity towards Qin Yi. This guy always manages to surprise. After a brief moment of shock, the square erupted with intense cheers. Humph! That lucky bastard actually learned the 10th sword. Sure, Luo was filled with envy and resentment. Meanwhile, the other disciples felt fear toward Qin Yi. They didn't even have the courage to face Qin Yi directly. In the end, all 3 of them chose to forfeit. Oh my god, did he actually complete the Tai sword technique? Does the Tai sword technique really have a 10th sword move? Countless murmurs echoed across the square. The outer sect leader's gaze at Qin Yi was exceptionally grave. After coming back to his senses, the 7th elder grinned and said, "The disciple I brought back isn't too bad, right? His swordsmanship talent is exceptional," the outer sect master remarked. The 6th elder was so angry he couldn't speak. And that was that. Amidst a chorus of mockery, Qin Yi unleashed the 10th stance of the Tai sword technique, turning the tide and defeating Xiu Yu, which also intimidated the other 3 disciples into forfeiting. Now, the 3 who advanced to the final round were Shi Luo, Xi Ruozi, and Qin Yi. The first 2 were anticipated by everyone before the competition. But Qin Yi, this dark horse, was someone no one expected to reach this stage. Especially just now, the Tai sword technique he displayed was truly astonishing. The outer sect master also announced the rules for the final round. The 3 participants would face each other in combat. However, before Xi Ruozi could speak, Qin Yi stepped directly in front of Shi Luo. "It's your turn," Qin Yi said calmly. Shi Luo stood with his hands behind his back, a hint of killing intent concealed beneath his cold expression. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Then let's fight." Boom! Sure Luo unleashed his 9 spiritual roots, and a terrifying power spread out. Holding a long sword, he merged into the void, flickering between reality and illusion, appearing before Qin Yi in an instant. Boss! Qin Yi sneered at the sight. Comparing spiritual roots, are we? With a thought, he released all 10 spiritual roots. In an instant, radiant light burst forth from his chest. The disciples were still in shock over Sure Luo's 9 spiritual roots, but Qin Yi went straight for the ultimate move. 10 spiritual roots. Everyone, including the outer sect leader, held their breath. My God, what am I seeing? 10 spiritual roots, they truly exist. To witness this pinnacle duel, I could die without regret. Everyone was shocked. Even Sure Luo's expression changed slightly. In an instant, he realized that the power of his 9 spiritual roots was completely suppressed by Qin Yi's 10 spiritual roots. On the high platform, the outer sect master was even more astonished. Who would have thought, truly unexpected, that the 7th elder would bring back such a monstrously talented genius? 10 spiritual roots searched throughout the entire Heavenly Sword sect, or even the entire Luo Yun Empire, and you wouldn't find a second person like this. Because, in the cultivation world, it is universally acknowledged that a meridian refining realm martial artist can only refine up to 9 spiritual roots. This is the absolute limit. Yet now, Qin Yi shattered their perception. Bam! A terrifying force swept through heaven and earth. Seeing no advantage in the spiritual root aspect, Sure Luo had a thought and released his own heavenly meridian. What's the use of having many spiritual roots? The martial vein is the foundation of a warrior's cultivation. Boom! Above the heaven-grade martial vein, an endless radiance erupted, capable of devouring all things between heaven and earth. Instantly, all eyes were fixed on Sure Luo. Is this the heavenly vein? So powerful, truly worthy of senior brother Sure Luo. The crowd gasped in astonishment. However, Qin Yi also showed no fear, unleashing his own divine vein. Compete with me in martial veins. Qin Yi laughed. If it were anything else, he might not necessarily win. But when it comes to martial veins, everyone present is trash. Divine pulse. This was the martial pulse reconstructed for him by the primordial devouring god's bloodline. It's millions of times more powerful than the heavenly pulse. Sure Luo's heavenly vein clashed with Qin Yi's divine vein, and in an instant, cracks appeared on the heavenly vein. What? Sure Luo exclaimed in shock. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. Everyone was dumbfounded. The heavenly vein had shattered. Boom! The square was filled with restlessness. What level is Qin Yi's martial vein to actually shatter Sure Luo's heavenly vein? Isn't this just too exaggerated? Even the well-traveled outer sect master was utterly shocked. The 7th elder and the 6th elder were completely stunned. They had never seen a martial vein stronger than the heavenly vein. This was beyond the scope of their martial knowledge. No! The shattering of the heavenly vein drove Sure Luo into madness. You're asking for death. His eyes were bloodshot, completely entering a frenzied state. Whoosh! He unleashed the dark magic sword technique, simultaneously fully activating the dark sword seed within his body. Humph! So what if you suppress my heavenly vein? Before the dark sword seed, everything is insignificant. The moment the dark sword seed was activated, Sure Luo's confidence was restored once again. Can't hold back anymore. This time, Qin Yi truly sensed the presence of the dark sword seed. The familiar dark aura of the Sky Battling Clan enveloped the entire dark sword seed. Yet, it was a pity. In the face of his innate sword seed, even the dark sword seed was nothing more than a clay chicken and pottery dog. The disciples in the square were dumbfounded. No one expected that Qin Yi had been hiding his true strength so deeply, capable of confronting Sure Luo head-on. Possessing just one of these would be enough to rank among the top outer sect disciples. Yet Qin Yi possessed them all simply a monster. A martial vein stronger than the heavenly vein, 10 spiritual roots, and the Tai sword art of the 10th sword. Qin Yi had brought too many shocks to everyone. They suddenly began to wonder, how many more hidden moves did Qin Yi have that he hadn't revealed yet? The moment Luo activated the dark sword seed, the entire square became overwhelmingly oppressive. Everyone felt a suffocating tightness in their chests, struggling to breathe. Some of the weaker individuals were even forced to their knees by the invisible, terrifying pressure, trembling uncontrollably. The fear that originates from the deepest part of one's bloodline is indescribable. Even Shiruozi felt something incredible. The divine sword in her hand trembled violently, as if it might slip from her grasp at any moment. Boom! 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 Above Luo's head, all the spiritual energy between heaven and earth gathered, forming a terrifying vortex of energy. Within that terrifying vortex lurks a dark aura that sends shivers down one's spine. This is the aura of the sky-struggling clan. Qin Yi gazed upon this scene, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Kill! At this moment, Luo had already descended into a state of madness. All along, he had prided himself as the top genius among the outer disciples, even looking down on Lu Xian. He once boasted that if he and Lu Xian had been in the same era, he would have utterly crushed him. Yet now, a new disciple, who had joined the sect for less than half a year, had completely surpassed him in every aspect. Even the proud heavenly vein he boasted of was mercilessly suppressed. Boom! 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 Above his head, the terrifying spiritual energy vortex spun wildly, as the power of the sky-conquering clan within the dark sword seed silently merged into the vortex. With a furious roar, Luo brandished his longsword and unleashed the dark demon sword technique. One of the 3 earth-grade techniques housed in the technique hall, the dark demon sword technique. Although the 3 major techniques are considered equal, the power of dark magic swordplay far surpasses the other 2 sword techniques. Moreover, it is exceptionally compatible with Luo. Especially with the enhancement of his dark sword seed, the technique's power increases 100-fold. Boom! In an instant, above his head, within the vortex of spiritual energy, hundreds of black demon sword energies were born. The terrifying black demon sword energies crisscrossed, piercing toward Qin Yi at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Qin Yi remained calm and composed, still executing the Tai sword technique. Humph, so what if you've mastered the 10th sword of the Tai sword technique? Luo sneered, intensifying his efforts as he manipulated hundreds of dark demon sword energies, aiming to slay Qin Yi. Whoosh! Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Qin Yi unleashed the 11th sword strike. Hum! On the high platform, the outer sect leader abruptly stood up, his dark eyes filled with shock. The 7th elder beside him was also completely stunned. The incomplete Tai sword technique had long been something the sect's higher-ups sought to restore. But to this day, it has been impossible to achieve. How did Qin Yi achieve this? Luo's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected Qin Yi's swordsmanship talent to be so extraordinary. A trace of cold-killing intent flashed deep in his eyes. There was only one thought in his mind: to kill Qin Yi. He absolutely could not be allowed to live any longer, otherwise, even the dark sword seed would be powerless against him. Boom! The dark sword seed was fully activated, and at this moment, Luo's combat power surged to its peak. The terrifying aura he emitted left the numerous onlooking disciples gasping in astonishment. Senior brother Luo is probably the strongest outer sect disciple in the history of the Heavenly Sword sect. Indeed, even senior brother Lu Xian back then wasn't this dominant during the outer sect competition. Incredibly strong, simply unbelievable. Of course, while everyone marveled at Luo's strength, they were equally shocked by Qin Yi's power. All along, the impression he left in people's minds was that he had only entered the Tianjian sect by cheating. Unexpectedly, he's such a monster. Is that so? Facing Shu Luo's mockery, Qin Yi grinned and swung his sword again. One sword strike wasn't enough, so he followed with another. If that's still not enough, then unleash all 36 swords at once. Whoosh! One dazzling sword beam after another filled the sky. Qin Yi unleashed 36 sword strikes in a single breath. In an instant, 324 completely different sword energies were derived, fiercely colliding with the black demon sword energy. Crack! The Tai sword technique refined to this extent far surpasses the black demon sword technique in power. At the moment of collision, the black demon sword energy was completely shattered. And amidst it all, that faint trace of the dark aura from the Bo Tian clan managed to evade the onslaught of the 324 sword qi, silently infiltrating Qin Yi's body. Shu Luo widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at this scene. He shook his head vigorously, his mind in turmoil. How is this possible? Shu Luo exclaimed in shock. The three powerful figures on the high platform were already numb. Qin Yi actually executed the 36 moves of the Tai sword technique, which far exceeded the comprehension of the three great experts. Boom! The terrifying sword energy, after shattering the dark demonic sword energy, surged straight toward Shu Luo, carrying boundless momentum and fiercely colliding with the spiritual energy vortex above his head. Crack! The spiritual energy vortex was torn apart, vanishing into the heavens and earth in an instant. Boom! Shu Luo's body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Ah! Shu Luo roared at the sky, bellowing in fury. He had already descended into a frenzied state, with the dark sword seed within him fully activated, unleashing an utterly terrifying surge of dark energy. Boom! 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 Seeing Shu Luo in this state, everyone was astonished. What kind of aura is that? Such a strange aura. The onlooking disciples sensed that something was amiss. The outer sect leader on the high platform saw this and his expression changed drastically. He wanted to intervene, but it was already too late. Shu Luo, wielding the full power of the dark sword seed, charged straight toward Qin Yi. Die for me! His face was ferocious, roaring in anger. However, the innate sword seed within Qin Yi firmly suppressed the dark sword seed. Snap! A faint crack actually appeared on the dark sword seed. Qin Yi swung his sword, and the fire sword pierced toward Shu Luo like lightning. No! Suddenly, Shu Luo was horrified to discover that he had lost connection with the dark sword seed. Instantly overwhelmed with terror, he frantically attempted to activate the dark sword seed. But the cracks on the dark sword seed continued to widen until, with a sharp crack, it shattered completely. In an instant, the vast dark sword energy surged from Shu Luo's body, coalescing into a ferocious beast that instantly rushed into Qin Yi's body with lightning speed. Boss! Qin Yi's body trembled slightly as the dark sword seed, crushed by the innate sword seed, sought to drag him down in mutual destruction. The innate sword seed immediately suppressed the dark sword energy that had invaded Qin Yi's body. At this moment, Qin Yi's live sword viciously pierced into Shu Luo's chest. Boss! Suddenly, Shu Luo's face twisted ferociously, as if he had become a completely different person, turning into a mindless zombie. His eyes were blood red, emanating an extremely sinister aura. Qin Yi, I will tear you to pieces. Shu Luo roared, then frantically burned his blood, detonating himself. Boom! The sudden change caught Qin Yi somewhat off guard. He has already been possessed by the Bo Tian clan. Your attacks cannot harm him. The voice of the tower spirit echoed in Qin Yi's mind. Activate the primordial devouring god bloodline, then stab his head with the soul-eating dagger. Hearing this, Qin Yi immediately complied, activating the primordial devouring god bloodline, which instantly formed an invisible barrier around his body. The moment Shi Luo arrived, Qin Yi drew the soul-devouring dagger and viciously stabbed it toward his head. As the dagger plunged into Shi Luo's skull, a furious roar pierced through heaven and earth. Inside Shi Luo's head, a black shadowy figure frantically attempted to seize control of his body, determined to kill the youth who posed a threat to the Skyfighting clan even if it meant mutual destruction. But the moment Qin Yi activated the primordial devouring god bloodline, the black shadow trembled violently, its soul deep fear causing it to pale in terror. He could no longer afford to hesitate and immediately detonated Shi Luo's body. However, in just 1 second, the black shadow felt its life force draining away at a frantic pace. No! It let out a hysterical roar, its face twisted in extreme terror and desperation. How is this possible? The soul-devouring dagger plunged into Shi Luo's head, unleashing a terrifying aura that, with an overwhelming force, instantly annihilated the remnants of the Sky Battling clan's will. As the black shadow completely dissipated, Shi Luo also lost his life and collapsed to the ground. Boom! The square was deathly silent, with everyone staring wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene before them. Shi Luo, the top-ranked outer disciple, had actually been killed by Qin Yi. How could this be possible? Boss! At this moment, the outer sect leader hurriedly arrived at the center of the square. Seeing this scene, his face darkened to the extreme. How dare you? After snapping out of his shock, the sixth elder angrily rebuked Qin Yi. You dare to kill an outer sect genius in public. You're seeking death. As he spoke, he was about to attack Qin Yi. Boom! The seventh elder erupted with a terrifying aura, directly blocking the sixth elder. Sixth elder, right and wrong are clear to all. Shi Luo violated the rules of the Heavenly Sword sect by recklessly cultivating an extremely malevolent power. He deserves death 10,000 times over, the seventh elder said coldly. Boom! A chorus of exclamations erupted across the silent square. None of them had expected such a spectacular battle to end with Shi Luo's death. Recalling the madness Shi Luo had fallen into and the aura he unleashed, it was undeniably sinister, certainly not the power of the Heavenly Sword sect. A trace of doubt arose in everyone's hearts. Could it be that Shi Luo, the top disciple of the outer sect, has practiced the despised demonic path? Some people also spoke up in Shi Luo's defense. Impossible! Senior brother Shi Luo would never practice the demonic path. Damn it! To kill senior brother Shi Luo, they resort to such despicable means. Senior brother Shi Luo cannot die in vain. You must atone with your death. Facing the furious roars of the crowd, Qin Yi appeared calm on the surface, but inside, his heart was already in turmoil. Shi Luo's mind harbored remnants of the Sky Battling clan's will, yet the soul-devouring dagger managed to annihilate them instantly. This alone was enough to prove that the soul-devouring dagger was no ordinary weapon. His heart was shaken. What kind of place is the ancient battlefield, exactly? Why is it that anything picked up there turns out to be a top-tier treasure when brought back to reality? Alright, that's enough. The outer sect leader's face turned ashen as he said coldly, whether Shi Luo has practiced demonic art still needs verification. The outer sect competition ends here. All of you, disperse now. Instantly, the disciples dispersed one after another. After all the disciples had left, the outer sect master looked at Qin Yi and asked, Are you alright? Qin Yi replied, I'm fine. The outer sect master said apologetically, Shi Luo used evil power, violating the rules. This is my responsibility. My oversight was lacking. I will definitely give you a satisfactory resolution to this matter. The seventh elder walked over, staring at Shi Luo's corpse with a thoughtful expression. In truth, within Shi Luo's sinister aura, He had also sensed a faintly familiar presence, though he lacked concrete evidence. Guild Master, regarding today's events, I will report everything truthfully to the third elder. With those threatening words, the sixth elder took Luo's body and departed. That's all. The Outer Sect Grand Competition has concluded. Luo, hailed as the strongest disciple of the Outer Sect, ultimately met his end at the hands of Qin Yi. After this battle, Qin Yi's name resounded throughout the entire Heavenly Sword sect. All the details about him quickly spread far and wide. Meanwhile, in the pavilion where Luo had previously resided, a terrifying black aura suddenly surged from the black altar, swiftly coalescing into a massive black face. Humph, useless trash. The colossal black face cursed. Then, with a thought, a streak of dark light shot down from the sky, appearing before him. Even with the dark sword seed's empowerment, he still got killed. What a complete waste. Immediately, the dark giant face retrieved the core of the sword seed. After so many years of painstaking cultivation, they were slain. Their plans would have to be postponed again. Qin Yi. The colossal dark face remembered Qin Yi's name. Suddenly, another voice chimed in. That guy's dagger is a bit eerie, it can pierce through our souls. No matter. We'll execute another plan. Send someone to contact Lu Xian and tell him we agreed to all his previous demands, and we'll even grant him the dark sword seed. Humph, nothing can stand in our way. Soon, the colossal black face vanished, and the dark altar disappeared into thin air. Boom! Luo's pavilion collapsed with a thunderous roar, leaving no trace behind. The Outer Sect Grand Competition concluded, and the news spread like wildfire. Especially the climactic battle between Qin Yi and Luo at the end. It left all the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect utterly shocked. 10 spiritual roots, martial veins stronger than heavenly veins, and the Tai sword art of 36 swords all appearing in a single person is simply unimaginable. This grand competition even caught the attention of the high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Sword sect. The deputy sect master, who had previously accused Qin Yi of cheating, personally paid him a visit. His purpose was simple. He wanted Qin Yi to hand over the complete version of the Tai sword art, all 36 techniques. But Qin Yi refused. If he hadn't labeled me as a cheater back then, I wouldn't have been ostracized in the Outer Sect. Now that I've become the top disciple in the Outer Sect and am about to enter the Inner Sect, he shamelessly comes asking for the complete version of my swordsmanship. How laughable. After being rejected by Qin Yi, the deputy sect leader gave an awkward smile and left. Soon, the 7th elder arrived. Don't worry. The 36 swords of the Tai sword technique were achieved through your own cultivation. No one can take that away from you. The 7th elder boldly stood up for Qin Yi, reassuring him not to worry about the deputy sect master. If the deputy sect master dared to make things difficult for him, the 7th elder would confront him directly. Deeply moved, Qin Yi took out a scroll and handed it to the 7th elder. What is this? The 7th elder asked while opening it. Upon seeing the contents of the scroll, he was utterly stunned. You! It turned out to be the complete version of the Tai sword art. 7th elder, the achievements I have today are all thanks to your help. Moreover, you were always kind to my father back then. After his fall, you tirelessly investigated the true cause of his death. I am deeply grateful. Consider this my way of repaying your kindness and recognition, Qin Yi said with a smile. Hearing this, the 7th elder didn't stand on ceremony and directly put it away. This complete version of swordsmanship is too important for the Heavenly Sword sect. I must use it to secure more cultivation resources for you. Qin Yi remained silent. He could withhold it from the deputy sect leader, but not from the 7th elder. As for whether the 7th elder would submit it to the sect, he didn't care. The seventh elder also informed him that due to Shi Luo's incident, the outer sect competition had been interrupted this time. However, after deliberation among the high-ranking members of the outer sect, the final selection of 3 individuals was also within everyone's expectations. They were Qin Yi, Xi Ruozi, and Jian Yun. Qin Yi raised his head, his profound eyes gazing at the sky. In his mind, fragments of memories from his childhood, spent with his father, surfaced one after another. The inner sect, Qin Yi has arrived. If my father was framed, none of you will escape. The inner sect of the Heavenly Sword sect has over 1,000 disciples in total. Their cultivation levels are mostly above the 5th level of the meridian refining realm, with the strongest even reaching the 9th level of the meridian refining realm. For example, the current chief disciple Lu Xian has his name recorded in every documented corner of the sect. He is widely recognized as the most talented disciple in Sword Dao in the history of the Heavenly Sword sect. Standing out among thousands of inner disciples is an extremely difficult task. At the conclusion of this outer sect competition, the ones who successfully advanced to the inner sect were Qin Yi, Xi Ruozi, and Jian Yun. Speaking of which, Jian Yun also hit the jackpot. If we are talking about normal strength, there's absolutely no way he could have entered the inner sect. But as luck would have it, Shi Luo was killed by Qin Yi during the grand competition. No way! Jian Yun was brought in as a replacement. The 3 of them, led personally by the outer sect leader, crossed the mountain gate and arrived at another peak. Is this the inner sect? Jian Yun looked around, extremely curious about the cultivation environment within the inner sect. Boss! The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the inner sect was at least 100 times denser than in the outer sect. Disciples could be seen everywhere, diligently cultivating. It truly lives up to being the inner sect, with such dense spiritual energy. Xi Ruozi couldn't help but exclaim. The gap between the inner and outer sects is simply too vast. It's just a pity that the Heavenly Sword sect's assessment criteria are extremely strict, with only 3 fixed spots available each year. Although the 3 of you are outstanding in the outer sect, once you enter the inner sect, you'll have to start from the very bottom. Remember to keep a low profile, the outer sect master cautioned. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Qin Yi. To be honest, Qin Yi was, by far, the most prodigious disciple he had encountered since taking charge of the outer sect. He had a premonition that in the near future, Qin Yi would undoubtedly conquer the entire inner sect. Of course, this would take some time. Rest assured, sect master, we will definitely strive to cultivate diligently, Jian Yun said. Xi Ruozi also nodded slightly. Her cousin was an inner sect disciple, and she had learned some things about the inner sect through her cousin long ago. The inner sect is more complex than the outer sect, with more factions. A single misstep could provoke someone you shouldn't, leading to dire consequences. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. Before long, a green-robed elder walked over and said with a smile, "Old Mule, congratulations. This time, the outer sect has produced 2 remarkable talents." The outer sect leader was grinning from ear to ear. "Take good care of these 3 disciples of mine," he reminded, clearly showing a good relationship with the green-robed elder. The green-robed elder grinned and said, "Don't worry, you can head back first. I'll take them to get familiar with things." And that was that. The handover has been completed smoothly. After the outer sect master left, the green-robed elder led the 3 of them through the training grounds and arrived in front of a densely packed estate. "Welcome to the inner sect." The green-robed elder distributed identity tokens to each of the 3, then pointed to the sprawling estate and said, "The inner sect is different from the outer sect. Here, everything depends on strength, including your residence. There are currently a total of 1,000 disciples in the inner sect, and with Qin Yi and the other two, it makes 1003. The house numbers are assigned based on strength ranking. Since the three of you are new, your ranking is at the very bottom, so you can only reside in the manors at the very end. The elder in green robes handed the keys to the last three manors to Qin Yi and the other two. Qin Yi glanced at the key, which bore the number 1001. This is his ranking in the inner sect. Thank you, Elder Neo. Jian Yun and Xiru Ozi expressed their gratitude in unison. All right, I won't say more. Here are the manuals for inner disciples. You can read them yourselves. After speaking, the elder in green robes hurriedly departed. Jian Yun looked at the two of them and smiled, saying, I believe it won't be long before both of your rankings rise. Qin Yi bid farewell to Xiru Ozi and prepared to return to his residence. Suddenly, from afar came a silvery, bell-like voice. Soon after, a girl with twin ponytails approached. She wore an emerald green dress adorned with starlight at the hem, her delicate figure curvaceous and alluring. A joyful smile graced her fair cheeks as she waved at Xiru Ozi. Ruozi, I finally waited for you. Recognizing the newcomer, Xiru Ozi also smiled warmly. Cousin, what brings you here? The twin-tailed girl rushed over and immediately embraced Xiru Ozi. I've been following this outer sect grand competition closely. I knew the moment you entered, the twin-tailed girl said. This outer sect grand competition has attracted the attention of many inner sect disciples. Everyone is talking about the emergence of two monstrous geniuses. Jian Yun curled her lips. Qin Yi decisively killed Shorluo, displaying unparalleled talent. As for Xiru Ozi, though she appeared slightly dimmer compared to Qin Yi, she was the only extraordinary woman who mastered two completely different sword arts and fused them together. Only Jian Yun was overlooked like an afterthought. Nothing escapes your ears, cousin, Xiru Ozi said with a smile. The twin-tailed girl picked out her head, sizing up Qin Yi and Jian Yun, and asked, by the way, which one is Qin Yi, the one who slew Shorluo? Hello, my name is Qin Yi. Qin Yi greeted warmly. Instantly, the twin-tailed girl's beautiful eyes sparkled, staring intently at Qin Yi. Do I have something on my face? Qin Yi asked, slightly embarrassed. Oh. I'm so sorry, it's just that you killed Shorluo, which really shocked me, so I lost my composure a bit. The twin-tailed girl had a cheerful personality and was very outgoing. It's fine, Qin Yi said. I'm going to take my cousin around to explore now. We'll chat when we have time. The twin-tailed girl stuck out her tongue and quickly pulled Xiru Ozi away. Qin Yi and Jian Yun were about to return to their respective residences. Suddenly, two more figures appeared in the distance. One of them had a burly build, with a deep scar on his face and an intimidating aura. Jian Yun sensed trouble and tugged at Qin Yi's sleeve. So you're the new disciple, Qin Yi? The burly man asked coldly. It's me. Qin Yi nodded. Phew! The burly man snorted coldly and threatened. Kid, let me introduce myself. I'm Li Bun, a distant relative of Shorluo. Qin Yi frowned. Had someone come to pick a fight with him so soon after entering the inner sect? The black-clad woman beside Li Bin shot Qin Yi a disgusted glance and said impatiently, Senior brother Li Bun, is this trash even worth your time? Qin Yi completely ignored the two of them and turned to enter Manor 1001. Seeing this, Li Bin flew into a rage. You're asking for death. Yi Ling also directly threatened Qin Yi. A newly admitted disciple like you dares to offend senior brother Li Bin. From now on, there will be no place for you in the inner sect. Qin Yi stopped in his tracks, turned to look at the two, as if they were idiots, and said, Are you done? If you're done, get lost. Qin Yi's words left Yi Ling, who had been cursing him, momentarily stunned. Then, Her heavily made-up face twisted in anger as she pointed at Qin Yi's nose and began shouting abuse. "You damn bastard! How dare you insult me?" At the same time, she grabbed Li Bing's arm and said coquettishly, "Bing Ji, look, even a mere newcomer doesn't dare to curse at me in front of you." Li Bing's face darkened to the extreme as he stared fixedly at Qin Yi. However, he didn't lose his composure. This guy managed to kill Shou Luo, which was enough to prove his strength. Moreover, he had joined the Tianjin sect for an extremely short period, less than half a year, yet had already grown to such a level. Li Bing even suspected whether there was someone behind him. So, he simply ignored Yilin's coquetry and intended to use her to test whether Qin Yi had someone backing him. Seeing that Li Bing remained unmoved, Yilin was furious and personally stepped forward, intending to teach Qin Yi a harsh lesson. However, the moment she approached Qin Yi, he kicked her away with a single swift motion. Bam! Yilin's delicate body crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and a pitiful scream escaped her lips. Ah! Yilin's face twisted in fury as she scrambled up from the ground, glaring at Qin Yi with eyes brimming with endless killing intent. "How dare you hit me? I'll kill you!" With that, Yilin charged at Qin Yi once again. However, she was stopped by Li Bing. "Brother Bing, he hit me!" Yilin raged like a madwoman, clearly someone accustomed to privilege and pampering, unable to tolerate the slightest offense. "Don't worry, I'll help you get revenge, but not now." After speaking, Li Bing gave Qin Yi a cold glance and turned to leave with Yilin. They walked a long distance. Yilin angrily shook off Li Bing's hand and said coldly, "Brother Bing, when someone bullies me, not only do you not help me, but you drag me away." Li Bing said solemnly, "That guy isn't simple. How complicated can it be? You're Li Bing, a top 100 ranked inner disciple. Are you actually afraid of him?" Yilin questioned. Li Bing patted Yilin's shoulder reassuringly. "Of course I'm not afraid of him. But think about it, he defeated you so easily, which means he must have a trump card. You know I'm about to challenge the sword tower soon. This time, I'm determined to obtain that sword will. I don't want any trouble at this critical moment." Hearing this, Yilin's expression softened slightly. "Brother Bing, promise me that once you come out of the sword tower, you'll help me deal with him," Yilin said. Li Bing said, "Don't worry, I won't let him off. The cultivation atmosphere in the inner sect is much more intense than in the outer sect. Moreover, all the disciples who can enter the inner sect are outstanding." Walking along the path, Qin Yi couldn't help but marvel at the sight of disciples engrossed in rigorous cultivation everywhere. This was truly the demeanor of an immortal sect. By his side followed Xiru Ozi and Jian Yun. Today was their second day in the inner sect. Every disciple who enters the inner sect must complete a mission assigned by the sect, which serves as a small assessment. If one performs exceptionally well during the mission, they will be labeled as an outstanding disciple and attract the attention of many elders. Before, many inner disciples successfully became apprentices to the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect through this method. I wonder what our mission is. Upon receiving the notice, Qin Yi and the other two hurriedly made their way to the square. Whatever the task, as long as I'm with senior brother Qin, we can definitely complete it. Jian Yun was able to enter the inner sect entirely thanks to Qin Yi, so it's perfectly reasonable for him to address him as senior brother. As for Xiru Ozi, she still doesn't quite like it and continues to call him junior brother Qin. "You rascal," Xiru Ozi shook her head helplessly. Soon, the three of them arrived at the square. However, what they didn't expect was Yilin and Li Bing, who had conflicts with Qin Yi yesterday, were also in the square. Upon seeing Qin Yi and the other two, Li Bing revealed a meaningful smile. Even Yilin sneered coldly at Qin Yi. Qin Yi ignored the two and turned to look at the black-robed elder. Since this mission is rather special and carries some danger, after deliberation, it has been decided that 2 senior disciples will join you to form a 5-member team for the task. The black-robed elder introduced Li Bin and Yi Ling to the 3 of them. He also announced that Li Bin would be the team leader for this mission, and all matters must follow his instructions. This is the mission content. Take a look, and if you have any questions, you can ask me now. The black-robed elder tossed a scroll to Qin Yi and the other 2. Qin Yi unrolled the scroll, revealing densely packed characters. Their mission destination was actually near the Heavenly Blade sect's Heavenly Blade mountain range. The intelligence division of the Heavenly Sword sect had detected a peculiar tomb within the Heavenly Blade mountain range, which was highly likely to be the remains of a Yuan-Dan realm expert. The sect decided to dispatch disciples to investigate. After reading the mission details, Qin Yi immediately asked, "Elder, can we not team up with those 2? The conflict from yesterday was still fresh in her mind. Teaming up with those 2 would be like sending a lamb into a tiger's den, wouldn't it?" "Phew!" The black-robed elder snorted coldly and reprimanded, "This is the decision from above. If you refuse to comply, you may leave the inner sect." Hearing this, Qin Yi curled his lips and fell silent. Li Bin looked at the 3 with a smile and said, "Rest assured, as a senior disciple of the inner sect, I will take good care of you all during this mission." He emphasized the words "take good care" with particular weight. Surprisingly, Yi Ling was kicked flying by Qin Yi yesterday, suffering such a humiliating insult, yet today she seemed like a completely different person, actually not losing her temper. She even greeted the 3 of them with a smile. There must be something fishy when things go against the norm. Qin Yi knew that this was probably Li Bin's doing, right? "All right, you've all gotten acquainted with each other. It's time to set off now," said the elder in black. "Let's go." At Li Bin's command, he led Yi Ling away from the Heavenly Sword sect first. Qin Yi and the other 2 followed closely behind. Watching the figures of the few departing, the black-robed elder curled the corners of his lips, revealing a sinister smile. Behind him, the 9th elder abruptly appeared. "I really don't understand why the 3rd elder values Qin Yi so much. He's just a disciple, isn't he? With a simple strategy, we could make sure he disappears without a trace." 9th elder, rest assured. Li Bin's strength ranks within the top 100 of the inner sect. With him taking action, those 3 won't survive, the black-robed elder said with a smile. "Inner sect, first manner." Dressed in white like a lark, Bai Ling sat on a stone bench, gazing tenderly at Lu Xian as he trained. But she always felt that senior brother Lu Xian seemed to have changed recently. A faint yet intense aura of slaughter could be sensed emanating from him. As Lu Xian finished his cultivation, Bai Ling pushed aside the chaotic thoughts in her mind, walked over with a cup of hot tea, and said with a smile, "Senior brother Lu Xian is truly becoming more and more impressive." Lu Xian nodded indifferently, took the hot tea, and sipped it. "That guy has entered the inner sect," Bai Ling said. Lu Xian suddenly turned his head to look at Bai Ling, his fierce gaze startling her. "Qin Yi?" Bai Ling nodded. "Senior brother Lu Xian, what's wrong with you?" "Humph! A cheater dares to set foot in the inner sect." As he spoke, Lu Xian made no effort to conceal the terrifying killing intent emanating from him. Bai Ling frowned slightly upon seeing this and said, "Senior brother Lu Xian, didn't you say he wasn't worthy to be your opponent?" Lu Xian replied coldly, "Indeed, he isn't worthy. But I simply dislike him." Jiangzhou has a total of 2 major immortal sects. They are the Heavenly Blade sect and the Heavenly Sword sect. It has always been widely known that the sword is the king of all weapons. However, the blade cultivators of the Heavenly Blade sect refused to accept this, and the 2 top forces have been competing for rankings on the weapon spectrum. Over time, what began as a competition for rankings eventually evolved into a deadly feud. The location where Qin Yi and the others were carrying out their mission, the Heavenly Blade mountain range, was actually already within the territory of the Heavenly Blade sect. One day later, under Li Bing's leadership, the team successfully arrived at the Heavenly Blade mountain range. At first glance, the endless mountain range ahead resembled a blade that could cleave the heavens, lying across the land, giving people a sense of divine craftsmanship. "It's so magnificent," Jian Yun couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Xiru Ozi also smiled and said, "I've heard about the Heavenly Blade mountain range long ago, and seeing it today truly lives up to its reputation." However, Yilin, standing nearby, wore a look of disdain and sneered, "A bunch of country bumpkins." Jian Yun and Xiru Ozi grinned, pretending not to hear. Qin Yi, however, didn't indulge her bad attitude and retorted bluntly, "If you're not a country bumpkin, then tell us, how was the Heavenly Blade mountain range formed?" "You!" Yilin was left speechless and flew into a rage on the spot, pointing at Qin Yi's nose and cursing loudly. Qin Yi turned his head and looked at her with a smile. Instantly, Yilin felt a chill run down her spine and couldn't help but take a few steps back. "What do you want?" Yilin asked while stepping back. Li Bing took a step forward, blocking Yilin's path, revealing his ugly face as he directly threatened Qin Yi. "I'm the team leader now, and everything must follow my orders. You'd better behave, or don't blame me for being ruthless." "Why should we listen to you?" Qin Yi retorted. "Newcomers will always be newcomers. Do you know how many disciples who entered the inner sect in the past died during missions?" Li Bing spoke with an air of superiority. "I'm leading you on this mission to protect you. Instead of thanking me on your knees, you dare to be disrespectful. Do you believe I can make you fail the mission and get kicked out?" Faced with Li Bing's threat, Jian Yun and Xiru Ozi were clearly a bit worried and hurriedly tried to dissuade Qin Yi. But Qin Yi wasn't buying it. "It's just exploring a tomb, isn't it? We can manage without you." With that, Qin Yi ignored Li Bing completely and headed straight for the Heavenly Blade mountain range. Halfway through, Qin Yi stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, Li Bing sneered, thinking Qin Yi had changed his mind. However, Qin Yi turned his head and asked Jian Yun and Xiru Ozi, "Do you want to come with me?" "Ha!" After a moment of surprise, the two didn't hesitate and immediately followed Qin Yi. This scene infuriated Li Bing beyond measure. Damn bastard, does he really think killing Shirluo means he can ignore inner sect disciples? Li Bing clenched his fists until they creaked. Beside him, Yilin seized the opportunity to constantly vilify Qin Yi and his two companions in front of Li Bing. This stirred killing intent in Li Bing's heart. They won't make it out of the Heavenly Blade mountain range alive. With that, Li Bing sent out a message. In the Heavenly Blade mountain range, following the task's instructions, Qin Yi and his two companions quickly arrived at the deepest part. "Look!" Xiru Ozi suddenly exclaimed. Qin Yi followed the gaze and was startled to discover a cliff ahead. Through the faintly visible gray mist, an extremely inconspicuous tombstone could be seen. "Let's go take a look." The trio arrived at the cliff end, piercing through the gray mist, indeed spotted a tombstone. However, the tombstone, weathered by wind and sun, had its inscriptions faded to the point of being illegible. "Blood what?" Jian Yun widened her eyes but could only make out the character for blood, with the rest completely unreadable. According to the mission description, the tomb should be somewhere nearby, Xiru Ozi said. Qin Yi carefully examined the tombstone, searching for the entrance to the tomb. However, at this very moment, a terrifying blade light suddenly descended from the sky, whooshing as it arrived right before Qin Yi. This blade light seemed capable of slicing through the void itself, brimming with boundless sword energy. Boom! Qin Yi decisively drew the lineage sword and slashed out fiercely. 100,000 dawn wave of flames instantly surged forth, completely engulfing the terrifying blade light. Crack! Under the scorching onslaught of the flames, the blade light shattered into pieces. At this moment, in the distance, two figures came into view. They held battle blades, exuding a terrifying aura of sword dull from their entire bodies. Upon noticing the blade-shaped emblem on their collars, Qin Yi immediately understood these two were disciples of the Heavenly Blade sect. Who are you, and why are you attacking us without reason? Jian Yun demanded. When did the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect dare to swagger into the Heavenly Blade Mountains? The leading disciple sneered. This is the territory of our Heavenly Blade sect. Do you have a death wish? Another angrily retorted. Hearing this, Jian Yun and Xi Ruozi's expressions darkened slightly. Their movements had been extremely discreet. How had they been discovered so swiftly and precisely by the Heavenly Blade sect disciples upon entering? Is it really Li Bing? That can't be. No matter how much he dislikes Qin Yi, he wouldn't betray the sect and reveal information about its disciples to a mortal enemy, would he? At this very moment, Qin Yi stepped forward and asked, What did Li Bing offer you? The two exchanged a glance, somewhat surprised that their cover had been blown, and decided to drop the pretense. Exactly. It was Li Bing who told us about the three of you, the leader of the Tiandao sect disciples said. Qin Yi means we can return to the sect and claim our reward. Qin Yi shook his head. I'm curious what kind of offer could make you willingly come here to die. At these words, the faces of the two Tiandao sect disciples instantly darkened. What did you say? Humph, even at death's door, you still dare to put on airs. With that, one of the Tiandao sect disciples launched an attack on Qin Yi with lightning speed. Whoosh! Countless blade lights crisscrossed the heavens and earth, their terrifying aura filling the sky. However, just as he was confidently thinking he could easily kill Qin Yi, a sudden change occurred. A brilliant blade light, carrying massive flames, instantly engulfed him, leaving no room for resistance. Ah! A scream echoed as the Tiandao sect disciple who attacked Qin Yi was burned to ashes. Junior brother. This sudden turn of events made the leading Tiandao sect disciple cry out in shock. How is this possible? He was also shocked by Qin Yi's strength. After a brief moment of daze, his face twisted in rage as he roared furiously. That bastardly Bing dared to deceive me. He thought this was a trap set up by Li Bing in collusion with Qin Yi and the others. Boom! His eyes turned bloodshot, his teeth gritted to the point of cracking. Gripping his battle blade, he burned his life essence to fight Qin Yi desperately. Boom! 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 He used his own lifeblood as fuel to ignite the power of his blade path within his heart, exhausting all his strength to unleash 9 slashes. These 9 slashes represented the pinnacle of his combat power and the peak of his fury. Whoosh! The 9 blade lights, carrying supreme pressure, instantly slashed toward Qin Yi. Boom! Qin Yi, wielding the lineage sword, met the challenge head-on, clashing with the blade lights. All 8 sword beams were completely annihilated by him, while one more sword beam brushed past his shoulder and struck fiercely onto the broken tombstone. Boom! Suddenly, the tombstone shattered, the earth trembled, and an astonishing aura surged into the sky. Crash! The ground beneath everyone's feet collapsed, plunging them all on the ground. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as the earth sank, creating a massive fissure that instantly swallowed the crowd. Hum! By the time Qin Yi realized what was happening, he was astonished to find that they had already descended into an underground tomb. What's going on? A disciple of the Heavenly Blade sect cried out in shock. He unleashed 9 blade strikes at Qin Yi, only to have 8 of them blocked. The sole remaining strike landed on a tombstone, unexpectedly opening the entrance to the underground tomb. As the tomb came into view, the darkness gradually receded. Night pearls embedded in the corners revealed their glow, illuminating the entire chamber. Qin Yi focused his gaze and saw, at the far end of the tomb, a bronze coffin. Intricate patterns shimmered across its surface, exuding an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. Surrounding the bronze coffin were countless treasures. There were sharp swords, battle blades, and an endless array of extremely high-grade treasures, even mountains of spirit stones. What? The disciples of the Heavenly Blade sect were utterly stunned. After a brief moment of shock, excited smiles spread across their faces. Who would have thought that, by sheer coincidence, they would encounter so many treasures? The demon-slaying blade, a celestial-grade artifact. The disciple of the Heavenly Blade sect swallowed hard, his eyes fixed in awe, and the Gale blade technique. The treasures before the bronze coffin dazzled the disciple's eyes. Trembling with excitement, he forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Yi and the other two. Humph, all the treasures in this tomb are mine. No one can take them from me. Only the dead do not fight for things. He developed a murderous intent towards Qin Yi and the other two. However, at that moment, a rustling sound was heard. The disciple of the Heavenly Blade sect turned to look and was shocked to discover that the newcomers were none other than Li Bing and Yi Ling. Li Bing, you piece of trash! Upon seeing Li Bing, the disciples of the Heavenly Blade sect instantly erupted in rage, charging at him with their battle blades drawn. Bang! 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 Li Bing was utterly bewildered. He kept blocking with his sword while shouting in confusion, Xu Shao, what the hell are you doing? Boom! Xu Shao's battle sword suddenly twisted in his hand, slashing fiercely toward Li Bing. With a sharp crack, Li Bing, distracted, was forced back by the blade's gleam. If it weren't for your scheme, my junior brother wouldn't have died. Xu Shao attributed his junior brother's death to Li Bing. Hearing this, Li Bing hurriedly explained, Xu Shao, you've misunderstood. I have an irreconcilable feud with that man. How could I have conspired with him to kill your junior brother? Pfft! Xu Shao naturally didn't believe Li Bing's words and was about to continue attacking him. But at this moment, Yi Ling, seeing the densely packed treasures, couldn't hold back and rushed straight toward them. Stop! The treasures are mine. Seeing this, Xu Shao's face twisted with fury. With a roar, he immediately abandoned his attack on Li Bing and instead swung his blade at Yi Ling. Boom! Yi Ling was forced back by Xu Shao, who then took a step forward and arrived before the treasures. Ha ha ha! He laughed wildly, directly picking up the demon hunting blade and gripping it in his hand. Moreover, he attempted to collect all the treasures into his spatial ring. Stop him! Li Bing could no longer hold back and charged madly toward Xu Shao. In the face of profit, everything else is insignificant. Boom! Li Bing swung his sword at Xu Shao, but it was effortlessly blocked by the demon hunting blade in the latter's hand. Moreover, the terrifying power released by the blade shattered Li Bing's long sword. Clomp! 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 Li Bing took a few steps back to steady himself. A trace of weariness flashed in his eyes as he quickly pondered in his mind. Is this the demon hunting blade? Xu Shao was ecstatic with excitement. The legendary king of blades, the demon hunting blade, had actually fallen into his hands. Just as he was reveling in his triumph, Li Bing abandoned his attack on him and instead moved to the other side of the bronze coffin, frantically grabbing handfuls of treasures. Yi Ling quickly followed suit, seizing a treasure for herself. Die for me! Xu Shao naturally wouldn't let them succeed, wielding his demon hunting blade as he launched a fierce assault. Watching from the sidelines, Jian Yun and Xiru Ozi were also tempted by these treasures. Let's make our move too. Any later and the good stuff will be taken by them, Jian Yun said, about to act, but was stopped by Qin Yi. Junior brother Qin, what are your thoughts? Xi Ruozi's beautiful eyes sparkled as she asked with a smile. Boom! However, before Qin Yi could explain, agonizing screams erupted from the mouths of the three individuals. The treasures in their hands suddenly exploded, unleashing terrifying power that instantly inflicted severe injuries upon them. The demon hunting blade in Xu Xiao's hand twisted abruptly, plunging directly into his own chest. No! Xu Xiao cried out in agony, but it was futile. He quickly lost all signs of life. On the other side of the bronze coffin, Li Bun was also killed instantly by the explosive attack from the treasure he held in his hand. Ah! A miserable scream erupted from Yilin's mouth. The treasure she was holding had a slightly weaker explosive force, sparing her life but still blasting her away. Covered in blood with shattered bones, she suffered severe injuries. This sudden turn of events sent chills down Jin Yang's spine. This! He couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Had Qin Yi not stopped him earlier, he might have been blown to pieces by the treasure as well. Xi Ruozi opened her mouth wide, staring at Qin Yi in disbelief. Junior brother Qin, how did you know the treasures were problematic? Xi Ruozi asked. Qin Yi narrowed his eyes and said, from the moment we entered, I sensed a dark and eerie aura filling this tomb. I suspect the tomb's owner was a malevolent cultivator. People like them would never place so many treasures in the most conspicuous spot. It's clearly a trap. Actually, Qin Yi wasn't entirely sure what exactly was wrong with these treasures either. But his intuition told him that the tomb was not simple. Indeed, the treasure exploded, killing everyone who came into contact with it. Qin, junior brother, save me. Not far away, Yilin's weak plea for help could be heard. She was severely injured and on the verge of death. However, her will to survive was strong, and at this moment, she couldn't afford to care about anything else. She could only swallow her pride and beg Qin Yi to save her. Save you? Qin Yi said coldly. We've never met before, yet you've been targeting me everywhere. If our positions were reversed, would you save me? Forget saving, you might even take the chance to stab me a couple of times to ensure I die completely. Junior brother Qin. Yilin struggled to raise her head, lowering herself to the utmost, even offering to compensate with her body. As long as you save me, from now on I'll be your woman, at your beck and call. Yilin was quite confident in her beauty. In the inner sect, countless disciples coveted her looks and acted as her lapdogs. If she was willing, countless people would be conquered by her charm. However, she underestimated Qin Yi. Xi Ruozi cursed under her breath upon hearing this. Shameless. Jian Yun was stunned. Was this even a thing? Be my woman. Qin Yi shook his head and turned to leave without hesitation. You're not worthy. After speaking, Qin Yi slowly approached the bronze coffin. Crash! All the treasures before the bronze coffin turned to ashes. Immediately after, a dark shadow appeared above the bronze coffin. Hee hee! Greedy people truly deserve to die. The shadowy figure above the bronze coffin released an extremely sinister dark aura the moment it appeared. Qin Yi's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. The Sky Contesting Clan. Unexpectedly, the person buried in this tomb was actually a member of the Bo Tian clan. How interesting. Someone actually saw through my scheme, the shadowy figure remarked in surprise as it stared at Qin Yi. He witnessed everything that had just happened with his own eyes. He believed that humans were greedy and would go mad with desire upon seeing countless treasures. Therefore, he conjured countless treasures using dark power to deceive humans. Anyone who touched them would be killed. But this guy before him actually didn't fall for the trick. Whoosh! Qin Yi darted forward, taking the initiative to attack. The Liwa sword sliced through the sky, unleashing 100,000 dawn wave of flames that instantly engulfed the tomb. Get out of here! He shouted, urging Xiru Ozi and Jian Yun to leave quickly. However, instead of fleeing, the two joined forces to assist Qin Yi. Junior brother Qin, we are here to help you. Boom! Xiru Ozi and Jian Yun unleashed their strongest powers, but they could only barely restrain the shadowy figure. The dark aura emanating from the shadowy figure was too powerful, and the two of them were completely unable to hold it back. Die! With a low growl, the shadowy figure formed hand seals, and in an instant, dark energy coalesced before his chest, taking the form of a black dragon. Roar! The black dragon opened its bloodthirsty maw and roared towards the sky, its draconic cry shaking the heavens. The next instant, carrying boundless evil energy, the black dragon charged forward. Jian Yun and Xiru Ozi paled with terror at the sight. Boom! Fortunately, at the critical moment, Qin Yi's blazing fire sword blocked the dark shadow's path. You're asking for death. The dark shadow also realized that Qin Yi was the strongest among the three. Once he was eliminated, the other two would pose no threat. Boom! The shadowy figure turned its head, focusing entirely on dealing with Qin Yi. Qin Yi activated the innate sword seed, suppressing the dark power of the shadowy figure. Meanwhile, he simultaneously executed the blazing fire sword technique and discreetly drew out the soul-devouring dagger. This miraculous dagger was the nemesis of the sky-struggling clan. Jian Yun and Xiru Ozi also understood Qin Yi's intention. The two launched frenzied attacks to obstruct the shadowy figure. Whoosh! Xiru Ozi, wielding the divine sword, unleashed the water fire sword Dao. The power of both sword paths surged into the divine sword, causing its blade to expand dramatically in an instant, its tip pointed directly at the shadowy figure. The divine sword of the heavenly sword sect. The shadowy figure sneered, "Humph! Even the flame sword saint of old fell to our kind. How dare a mere masterless divine sword flaunt its power before me?" With that, with a flick of its wrist, the shadowy figure unleashed an overwhelming tide of dark energy, crashing toward the divine sword. Crack! The divine sword was forced back, and cracks actually appeared on its blade. Qin Yi's expression shifted slightly. It seemed the Botian clan had hidden themselves deeply within the Luoyun Empire. Even the blazing sword saint from the sword forest was killed by the Botian clan. Jian Yun's strength was inferior to Xiru Ozi's, but Qin Yi had treated him well, so he would fight desperately to protect him. He gritted his teeth and charged forward, grabbing the shadowy figure from behind. Die! The shadowy figure growled, and dark energy immediately crossed Jian Yun, instantly rendering him powerless. Crack! With a single punch, the shadowy figure shattered Jian Yun's chest. Jian Yun's body was sent flying backward and crashed heavily to the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Take Jian Yun and leave. Qin Yi transmitted his voice to Xiru Ozi, while he himself silently moved to the rear of the shadowy figure. Whoosh! The shadowy figure sneered at his ambush. However, just as Qin Yi's soul-devouring dagger pierced the shadowy figure's skull, his body trembled violently as he let out a furious roar. Ah! Soon, the dark power on the shadowy figure gradually dissipated. The shadow's soul was also devoured by the soul-devouring dagger. No! The shadow let out a final scream, then collapsed to the ground with a thud, revealing its true form. It turned out to be a black skeleton. Put this skeleton away, the tower spirit transmitted its voice. Qin Yi nodded and stored the completely lifeless black skeleton into the soul-devouring tower. Whoosh! After completing this task, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was the soul-severing dagger, otherwise, there would have been no way to kill this black skeleton. Subsequently, he walked over to Jian Yun, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and swiftly retreated from the tomb. Watching Qin Yi leave, Yilin's face turned ashen. Could it be that she was really going to die in this tomb? She refused to accept it. Clang! Suddenly, the bronze coffin opened, and a blood-red skeleton emerged from within. Damn it, that guy actually has the soul-devouring dagger, the blood-red skeleton said with a chilling tone. In truth, he was the true master of this tomb, and the blood-written words on the tombstone were his name. The black skeleton from earlier was merely one of his former underlings. Because Qin Yi possessed the soul-devouring dagger, the bloody skeleton dared not act, as it greatly feared the weapon. Humph! Once I fully revive, I will tear you to pieces, the bloody skeleton said with a chilling tone. Suddenly, he spotted Yi, who was barely alive, not far away. With a sinister expression, he walked up to Yi. Not bad, worth a try. With that, the blood-colored skeleton directly tore off Yi's clothes. No! Yi let out a miserable scream, struggling desperately, but to no avail. In no time, after the blood-colored skeleton finished its deed, Yi lay on the ground, her face ashen, utterly hopeless. She had never suffered such immense humiliation before. Tears hung at the corners of her eyes, and her heart was filled with hatred for Qin Yi. If he hadn't stood by and done nothing, she wouldn't have ended up in such a state. If heaven gave her another chance, she would spare no cost to seek revenge against Qin Yi. Humph! It's your good fortune to be able to vent my anger, the blood-red skeleton sneered. With that, he flicked his finger, and dark energy poured into Yi's body. The next moment, the injuries on Yi's body had miraculously healed. However, Yi's gaze turned vacant, like a walking corpse. Greetings, master. Yi knelt before the blood-red skeleton, murmuring these words. You will remain in the heavenly sword sack and get close to that guy. The best outcome would be to steal the dagger from his hands and bring it back to me, the blood-red skeleton commanded Yi. Yes, master. Yi stood up and left the cave. Qin Yi, carrying the severely injured Jian Yun, returned to the sack and immediately sought help from the seventh elder. Upon learning what had happened in the tomb, the seventh elder couldn't help but fly into a rage. Damn Li Bing, how dare he collude with disciples of the Heavenly Blade sect to kill you? However, upon seeing the severely injured Jian Yun, the seventh elder immediately gave him a pill to swallow, temporarily preserving his life. His injuries are too severe. I can only maintain his vitality for now. Later, I'll go to the alchemy hall to see if there's any solution, the seventh elder said. He patted Qin Yi on the shoulder and comforted him. I will speak to the responsible elder about your mission. There's no need to worry. After saying this, he hurriedly left. Junior brother Qin, will Jian Yun be alright? Xi Ruozi was also somewhat panicked, encountering such great danger for the first time. He definitely will be, Qin Yi replied. And at this moment, Yi also returned to the sect, but her demeanor had changed drastically from before, becoming unusually aloof. Exuding an icy aura, she sought out Lu Xian, the top-ranked inner disciple, immediately upon her return. Seeing this woman who had suddenly barged into his estate, Lu Xian felt a surge of anger. Bai Ling wanted to expel Yi, but the latter's words caused Lu Xian to abruptly stand up. The sea of blood knows no bounds, the heavens and earth are limitless. Lu Xian's expression instantly turned grave, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light as he stared fixedly at the woman before him. Yi wasn't particularly famous within the Tianjin sect, but her elder sister in the imperial capital was renowned throughout Jiangzhou as a prodigious young talent. Lu Xian had heard Yi's name before, but due to the vast gap between their statuses, they had never crossed paths. Under normal circumstances, Bai Ling would have driven Yi out without Lu Xian needing to say a word. But when she uttered those 8 words, Lu Xian instantly rose to his feet and stopped Bai Ling. Senior brother Lu Xian. Bai Ling looked at Lu Xian with a puzzled expression. Lu Xian waved his hand and said, Junior sister Bai Ling, I have something to discuss with her. You should head back first." Hearing this, Bai Ling's beautiful eyes flickered, as if she had realized something. Before leaving, her gaze toward Yi Ling actually carried a hint of hostility. Boom! As soon as Bai Ling left, Lu Xian flicked his wrist, and a terrifying light instantly enveloped the entire No One Manor, completely sealing off their conversation from any detection. At this moment, Lu Xian finally spoke up and asked, "What did you just say?" "Boundless sea of blood, infinite heaven and earth," Yi Ling repeated. Boom! Lu Xian's mind buzzed violently as he stared fixedly at Yi Ling. "Are you one of the Blood Lord's people?" Lu Xian asked grimly. Yi Ling nodded and said, "Under my master's orders, I hid within the Tianjian sect, waiting for an opportunity to kill Qin Yi." Qin Yi. Lu Xian couldn't help but be moved. Just what background did this Qin Yi have, that even the Blood Lord would specifically order his death? "The Blood Lord asked me to tell the people behind you that the plan must proceed smoothly within 3 months at the latest," Yi Ling relayed. Lu Xian nodded. "I will inform them." With that, Yi Ling turned and left. Soon after, Lu Xian returned to his room. If Shu Luo were still alive, he would surely be shocked. Because, inside Lu Xian's room, there was an altar identical to his. From this black altar surged a terrifying dark aura. Lu Xian flicked his finger, activating the altar, and instantly the dark aura condensed into a colossal black face. "What's the matter?" The enormous black face asked impatiently. "My lord, a disciple named Yi Ling just came to see me. She mentioned the name of Blood Lord's ultimate technique." Boom! The enormous black face was instantly shocked. "What did you say?" "The Blood Lord has awakened." Lu Xian recounted the entire incident to the colossal black face in detail. After a long while, even the colossal black face could not remain calm. "Ha ha! The Blood Lord has awakened. Our plan is certain to succeed." In Courtyard 1001, Xi Ruozi paced back and forth, deeply worried about Jian Yang's injuries. Qin Yi pressed both hands against Jian Yang's back, continuously channeling his own energy into Jian Yang's body to sustain his vitality. But Jian Yang's injuries were too severe. The elixir provided by the seventh elder could only briefly sustain his life for a few days. "Tower Spirit, do you have any solutions?" Having no other options, Qin Yi could only ask the Tower Spirit. His internal organs are shattered, and his meridians are severed. The fact that he hasn't died instantly is already a miracle. Saving him would be extremely difficult, but at this point, the Tower Spirit suddenly stopped speaking. "But what?" Qin Yi asked. "It's not that there's no way, it's just that you'll need to pay some price," the Tower Spirit said with a laugh. Qin Yi was puzzled. Without beating around the bush, the Tower Spirit got straight to the point. "You've already unlocked 720 acupoints. Now you can attempt to open the second level of the Devouring God Tower. If you can successfully open the second level of the Devouring God Tower, there's a chance to save him." Qin Yi asked, "Does the second level of the Devouring God Tower contain any supreme healing pills?" "No," replied the Tower Spirit, "but there is a peerless alchemy god." Hearing this, Qin Yi's eyes lit up. His consciousness immediately entered the Devouring God Tower. "Tower Spirit, how do I open the second level of the God Devouring Tower?" Qin Yi was already growing impatient. On the first level of the God Devouring Tower, there was a Supreme Sword Master, the Zongmu Sword God, who could sever the river of time with a single strike and made all races across the heavens bow in submission. So, what kind of formidable expert might reside in this second level? The Tower Spirit flashed and appeared on the ground not far from the remains of the Sword God Zongmu. In an instant, the God Devouring Tower trembled, followed by the emergence of a massive disc. On that circular disc, there were intricate patterns converging to form the character Devour. The moment Qin Yi laid eyes on this character, his heart was overwhelmed with shock and awe. He inexplicably sensed that this character contained the power of the great Tao. Moreover, the primordial devouring god bloodline within his body instantly surged with excitement. You must fill the devour character on the disc with the blood of the primordial devouring god to unlock the second level, the tower spirit said. Qin Yi stepped forward, reaching out to touch the character. But he was stopped by the tower spirit. This character is devour, the devouring of all things. Until you fully master the divine devouring tower, master, it's best not to touch it lightly, or you will be devoured by it. Whoosh! Qin Yi took a deep breath and retreated a few steps. Is it really that terrifying? He increasingly felt that the god-devouring tower was far too mysterious. Tower spirit, is it true that only the primordial god-devouring bloodline can activate the god-devouring tower? Qin Yi asked. If that's really the case, does it mean I'm the chosen one? There are other bloodlines that can also open it, but they're certainly not as good as the primordial devouring god bloodline, which has a higher compatibility. Moreover, the devouring god tower itself is connected to the primordial devouring god bloodline. Halfway through, the tower spirit stopped speaking. Your current strength is too weak. Knowing too much won't help and might even harm you. Do you still want to try? Talon glanced at Qin Yi and said, I must remind you, whether you can feel this character isn't about how much blood you have, but rather the concentration of your bloodline. What Qin Yi awakened was merely the most basic primordial devouring god bloodline. This bloodline requires continuously devouring all bloodlines in the world, ultimately evolving into the strongest bloodline of all ages. The stronger the bloodline, the easier it is to feel the devourer character. Let me try. Qin Yi finally understood why the tower spirit had previously said that he would need to pay some price. It's good if it can be filled, but if not, once it fills, losing too much of my own blood will affect my body. However, to save Jian Yun, Qin Yi gave it his all. Whoosh! He took a deep breath, then cut his finger, causing drops of bright red blood to fall onto the giant disc. Boom! In an instant, the entire god-devouring tower trembled. Not far away, Shao Jin was terrified, keeping his distance, his copper gun-sized eyes filled with shock. Hiss! 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 As Qin Yi's blood dripped onto the giant disc, the groove of the devouring character gradually became filled with blood. At first, Qin Yi was quite relaxed. But as time passed, when the blood in the character devouring groove had passed the halfway mark, Qin Yi was already somewhat exhausted. Because he realized that his bloodline strength was insufficient, requiring him to expend even more blood. Moreover, faintly, the giant disc seemed to exert a powerful repelling force. Continue. Gritting his teeth, he continued to let his blood drip. But when the blood had soaked 2/3 of the groove, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. With a loud bang, he was flung away by the giant disc. Hiss! 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 The blood in the groove surged together like a swarm, condensing into a single drop of essence blood containing boundless power, which then floated toward the top of the god-devouring tower. Bam! Qin Yi's body crashed heavily onto the ground. Having lost too much blood, he had grown much weaker. How do you feel? The tower spirit asked. Qin Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. A few more times like this, and his blood would be completely drained. The tower spirit said, Your ancient devouring god bloodline is the strongest of all ages, unlike any other. As long as your blood source remains, it can continuously produce fresh blood. However, even if blood could be endlessly produced, it couldn't withstand such abuse. After just one round of this, there would be no combat effectiveness for at least half a month. Find some decent bloodlines to devour and work hard to strengthen your own. The tower spirit tossed Qin Yi a small booklet. On it were written 5 bold characters. Cosmic bloodline ranking. Wow, Does this include all bloodlines from the entire universe? The tower spirit seemed to read Qin Yi's thoughts and said with a smile, Master, you're underestimating the cosmic bloodline ranking. This list compiles the top 1,000 strongest bloodlines in the entire universe. Any bloodline not on the ranking is considered trash. Qin Yi was stunned, then quickly opened the bloodline ranking to check. The first page that catches the eye is none other than the primordial devouring god bloodline. Even though I already knew that my bloodline is the strongest throughout the ages, seeing this ranking still leaves me in awe. The annotation for the primordial devouring god bloodline above consists of just one sentence: devour everything in existence. Such an overbearing statement. After glancing through the subsequent rankings, Qin Yi realized he had hardly heard of any of them. These bloodlines were all too advanced, completely unfamiliar to him. When he turned to the last page and saw the name of the 1000th ranked bloodline, he was utterly stunned. Lava bloodline. This bloodline, hailed as the strongest in the Sunset Continent, could only rank at the bottom of the cosmic bloodline ranking. Isn't this just too outrageous? Whoosh! Qin Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart as he put away the cosmic bloodline ranking. He then asked, Tower Spirit, the bloodlines on the ranking are too far beyond my reach. If I absorb ordinary bloodlines, can I still enhance the strength of the primordial devouring god bloodline? The Tower Spirit replied, It's possible, but it would be quite difficult. At this very moment, suddenly, a noise from outside disturbed Qin Yi. Hum! As his consciousness returned to the courtyard, Qin Yi realized that it was Shiruozi's cousin who had arrived. The twin ponytails on her head were particularly striking, and her emerald green dress perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. She was chatting with Shiruozi. There's no hope. Shenguan Binxing shook her head. Cousin, even you can't do anything about it. Shiruozi asked, sounding somewhat dejected. Before meeting Qin Yi, Jian Yun had been her battle companion. They had been through a lot together along the way. She didn't want to see Jian Yun die like this. With injuries this severe, how can she be saved? Shiruozi's cousin, Shenguan Binxing, declared bluntly. Even the master of the alchemy hole couldn't save her. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Qin Yi coughed violently several times. Shenguan Binxing finally noticed Qin Yi and came over to greet him. However, seeing Qin Yi's pale and extremely weak appearance, she asked, What's wrong with you? Shiruozi was startled, realizing it must be because Qin Yi had expended too much energy helping Jian Yun recover from his injuries. Junior brother Qin, are you alright? Shiruozi asked. Qin Yi shook his head. I'm fine. You three reckless youngsters, do you know what kind of place the Heavenly Blade mountain range is? How dare you barge in like that? Shenguan Binxing looked exasperated, as if disappointed by their lack of foresight. However, though her words were harsh, her heart remained kind. She personally walked over to Jian Yun and carefully examined his injuries. However, just as she was about to stand up, she accidentally necked her finger on the nearby fire sword. Ah! Shenguan Binxing let out a sharp cry as her finger was instantly cut. Such a sharp sword! Shenguan Binxing widened her eyes, staring intently at the fire sword. Seeing this, Qin Yi hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I forgot to put it away just now. With that, he prepared to sheath the fire sword. However, she was stopped by Shenguan Binxing. Wait, this sword is extraordinary. Let me take a look. She snatched the Lihua sword from Qin Yi's hand to examine it, but failed to notice that a drop of blood from her finger fell onto Qin Yi's palm. Instantly, the blood burned and then, incredibly, seeped into Qin Yi's body. Qin Yi was somewhat surprised by what he saw. Hiss! Once Shenguan Binxing's blood entered his body, it was directly devoured by the primordial devouring god bloodline. Suddenly, Qin Yi had a bold idea. His eyes flickered as he cautiously approached Shenguan Binxing and introduced with a smile. This sword was something I stumbled upon by chance. I named it Lihua. Lihua, a fine name indeed. Shenguan Binxing tossed the sword back to Qin Yi, then patted him on the shoulder and said, "Back in the outer sect, thank you for looking after my cousin. If there's ever anything you need from me in the future, don't hesitate to ask." Qin Yi chuckled slyly. "Miss Shenguan, now that you mention it, there is indeed something I need your help with." Shenguan Binxing looked at Qin Yi and asked, "What's the matter?" "May I ask, Miss Shenguan, what is your bloodline?" Qin Yi said. Seeing this, Xi Ruozi's expression changed slightly. "Bloodline is everyone's secret, and my cousin's bloodline is particularly special. It's unlikely she would tell others." However, Xi Ruozi was mistaken. Shenguan Binxing seemed quite satisfied with Qin Yi and felt very good about it, so she didn't hide anything and said, "My bloodline is the Blue Eyes bloodline." Qin Yi had never heard of it. Xi Ruozi explained from the side, "Cousin's Blue Eyes bloodline is one of the 3 top bloodlines in the Luoyun Empire." "Oh!" Qin Yi responded with an "oh," showing little reaction. Shenguan Binxing curled her lips. Scared speechless. Huh? Anyone hearing about such an extraordinary bloodline for the first time would be stunned. Actually, Qin Yi pondered if the cosmic bloodline ranking listed the top 10,000 bloodlines across the universe. He wondered if this Blue Eyes bloodline could make the cut. However, he dared not say this out loud. It's actually the Blue Eyes bloodline. Qin Yi put on a very shocked expression and asked, "Cousin, could you give me some of your blood to taste?" Xi Ruozi was stunned. Qin Yi was actually calling her cousin too. It was Shenguan Binxing who asked in surprise, "What do you want my blood for?" "Ordinary people who come into contact with my blood will freeze. I want to study it," Qin Yi said with a grin. Shenguan Binxing nodded. "I understand. Many people want to study my bloodline, but I usually ignore them." After a pause, she continued, "You're different. You seem sincere and genuine to me, and you treat Shaozi well too. From now on, you'll be like a younger brother to me in the inner sect, and I'll have your back." With that, Shenguan Binxing directly gave Qin Yi a drop of essence blood. This essence blood is much stronger than ordinary blood. If you can uncover something from it, it will benefit you as well. "Thank you, Sister Xin." Qin Yi quickly expressed his gratitude. After chatting briefly with Qin Yi, Shenguan Binxing took Xi Ruozi with her to meet a few outstanding inner sect disciples, aiming to expand her social network. Meanwhile, Qin Yi couldn't wait to return to the Devouring God Tower, preparing for the first devouring experience of his life. There are 2 methods to devour bloodlines. The first is the simplest and most brutal, draining all the blood from the target's body. The advantage of this method is that it can be easily absorbed and digested, but there is also a drawback. It cannot obtain the essence of the bloodline, thereby reducing the benefits. The second method is to devour the essence blood. Generally speaking, only the individual themselves can refine the essence blood of their own bloodline. The essence blood contains an extremely pure source of bloodline power. By devouring it, one can fully acquire all the abilities of that bloodline. The difficulty of this method lies in the fact that unless the person is willing, it is fundamentally impossible to forcibly obtain the essence blood. At the first level of the Divine Devouring Tower, before the giant disc, Qin Yi looked at the drop of Blue Eyes bloodline essence in his palm, a thrilled smile spreading across his face. This was his first attempt to devour another bloodline after activating the primordial Devouring God's bloodline. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. However, the absorption didn't occur for a long time. The nearby tower spirit couldn't stand it anymore and bluntly said, such a trash bloodline just absorb it directly. You're the master of the God-Devouring Tower. The bloodlines you'll encounter in the future will all be super bloodlines from the cosmic bloodline ranking. What's this compared to them? Hearing this, Qin Yi's heart stirred slightly, and then his palm suddenly trembled. In an instant, the ancient devouring god bloodline within his body surged wildly. Upon sensing the essence of the blue ice bloodline, it instantly absorbed it. Hiss! The blue ice essence entered Qin Yi's body and was submerged by the terrifying blood tide in just a second. The next moment, Qin Yi discovered that he had actually gained a trace of blue ice power. He was utterly astonished. Was it really this easy to successfully devour? Hiss! After the blue ice essence blood was completely absorbed by the primordial devouring god bloodline, Qin Yi could clearly feel that his own bloodline power was actually growing stronger. Hum! Wave after wave of terrifying bloodline power spread throughout Qin Yi's body. Boom! When the power of bloodline spread across the vast land of the God-Devouring Tower, the first transformation was completed. Hum! Qin Yi suddenly opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within his body. With a fierce punch, a terrifying wave of blood transformed into a massive palm imprint, striking the distant, boundless earth. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and Qin Yi's body swayed unsteadily. So strong! The power of bloodline has at least doubled. Qin Yi felt it was too miraculous just by devouring a single drop of essence blood. The improvement was so exaggerated. Seeing his wide open mouth, the tower spirit said, "Congratulations, Master. You've completed your first devouring. The primordial devouring god bloodline has now been upgraded to level 2 strength." Qin Yi was puzzled and turned to look at the tower spirit. The tower spirit explained, "The primordial devouring god bloodline has a total of 99 levels of strength. Each time you devour a certain amount of bloodline power, its strength increases. Only when it reaches level 99 strength will it achieve its complete form." Qin Yi was stunned. 99 levels. Such an exaggerated bloodline. However, there was actually a hint of anticipation in his heart. The initial increase in intensity isn't too difficult, it's quite easy, actually. But the later stages become progressively harder, the tower spirit said. You might even have to devour all the bloodlines listed on the cosmic bloodline ranking. Qin Yi's heart trembled. Just how powerful is the complete form of the primordial devouring god bloodline? No one knows. After the initial shock, Qin Yi made a second attempt to unlock the second level of the devouring god tower. Hiss! With the previous experience, this time he was already familiar with the process. Moreover, shortly after absorbing the blue ice essence blood, the blood within his body had surprisingly reached saturation once again. Crash! Qin Yi pricked his finger and let his blood drip onto the giant disc. Instantly, blood seeped into the grooves of the massive disc, and in no time, it had filled 2/3 of the indentations. At this moment, Qin Yi widened his eyes and carefully continued to drip blood onto the grooves. Just now, it failed at the 2/3 mark. I don't know if this attempt will succeed. Crash! The moment the blood stained more than 2/3 of the groove, Qin Yi was overwhelmed with excitement. Continue! He wasn't blasted away by the giant disc, which meant his bloodline strength could continue to sustain his bloodletting. Hiss! Another half hour passed, and Qin Yi's blood had almost filled the character-devouring groove, leaving only the very last bit unfinished. But at this moment, Qin Yi felt dizzy and lightheaded, with signs that the blood in his body was nearly depleted. He didn't want to fail. Gritting his teeth, a trace of madness flashed in his eyes. Continue. How can we give up when success is within reach? With a low shout, Qin Yi released the last drop of blood from his body. Crash! The blood splashed onto the giant disc. In an instant, the character devouring groove was filled. Hum! The word devour unleashed endless blood-red light, instantly enveloping Qin Yi. Crack! A crisp sound could be heard as the massive disc released an overwhelmingly terrifying force, condensing into a pillar of light that shot into the sky, as if intending to pierce through heaven and earth. Boom! The deafening roar echoed across the heavens and the earth. The moment the pillar of light struck the firmament, the word devour on the massive disc vanished instantly, and countless streams of blood returned to Qin Yi's body. Crack! In the sky, a phantom gate appeared, with radiant light descending upon Qin Yi. Hum! An ancient and desolate aura rushed towards them. Did it succeed? Qin Yi was overjoyed, while the tower spirit flashed forward, taking the lead and charging into the phantom gate. Qin Yi followed closely behind and arrived at the second level of the God-Devouring Tower. At a glance, the second level was just like the first, an endless expanse of desolate land. But what surprised Qin Yi was that the second level also had an ancient battlefield. He was just about to ask when the tower spirit spoke. The ancient battlefield spans 12 layers. What you saw on the second layer is essentially the same as what you saw on the first, the tower spirit said. Moreover, in the future, you can enter the ancient battlefield from any layer. As for how to explore within the ancient battlefield, that would depend on Qin Yi's own abilities. Whoosh! Qin Yi could sense that the spiritual energy in the second layer of the Devouring God Tower was actually 100 times denser than in the first layer. Isn't this just too exaggerated? Doesn't this mean that cultivation time in the second layer could be shortened by 100-fold? Such a terrifying concentration of spiritual energy, even the strongest spirit-gathering formation of the Heavenly Sword sect couldn't achieve this. The Tower of Devouring Gods truly lived up to its name, leaving Qin Yi utterly amazed. Hiss! 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 The blood injected into the giant disc returned to Qin Yi's body in full, causing his bloodline power to grow even stronger. However, Qin Yi had no time to concern himself with the intensity of his bloodline. With a single glance, his gaze swept across the vast land, searching for the peerless alchemy god mentioned by the tower spirit. At first, he could see nothing, just a hazy gray expanse. But then, the primordial devouring god bloodline activated, spreading outward from the soles of his feet across the boundless earth. In an instant, the gray mist in the second layer of the God-Devouring Tower dissipated. 3 colossal figures stood between heaven and earth. After more than half a year, Qin Yi finally managed to open the second level of the God-Devouring Tower through his own efforts. Unlike the first level, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the second level was 100 times denser. Moreover, while there was only the wooden sword deity in the first level, the second level surprisingly had 3 colossal figures standing within. That is, seeing the 3 figures standing on the vast earth, Qin Yi's heart trembled. Among them, the figure on the far left exuded an utterly terrifying aura of alchemy, a level of alchemical power Qin Yi had never witnessed before. He could conclude with certainty that this person was the peerless alchemy god mentioned by the tower spirit. Master, let me introduce them to you. The tower spirit pointed to the far left, at the slightly hunched old man in white robes, and said, "He is the ancient river pure god, the one who achieved divinity through alchemy and was unparalleled in the art of pure refining." Boom! Qin Yi's mind was blown. It's actually the ancient river alchemy god. That ancient river alchemy god who once nearly destroyed all alchemists in the world single-handedly. Although Qin Yi hasn't been involved in cultivation for long, he has read legends about the ancient river alchemy god in ancient texts. Almost every alchemist in the world is his devotee. It is no exaggeration to say that ancient river alchemy god ushered in the most glorious era in the history of alchemy. The elixirs crafted by ancient river alchemy god were even fought over by peerless powerhouses. Imagine how powerful they were. Moreover, what shocked people the most was ancient river alchemy god was extremely free-spirited, never joining any faction or submitting to constraints. Moreover, he has a flamboyant personality and enjoys standing up for justice whenever he sees wrongdoing. There was once a couple in distress, persecuted by others, who died before his eyes. In a fit of rage, he slaughtered all those responsible for their deaths. And then, he set their entire territory ablaze. That battle instantly established the ancient river alchemy god's supreme and unrivaled status in this realm. Other than that, the alchemy techniques of ancient river den god were also incredibly divine. It is said that he once even had a bold idea to use space as the medicinal catalyst and time as the alchemical cauldron, in an attempt to refine a supreme elixir. However, it ultimately ended in failure. At the time, his actions were nothing short of divine. Countless peerless powerhouses regarded him as the greatest alchemy god of all time. What a pity! The ancient river peel god later mysteriously disappeared, and since then, the alchemy world has also begun to decline. To this day, across the myriad realms, followers of the ancient river peel god are everywhere, firmly believing that the peel god will surely return. However, what Qin Yi never expected was the ancient river den god was actually on the second floor of the god-devouring tower. Whoosh! How many peerless powerhouses are imprisoned within this god-devouring tower? After learning about the ancient river peel god's information, Qin Yi's heart remained unsettled for a long time. And at this moment, the tower spirit continued introducing the black-robed elder in the middle, whose body seemed somewhat illusory and elusive. This one is the ruin array god. Qin Yi was stunned. He had never heard of this ruins array god. However, someone who could be revered as an array god must surely be a peerless powerhouse on the same level as ancient river peel god, right? His talent in array formations is unparalleled throughout the ages. Like ancient river, he was a madman. He wanted to use space as the foundation of the array and time as the core, refining the entire universe into a single grand formation. Boom! Qin Yi's heart was in turmoil. How utterly insane is that? Refining the universe into an array formation. If successful, wouldn't that make one invincible? Even without the tower spirit's explanation, Qin Yi understood that the ruined array god must have failed, otherwise he wouldn't have been imprisoned in the god-devouring tower. Whoosh! The first two have such impressive backgrounds. I wonder how strong the third one is. The third one is the peerless divine craftsman, the world's most powerful artifact smith, who once forged hundreds of millions of divine weapons in a single breath, causing a flood of divine arms that threatened the interests of the top powers. As a result, he was besieged by the 8 supreme forces and ultimately vanished without a trace. In that battle, the peerless artificer god, wielding the divine weapons he had crafted, slaughtered over 30,000 deities, shocking the world in a single conflict. Even after countless ages, people still remember the terror of those days. Even the practitioners considered that day to be the end of the world. One can imagine how terrifying the influence of the supreme heaven artisan god was. It is no exaggeration to say any one of these 3 could single-handedly sweep through all realms of existence. After listening to the tower spirit's explanation, Qin Yi was utterly stunned. Among the 3 individuals in the second layer of the god-devouring tower, one ranks first in alchemy, another ranks first in array formation, and the last ranks first in artifact forging. He felt as if he were dreaming. However, the tower spirit reminded him, "Don't bite off more than you can chew. What you need to do now is gain the recognition of ancient river, the alchemy god, so he can refine pills for you to save Qin Yi." Qin Yi was stunned. These three colossal figures stand upon the vast earth. Could it be that they are not dead? It shouldn't be. A supreme powerhouse like the sword god Songmu could sever the river of time with a single strike. In terms of pure combat prowess, he should be stronger than these three combined. Yet even he fell. How are these three still alive? And what's more, why was the sword god Songmu imprisoned on the first level, while these three were held on the second level? What rules determined their imprisonment? Qin Yi's mind was a whirl of chaotic thoughts. The tower spirit noticed and explained with a smile. Actually, the sword god Songmu could have come to the second level, but he couldn't overcome his inner demons. He spent his life atoning for the mistakes he made in the past, which is why he remained on the first level until his death. These three are different. What you see are merely their afterimages. Their true selves are in the ancient battlefield, said the tower spirit. Qin Yi widened his eyes. Couldn't these three peerless powerhouses sweep through the ancient battlefield effortlessly? The tower spirit shook its head. The ancient battlefield isn't as simple as you think. Those three aren't invincible just by entering it, the tower spirit said. Moreover, besides improving their own cultivation, there's another reason they entered the ancient battlefield: to work for the devouring god tower. Work? What the hell is this? The tower spirit patiently explained. Master, do you know how much energy the devouring god tower consumes daily to operate? Where does all this energy come from? Qin Yi pointed at the ancient battlefield ahead, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. Could it be that the three from Guha were searching for cultivation resources in the ancient battlefield to keep the devouring god tower operational? The tower spirit nodded. Actually, it's not just them. Everyone imprisoned in the devouring god tower who's still alive has to work in the ancient battlefield. From another perspective, some people weren't forced into confinement at all. They even wanted to come involuntarily. After all, the god-devouring tower could provide them with a better cultivation environment, and in return, they naturally had to pay a certain price. Damn! The more Qin Yi learned, the more he felt the god-devouring tower was unfathomable. Although he was the master of the god-devouring tower, what he understood was merely the tip of an iceberg. Whoosh! Qin Yi took a deep breath, truly feeling his own insignificance. The cultivation world is vast beyond measure, and humans within it are truly minuscule. Only by continuously improving one's cultivation can one avoid being swept away by the waves of newcomers and earn the right to reach the pinnacle of cultivation where 100 schools of thought contend. The road ahead is still very long. Qin Yi sighed with emotion, then approached the colossal shadow of ancient river Pagoda, bowing deeply before clasping his fists and saying, "This junior pays respects to ancient river Pagoda." Qin Yi stood before the colossal shadow of ancient river Pagoda, bowing deeply to show his reverence. Boom! Yet, the very next second, the colossal shadow of ancient river Pagoda trembled violently, emitting a thunderous roar. Immediately after, an illusory giant face appeared above the colossal shadow. Newcomer? The ancient river alchemy god looked down from above, gazing at Qin Yi. Ancient river alchemy god, he is the new master of the god-devouring tower, the tower spirit said. Hearing this, ancient river den god was startled in his heart, then quickly put away his pride and smiled at Qin Yi, saying, "I truly didn't expect that the devouring god tower would choose such a young cultivator as its master." He was utterly perplexed. After all, no one understood the terror of the devouring god tower better than he did. His years of cultivation within the devouring god tower were equivalent to a lifetime of arduous training. Moreover, in the ancient battlefield, he gained immensely, not only acquiring ancient alchemy techniques but also discovering countless long-lost elixir recipes. However, he understood that no matter how strong he became, he would always maintain reverence for the god-devouring tower in his heart. If an ordinary meridian refinement realm martial artist came to pay respects to him, he wouldn't even bother to acknowledge them. But Qin Yi was different. Master of the divine devouring tower. To put it mildly, although his strength appears weak, my life and death lie entirely in his hands. Ancient River Pagoda, a friend of mine, is severely injured. I humbly request you to refine a life-extending pill for him. Qin Yi pleaded urgently upon seeing this. Hearing this, Ancient River Pagoda was also taken aback. Damn, all this fuss just to save some kid at the meridian refining stage. Was it really necessary? He glanced at the tower spirit, then curled his lip and said, "It's just one pill, isn't it?" Crash! With a flick of his wrist, a blood-red elixir hovered before Qin Yi. This is the Tianyun pill. Any martial artist below the Yuandan realm can be revived immediately after taking it, as long as they're not completely dead, said the ancient River Pagoda. In his eyes, this kind of pill was no different from trash. Qin Yi's heart surged with excitement as he took the Tianyun pill, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. However, at that moment, the primordial devouring god bloodline within him grew restless. Crimson patterns spread across the surface of his skin, and faintly visible above his head was a wisp of peculiar energy. The divine will of ancient river alchemy god was about to dissipate when he suddenly witnessed this scene, instantly shocked. In the next moment, his will directly enveloped Qin Yi, scrutinizing him carefully. After repeated confirmations, ancient river alchemy god was astonished to discover that the inheritor with innate alchemy qi he had been searching for was right before his eyes. Innate alchemy qi. The ancient river Pagoda was extremely excited, even summoning his true form back from the ancient battlefield. Crash! On the second floor of the god-devouring tower, golden light flickered, and a white-haired figure suddenly appeared before Qin Yi. In an instant, the ancient river Pagoda's consciousness returned to his original body. His heart was already boiling as he gazed at Qin Yi with excitement, his body trembling uncontrollably. You actually possess innate Dan Qi. Qin Yi was very puzzled. Why was ancient river Dan God so excited? Senior Dan God, you. Before Qin Yi could finish speaking, ancient river Dan God flashed to his side and urgently asked, "Would you be willing to become my disciple and learn my alchemy techniques?" Qin Yi was stunned. Senior, I'm afraid I'm too dull-witted and lack the talent for this. Dull-witted? If even someone with innate Dan Qi could be called dull-witted, then this so-called Dan God might as well not exist. No. Ancient river Dan God suppressed the shock in his heart and spoke slowly. You possess innate Dan Qi, a once-in-10,000 years prodigy in the alchemy world. As long as you learn alchemy from me, you will soon become a new Dan God, even surpassing me. Innate Dan Qi? Qin Yi grew even more confused. Ancient river Dan God patiently began to explain it to Qin Yi. The so-called innate elixir qi is the primordial energy of the elixir. This signifies that the cultivator possesses unparalleled, supreme talent in the art of alchemy. Just like the innate sword seed, there are only two ways to obtain it. First, to be born with it. Second, acquired endowment. Obviously, Qin Yi's innate Dan Qi was something he possessed from birth. The ancient river Dan God, as if having found a treasure, hovered around Qin Yi, constantly nagging in hopes that he would accept his legacy and teachings. Qin Yi carefully considered it. If I had practiced the art of alchemy, I could have perfectly resolved such situations in the future. Actually, alchemy and cultivation are one and the same, the ancient river alchemy god earnestly instructed. The great Tao is simple, yet all paths lead to the same destination. No matter which path of cultivation you follow, they will ultimately converge into one. This is what ordinary people understand the moment you step onto the pinnacle of martial arts and become the ruler of all realms. You are the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao is you. A single thought can annihilate all living beings, and a single thought can also create them. Master one method, and all methods become clear. Can I really do it? Qin Yi still found it a little hard to believe. Ever since obtaining the divine devouring tower, he had encountered almost no bottlenecks in his cultivation, progressing so smoothly that it felt almost unreal. Of course you can. If you can't do it, then everyone else is just trash, said the ancient river Pagoda. Qin Yi turned to look at the tower spirit, who nodded slightly in response. Alchemy can also make you stronger. No matter what, the one who most desires Qin Yi to become stronger is the tower spirit. Finally, Qin Yi made his decision and nodded firmly at ancient river Pagoda. I am willing to learn, but I must first save my friend. Ha ha ha! Ancient river Pagoda laughed heartily, originally intending to take Qin Yi as his disciple. But upon seeing the tower spirit's murderous gaze, he instantly abandoned that thought. Saving people can wait. First you must learn alchemy with me. The ancient river alchemy god pulled Qin Yi, preparing to enter the ancient battlefield. But Qin Yi had no spirit stones. What? The ancient river alchemy god curled his lip. Are you short on spirit stones? Qin Yi nodded. After rummaging in his spatial ring for a long time, the ancient river alchemy god directly pulled out an entire spirit vein and tossed it to Qin Yi. How could my successor lack spirit stones? Looking at the spiritual vein lying before him, Qin Yi's heart was overwhelmed with shock. Damn! He had struggled desperately just to earn 1,000,000 spirit stones. Never did he expect the ancient river alchemy god to be so generous, casually gifting him an entire spiritual vein. And not just any spiritual vein, it was a top-grade one. Whoosh! Qin Yi's breathing became rapid. It's important to know that spirit stones are divided into 4 grades: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and supreme grade. The exchange ratio between each grade is 1 to 1,000. One supreme grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 1 billion low grade spirit stones. He was somewhat incredulous. The supreme grade spiritual vein only contains a small portion of supreme grade spiritual stones. How much you can mine depends on your luck, the ancient river alchemy god reminded. Although it's called a supreme grade spiritual vein, it's not entirely composed of supreme grade spiritual stones. However, even so, the value of a top-grade spiritual vein has already far exceeded the entire wealth of the Heavenly Sword sect. At this moment, Qin Yi officially stepped into the ranks of the wealthy, no longer needing to worry about a shortage of spirit stones. Crash! Under the guidance of the ancient river alchemy god, Qin Yi once again entered the ancient battlefield. However, this time, the location of his appearance was completely different from the last. On an unnamed peak in the ancient battlefield, Guha led Qin Yi straight to the mountaintop. Along the way, they encountered countless ferocious demonic beasts, each exuding an overwhelming, suffocating aura. They opened their bloody mouths, searching for prey. But upon seeing the ancient river divine pill, they immediately restrained their aura, prostrated on the ground, trembling in fear. Crash! Soon, the two arrived before a grand golden hole at the mountain peak. What is this? Qin Yi asked in confusion. Crash! With a flick of his wrist, ancient river Dansheng caused the doors of the golden hole to open, revealing 3,000 people kneeling in orderly rows inside. We pay homage to Dansheng. A resounding voice echoed across the sky. Qin Yi was utterly stunned by the sight before him. The aura emanating from these 3,000 individuals was overwhelmingly powerful. Unlike anything he had ever encountered, it had already surpassed the Yuandan realm. So many powerful individuals are actually willing to kneel and worship the ancient river alchemy god. These are my 3,000 disciples, the ancient river alchemy god said to Qin Yi as they arrived in front of the golden hole. They all came to learn alchemy from me. Don't underestimate them. Any one of them could easily sweep through that shabby continent you come from. Ho! Qin Yi hadn't even traveled through the entire Luoyun Empire yet. having only encountered the two major immortal sects of Jiangxiu. The Sunset Continent still felt somewhat distant to him. Any one of the 3,000 disciples on the ancient river alchemy god could stand out and become the supreme master of alchemy. So formidable. Qin Yi's heart was in turmoil. Was this the influence of ancient river alchemy god? From today onward, Qin Yi will be your senior brother, ancient river alchemy god said, pointing to Qin Yi beside him. Instantly, the 3,000 disciples shouted in unison, "Greetings, eldest senior brother." Qin Yi repeatedly waved his hands. As a mere practitioner at the meridian refining stage, he had never encountered such a grand scene before and quickly urged the 3,000 disciples to rise. But the 3,000 retainers remained unmoved, still maintaining their kneeling posture. The ancient river alchemy god paid them no heed, instead turning to Qin Yi with a smile and saying, "You are my successor, and you deserve this." With that, he then pulled Qin Yi into the golden hall. Since Qin Yi had no prior exposure to the art of alchemy, the ancient river alchemy god gave him an alchemy manual to study the most basic techniques. It took a full 3 days. Qin Yi finally finished reading it. Afterwards, ancient river then god began personally teaching Qin Yi the art of alchemy. With the blessing of innate Dan Qi, Qin Yi grasped the basics with ease. After only 3 failures, he successfully refined a yellow-grade elixir on the 4th attempt. Staring at the elixir in his hand, Qin Yi was utterly astonished. He actually became an alchemist. Proud of refining such trash pills, ancient river pill god glared at Qin Yi and continued teaching him the refining process. His. Each failure brought Qin Yi valuable lessons. This time, he was full of confidence. After gathering all the materials, he placed them into the alchemy furnace. Then, pressing both hands against the furnace, a wisp of flame immediately appeared, scorching the vessel. In no time, the alchemy furnace soon glowed red-hot, and all the medicinal herbs inside melted into liquid essence. Thereafter, Qin Yi began refining the elixir. He was seen forming hand seals, continuously waving them in the void 81 times before finally striking the alchemy furnace with a single palm. Crack! The innate pure energy followed Qin Yi's palm and seeped into the furnace. In an instant, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the air as a blood-red pill came into view. Not bad, the ancient alchemy technique 9 revolutions wind hammer method has been preliminarily mastered, applauded the ancient river pill god standing beside Qin Yi. Qin Yi held the blood-red elixir in his hands, his heart brimming with excitement. Truly worthy of being the ancient river pill god after such a short period of guidance, he had already enabled Qin Yi to successfully refine a mystic-grade elixir. In the time that followed, the ancient river pill god shared much knowledge about the Tao of alchemy with Qin Yi. Finally, the ancient river pill god stated that he still needed to explore the ancient battlefield and had no time to teach him. After giving his inheritance scroll to Qin Yi, he threw him back into the god-devouring tower, leaving him to comprehend it on his own. Moreover, the ancient river pill god also gifted Qin Yi 9 long-lost ancient pill formulas, each of immeasurable value. Inside the second level of the god-devouring tower, Qin Yi stared blankly at the inheritance scroll in his hand and the 9 long-lost ancient alchemy recipes. Such high-level alchemy formulas would be wasted on him. There was simply no way he could refine them successfully. Crash! The tower spirit suddenly appeared, smiling at Qin Yi and asked, "Master, how is your study going?" Qin Yi shrugged. With a flick of its wrist, the tower spirit summoned a puppet. "Master, this is an alchemy servant. If we were to rank it by today's alchemy standards, it would be considered a heaven-grade alchemist," the tower spirit explained. "It can refine all 9 of the ancient pill formulas you possess." Qin Yi widened his eyes, staring intently at the alchemy servant. Can a puppet actually refine elixirs? This was a puppet personally crafted by the ancient river god, infused with his lifelong dedication to alchemy. There were originally 9 of them, but 8 were destroyed over time, leaving only this one remaining, said the tower spirit. If it hadn't been severely damaged, this medicinal puppet would have been of an even higher grade. From now on, this medicinal puppet will be under your control, master, said the tower spirit. Qin Yi was stunned. Happiness came too suddenly. Ah! Suddenly, a scream rang out. Qin Yi inwardly cursed Jian Yun couldn't hold on any longer. He immediately exited the soul-devouring tower, just in time to see Jian Yun vomiting blood violently. Jian Yun! Qin Yi let out a loud cry and stepped forward to help Jian Yun up. At this moment, Jian Yun's vitality was on the verge of completely dissipating, and his pupils had already begun to dilate. According to the 7th elder's words, not even a deity could save him now. However, in a hurry, Qin Yi took out the Tianyun pill from his pocket and made Jian Yun swallow it. The effects of the Tianyun pill were truly overwhelming. The moment it entered his stomach, it rapidly dispersed, and Jian Yun's vitality began to recover at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, to everyone's surprise, Jian Yun regained consciousness. Not only were his injuries completely healed, but his cultivation had also fully recovered. Jian Yun was utterly bewildered, as his memory still lingered on the moment when he was on the verge of death. How did it suddenly turn out like this? Could it be that I've already died? Senior brother Qin, am I dead? Jian Yun asked. Snap! Qin Yi gave Jian Yun a knock on the head. Ah! Jian Yun let out a painful scream, but it was abruptly cut off soon after. He suddenly sat up, staring fixedly at Qin Yi. He could actually feel pain. Didn't that mean he was still alive? Exactly, you're still alive, Qin Yi grinned. Junior brother Qin, was it you who saved me? Jian Yun's eyes reddened, nearly kneeling before Qin Yi. Qin Yi quickly steadied Jian Yun, saying, Brother Jian Yun, between you and me, there's no need for this. Outside the manor, the 7th elder's face was grim, with the alchemy hall's elder standing beside him. Old 7, if it weren't for your sake, I would never have left seclusion just for a disciple, the alchemy hall elder said as they walked. Old Yun, I owe you a favor, the 7th elder said solemnly. Elder Yun waved his hand. No, don't say that. Based on your description, that fellow's internal organs are shattered, and his meridians are completely severed. Even if I intervene, I might not be able to save him. At best, I can only prolong his life. Unless we have the legendary Heavenly Cloud Pill, there's no hope of fully healing him. The Heavenly Cloud Pill. The 7th elder sighed inwardly. At this level of elixir, within the entire alchemy hall, only that eccentric and hot-tempered hall master could refine it. As for others, it was simply impossible. But there's no other way. We'll have to try the impossible. According to the 7th elder's description, the newly promoted inner disciple Jian Yun is almost beyond saving. Even the chief alchemist, Elder Yun of the alchemy hall, didn't hold out much hope, but he couldn't resist the 7th elder's persistent pestering. Moreover, he owed the 7th elder a favor from his younger days, so this could be considered repaying that debt. Soon, the 7th elder brought Elder Yun into Estate No. 1001. Qin Yi, guess who I've brought for you? With a faint smile on his face, the 7th elder was about to introduce Elder Yun to Qin Yi. But when he saw the lively and energetic Jian Yun, he was completely stunned. 7th elder, where is the person? Elder Yun urged. He had recently been in seclusion and had gained deeper insights into the art of alchemy. He couldn't afford to waste time and needed to return quickly to continue his secluded contemplation.